I'll begin by saying that we do have a quorum. We're just not ready to start right now, but good morning. Today is Friday, April 30th, and this is the meeting of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I will tell you, those of you who are new, and there's a group of you, the committee is assembled electronically today for the purposes of inviting public comment on legislation. Before we get started, I wanted to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using the electronic format. This meeting is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen, also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People on the Zoom meeting waiting room, those are people, we call them attendees, you wish to speak, to testify. You cannot be seen or heard until you are called into the room and called upon to speak. Before each bill is presented, or not only bill, I will ask those who wish to speak in favor to raise your hand. You will be brought into the room, maybe 3 at a time. And when you are done testifying, you will return to the attendees room. I will begin with introductions. We have 2 people who are meeting right now who will be joining us. So I will ask Senator Seaway, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Seaway and represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Thank you. Representative Pickett and Representative Warren are meeting right now, so I will go to Representative Costain.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Dan Costain, District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna.
Thank you. Representative Morales, if you're on, would you introduce yourself? If not, I will come back to you. I will recognize Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bill Pluker. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union.
Thank you. And Representative Rudnicki.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield, and I am still here under protest because we voted a month ago that we were done our work. Thank you.
Representative Lookner.
Morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Grayson Lookner. I represent District 37, which is part of Portland, neighborhoods of Libbytown, Rosemont, Nason's Corner, and Stroudwater. Not necessarily in that order.
And Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I'm Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne. And at some point, I will be stepping away. I have to go over to state and local government.
Okay, thank you, Representative Newman. Representative Morales.
Good morning. My name is Representative Victoria Morales, and I live in South Portland and represent House District 33.
Thank you. I will then continue with the instructions that this committee follows. I probably want to introduce myself too. I'm Senator Susan DeChambeau from District 32, and that encompasses the towns of Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Arundel, Kennebunk-Port, and my hometown of Biddeford. I am trying to see where I am on this. Okay. I will, for each bill that we hear today, I will call upon the sponsors and co-sponsors to testify first, And if there are any legislators in the room waiting to testify that wish to testify on the bill that we have, and you see Ms. Fahey's square, LD 967 is the first bill we'll be looking at. So every time we have a different bill we're reviewing, the LD number will be there for you. After the presentation by the sponsors and co-sponsors, we will call upon people of the public who registered to testify. You will be asked in the order of those who wish to speak in support of the bill will be asked to speak first, followed by those in opposition of the bill, or those at the end, neither for nor against. We have a very long agenda for the next 2 weeks, I would think, but today's no exception. You will have 3 minutes to speak on each when you get up to speak. So, so this is a public hearing. After this one bill, I am looking. Today is the 30th. Yes, we have one bill that's a public hearing. The rest of the day will be work sessions, which is a little different. So I will check with Representative Warren if we wish to start. Okay, I was just going to start, Representative Warren. I will also, I failed to introduce two very important people on your squares, the top squares. Deb Fahey is our committee clerk. And Jane Orbiton is our policy analyst. Hi, Jane. And so we are ready to proceed, but I will ask Representative Warren to introduce herself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the city of Hollowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner.
Thank you.
I know Representative Pickett is coming in right behind me.
I will recognize him. We'll begin.
Okay.
And I want to welcome Representative Van Perry. Boy, we miss each other. We were in the same building at the Augusta Civic Center. When the Senate was meeting, the House was out to lunch. I don't mean it that way, but and vice versa. When you were meeting, we were out to lunch. So we really do miss getting together and talking about the bill. So I will turn it. Oh, I've got Representative Pickett. Would you please take a moment and introduce yourself? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116, the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru.
Thank you. I have a few things I have to attend to, and Representative Warren has graciously accepted to present and chair LD 967, an act to make possession of scheduled drugs for personal use a civil penalty. Thank you, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. So before we get started, I'll just let folks know that we do have 54 people signed up to testify. And so we are going to be using a 3-minute clock, and you will see the 3-minute clock in one of the Hollywood squares. It gets, it replaces Ms. Fay when she is running the clock. Please keep an eye on that clock, and when you get close to the end, summarize. Otherwise, I'll have to cut you off, and I really don't like doing that. So it would be best if you cut yourself off. So welcome, Representative Perry. And again, we are hearing LD 967, an act to make possession of scheduled drugs for personal use a civil penalty? And you may begin. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Representative Ann Perry. I represent 9 communities in Washington County, and I am here to introduce LD 967, an act to make possession of scheduled drugs for personal use a civil penalty. This bill proposes to decrease the crime of possession of personal use drugs to a civil penalty with the option to pay the fine or commit to having an evaluation assessment with a potential connection to treatment. For over 50 years, this country has waged a war on drugs that has not worked. What it has accomplished only increased incarceration, created trauma to the already traumatized, and a stigma that is a significant barrier to recovery. As a society, we treat people who use illicit drugs differently than we treat people with other substance use disorders. When I worked with patients who are heavy smokers, it was incredibly difficult for most of them to stop. This is true even when I told them that if they did not stop, they would lose a lung or suffer some other terrible health consequences. But the more frequently I was able to connect with them and offer them a connection to treatment, the more likely they were to eventually accept my help and stop smoking. It is the repeated offers of help by a trusted healthcare provider that allows patients to eventually take on their own substance use disorder. It is no different for people with opioid or other substance use disorders. It is time for us to treat drug addiction the way we treat other addictions, and not like moral failings that only jail or prison can fix. In my over 20 years as a nurse practitioner, I have worked in many areas of treatment, including working a methadone clinic in Calais. I had performed the first 200 physicals for this clinic and found that between 60 and 75% of them had significant childhood trauma. Sometimes this was the first time they talked about that trauma. This is what the connection to treatment can do: create opportunities for people to address their trauma when they weren't ready to do that before. Over the past 4 years in my work on Health and Human Services Committee, I have heard some county sheriffs say that many of the people they have in their jails do not belong there but need mental health treatment. LD 967 recognizes that we are asking our sheriffs to be mental health counselors and our jails to be mental health facilities. But that's not what they are. We would be more successful if we connected people with professionals who are trained in mental health and substance use counselors in the first place. There are many after me who will give more robust and informational picture of why this bill should pass. And as you will see, there is a growing consensus among doctors, harm reductionists, people in recovery, and other stakeholders that what we are doing to address drug use by using the criminal justice system isn't working, and that we need to try something new. Now, I will mention, because this morning we sent out a proposed amendment to the bill. And the reason for this is with my conversations and others around me who have been working this bill with other people, we want to add something as an amendment to this bill. This amendment then responds by doing 3 things. Not restricting health assessments to people who cannot afford the $100 fine. We want that option to be there regardless. 2, not prosecuting people for civil violation drug possession if they call 911 for a suspected overdose. And 3, making sure there's rulemaking so that the assessments that people are offered are available and run through the state uniformly. I look forward to answering any questions, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Representative Perry. Questions? Yes, Representative Rudnicki.
Yes, I have not received a copy of that amendment. I would like to get a copy of that if I could, please. And I don't know as anybody else here has said they've seen it. So if we could see a copy of that amendment, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, they probably haven't because I think we sent it to your clerk and Jane maybe earlier this morning. So it probably hasn't had a chance to get to you.
Jane, do you have a copy that you can?
I'll forward it right now.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Representative Perry, I was writing, includes this coverage within the Good Samaritan is part of the amendment. Folks who are indigent are not disincluded from receiving treatment, and creates a rulemaking request. Those are the three parts.
Those are the three parts.
Thank you very much for that. Next, I have Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative Perry.
Good morning.
Just have a question. How does this bill help the people get into the system of getting help?
It is through getting the assessment.
Under what?
The assessment, for treatment. It
So
is, that's the option they have.
So it's an option of the fine or that?
Right.
So if you've got a serious addiction, it's very costly. Some have expensive habits. And so the $100 would mean nothing to them. I don't know. How would you get them into the system? That's the question. Yeah.
It isn't a force. And we have many harm reduction programs that offer treatment to people. And it isn't a force, but the assessment is much further than an offer. It gets them talking to a counselor who really can bring them forward. Unfortunately, addiction, whether it's cigarettes, whether it's alcohol, the first time around doesn't always do it. It is making sure that our offer is repeated. And this will offer that opportunity for treatment.
Thank you.
Senator DeChambeau.
Good morning again, Representative Perry. I'm looking at the underlined, which is all new language, and I'm looking at 1107 -A, unlawful possession of scheduled drugs. And if I may, it says possession of a schedule, and there's the alphabet drug, is a civil violation of a fine of up to $100, maybe a judge. That's fine. If a person in violation of this section, I guess that means is unable to pay the fine.
Yeah, we
as an alternative.
Right. That's
okay. As an alternative sentence, in place of the fine, the court may refer the person to a licensed healthcare provider or drug treatment facility. Now, why wouldn't we do that even for the people who are paying the fine? I don't understand. And I think I agree with Senator Searway. People who are, $100 is something they probably could get if it meant they weren't going to be assessed. What's the difference in the two? Why aren't everybody being assessed?
Well, essentially, when we put this together, we were following pretty much what Oregon had done with their referendum.
And that's evidence-based then, or something? I mean, so that works?
Well, there are many who have done it. We know that in Portugal, they've had health assessments for many, many years. And that really has, they have one of the lower addiction rates as well as lower HIV. and hepatitis C, and also much lower cost for incarceration. So we're sort of following some of the policies that have gone before us. But again, this will be your bill.
I just want to ask it one more time. If someone does pay the fine, they are not subject or needing to take the health assessment therefore.
That's the way that is written, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Representative Perry? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative Perry. I'll now call for any co-sponsors or legislators wishing to testify on this proposal. And if there are, please raise your hand. And I see our very own Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there are other representatives or legislators who wish to testify before me, they may go first.
I don't think we have any, so please go ahead.
Okay, will do. Alrighty, thank you, Madam Chair, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, honorable colleagues on the Committee of Criminal Justice and Public Safety, the best committee. My name is Grayson Lookner, and I represent part of Portland, which is the neighborhoods of Libbytown, Nason's Corner, Rosemont, and Strawwater. I'm here to help testify in support of LD 967, an act to make possession of scheduled drugs for personal use a civil penalty. And I want to thank Representative Perry for introducing this very important bill. For my entire life, the war on drugs has criminalized mental illness and needlessly ruined the lives of people who have used drugs. The legacy of this failed drug war has been overcrowded prisons, untold thousands dead from overdoses, and a generation of young people with reduced prospects from needless criminal convictions. Racism and ignorance are at the root of this failed endeavor of the last half century, and racism and ignorance are what enable it to continue. We have the opportunity before us to choose a new, more humane path for Mainers in the future with LD 967. People use drugs for a number of reasons, just like people consume alcohol for a number of reasons. The problematic behaviors often associated with drug use are usually due to the stigma that comes with engaging in an illegal activity. That stigma forces people to hide their use and drives them into an outlaw lifestyle that begets criminality. If we want to help people progress out of drug use and into recovery, the best way to do so is to welcome them back into supportive communities with understanding and open arms, not to scare them back into isolation by labeling them as criminals. This country experimented with the prohibition of alcohol for a full decade in the 1920s. So unsuccessful and disastrous was that effort that it was repealed by a constitutional amendment. The superstition that surrounded the prohibition of alcohol 100 years ago still persists today in our treatment of those who use drugs. It's been said that the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. By that standard, our criminalization of drug users is nothing short of insane. Every year, we invest more in prisons instead of treatment, enforcement instead of housing. What we need is a whole new approach. If we really want to help people with mental health diagnoses, prevent opioid overdose deaths, and reduce the criminality associated with commercial drug trafficking, we need to decriminalize small amounts of schedules W, X, Y, and Z drugs in the state of Maine. Please support me, or please join me in supporting LD 967 and voting ought to pass. Thank you for hearing my testimony, and I will do my best to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Lookner. Any questions for Representative Lookner? Seeing none. Thank you. Any other legislators or sponsors? I see Representative McDonald. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. And it's nice to see everybody this morning. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Representative Genevieve McDonald of House District 134, and I am testifying before you today in favor of LD 967, an act to make possession of scheduled drugs for personal use a civil penalty. It is time for Maine to move away from punishing people with substance use disorder in the criminal justice system. It is time for Maine to recognize and approach the opioid epidemic as a public health crisis and to opt for a sharper focus on support, treatment, and prevention. It is time for Maine to use the most effective approach for tackling our overdose crisis. This is what LD 967 does. This is how we save lives. Locking up people for using drugs is a failed policy that destroys lives and creates barriers to recovery. We have decades of experience to show this. Burdening someone with a criminal record does not help them. It does not stop them from using drugs. It jeopardizes their employment, their housing, their family's stability, and hinders their future success. It fosters hopelessness and despair. Using the criminal justice system in an attempt to treat substance use disorder is ineffective and expensive. Our current drug laws push people away from seeking treatment and closer to dangerous situations. We want people to seek out help without fear of unnecessary interactions or persecution from law enforcement. We are not enabling people to use drugs. We are enabling people to live. It is critical Maine's criminal code reflects this life-changing change in strategy. We need to align our policies with public health evidence if we want to keep people alive until they are ready to seek help. I represent the offshore islands of Penobscot Bay and Western Frenchman's Bay, the heart of Maine's commercial fisheries. My district has been deeply impacted by addiction, as have all our communities across the state. We all know someone who is struggling with addiction. Many of us know someone who has died as a result of a drug overdose, know families who have lost a loved one or experienced that grief ourselves. People who are battling addiction deserve compassion and hope. They deserve effective policies that will not create barriers to their recovery and future success. They deserve effective strategies that will keep them alive until they can receive treatment. This change is what Maine needs to save the lives of our friends, our neighbors, and our loved ones. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Representative McDonald. Any questions for Representative McDonald? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Any other co-sponsors or legislators here to testify on this bill? Seeing none, I'm going to open it up to people here to speak in support of this bill. And
there are many hands, as you know. I'll start bringing them in 3 at a time.
Thank you very much, Deb. Good morning. I see.
Good morning.
Good morning. Kathleen London, we'll have you go first, followed by Jason Trahan and Daniel Oppenheim, I think. Yes, Oppenheim. Welcome. Go right ahead, Kathleen.
Good morning, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and other distinguished members of the committee. My name is Kathleen London. I'm a family medicine physician in rural, underserved Washington County, and I'm also a second-year law student at Maine Law. I stand in support of LD 967. I treat patients with substance use disorder. Our war on drugs has resulted in mass incarceration, with the vast majority of mental health treatment provided in prison settings rather than the community or other more appropriate residential settings. Drug fatality rates continue to rise at alarming rates from illegally manufactured fentanyl and other analogs, with a continued approach that emphasizes punishment. Deaths for the pandemic spiked at 88,000 for the 12 months that ended in August of 2020, which is the latest statistics that we have. Until we move to harm reduction strategies, more people are going to die. We've used this failing strategy since at least 1970, really probably going back to the Harrison Act of 1914, and it is getting worse as we continue this punitive strategy. In the handouts that I sent, in the written testimony that I gave you the graphs that show this failing strategy and show that the deaths have just spiked, showing you from 1999 to 2019, and it's all from illegally manufactured fentanyl. We warehouse our population in prisons. America is 5% of the world's population, but 25% of the prison population. We have, in America, we are imprisoning 655 per 100,000 people. Next comes El Salvador at 618 per 100,000, followed by Rwanda. It is not something for us to be proud of. It is this unsuccessful war on drugs that has led to this explosion in our prison population, which is also disproportionately affecting people of color through their rate, though their rates of drug use are equal to that of whites. Often this is beginning in this begins that school to prison pipeline where juveniles are placed in. In a white, suburban, well-funded community, people get counseling, but in poor communities, they are punished and put into the criminal justice system. We now have the opportunity to transform lives. LD 967 begins a much needed harm reduction approach to the opioid epidemic. Drug use continues in prison. Even when we have MAT offered, it's not a comprehensive treatment model. It's not the right environment, and it is not conducive to rehabilitation. People come out of confinement and either go back to using or drug overdose. We're not solving our opioid crisis. The opposite of addiction is connection. We need to take the money from criminal justice and put it towards community treatment programs. And if we look at Portugal, since that came up, it was optional and not forced treatment, because that's not the way to meet someone. You need to meet them where they're at. And with that, I will take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. London. Questions for Dr. London? Seeing none. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Next up, we have Jason Trahan. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, members of the joint. Can you hear me?
A little bit spotty. Try one more time. Nope, we can't hear you.
Representative Warren?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Let me move. Yeah? All right, let me sit down. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Jason Trahan, and I'm a resident of Lewiston. I'm here today to testify in the favor of LD 967. I'm a person in long-term recovery from substance use. I recently have young people in recovery, and I run meetings for people recovering from substance use disorders. I'm a father of 2 boys, and they love snowboarding. I've previously testified before this committee that our system of jailing and punishing people for illness is not doing anything any good. It's not doing our community any good. And I'm here to say this again. If people have gotten in trouble for possessing the wrong amounts, they have to be lucky to get help and to avoid jail. I spent time in the justice system as a direct result of substance use. So when you go to jail, you think that that's help. Think that that's going to get you clean, but you get out and you have to deal with your disease. Go have it. People don't have any defense on coming to jail. Some people can stay sober on their own, but not many. People need tools when they get out. I tried many ways and many different things, and I never realized that I was going right back to where I was. It was, and I needed time and I needed space to clear my head, and that's what people need. Jails, institutions, or death. That's what we're offering right now. When we could be offering help. I saw a man who was detoxing. I saw him die within a day of being brought in. his family will never get to have him back. Incarceration is traumatic. We're treated like animals. There was never any help, no one to talk to. People who are in recovery are seeking it aren't helping by experiencing of being caged. They want recovery. Oftentimes it can make things worse. With the amount of money that we spend jailing people, we could help so many people in our communities. There's got to be something, not only helping people get off of drugs, but help them get on the track and get a job and get housing. Why not invest in people why not invest in helping people be somebody instead of telling them that they're nobody? An ought to pass vote on LD 967 is a vote for Maine families and communities, and I urge you to vote. I urge you to make that vote, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jason, for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Next, we have Daniel Oppenheim. Daniel, are you with us? Deb, could you move the next 3 people in for us?
I am doing so right
Hello,
now.
can you hear me now?
Yes, hi, Daniel, welcome.
I'm sorry about that. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Daniel Oppenheim. I live in Falmouth, Maine, and I've been a practicing physician in the Portland area for over 30 years. I currently serve as co-chair of the Public Health Committee of the Maine Medical Association, and I'm here on behalf of the MMA in support of LD 967. I'm not an expert in addiction medicine, but I do know that opioid addiction is both an epidemic and a public health crisis, every bit as much an illness as cancer, diabetes, or alcoholism. But instead of receiving treatment and support for their illness, patients affected by substance use disorders often find themselves treated as criminals instead of patients. I also know that all too often opioid addiction begins with prescriptions written by doctors, often for legitimate control of severe and disabling pain. The physiology of addiction is well known, and the challenge of defeating this illness is enormous. This means that the medical community has a particular responsibility to help people who suffer from substance use disorders. The view that those conditions are not illnesses, but rather the fault of the sufferer, has led to criminalization rather than medicalization of this disorder, leaving too many in our state without a pathway to treatment. There is no doubt that those who profit from the perpetuation of addiction by the sale and distribution of illegal drugs should be held to account. However, there is a big difference between possession for personal use and possession of large quantities destined for profit-motivated sale. Treatment and prevention are the pathways to defeating this problem, not stigmatizing its victims with felony convictions, which will follow them for the rest of their lives, affecting their ability to find jobs, health insurance, housing, family support, and often leading to relapse into the very addiction that produced the conviction in the first place. In addition, there is a clear disparity in the investigation, prosecution, and conviction rates under the current law, leading to a disproportionate incarceration rate of poor, marginalized, and people of color, even here in Maine. By making possession of illegal drugs for personal use a civil infraction rather than a crime, LD 967 is an important step in the effort to take medical control of the opioid epidemic. The additional provision of referral for professional assessment means that a greater number of ill people are likely to become patients in need of treatment rather than criminals suffering from an illness. It is clearly in the interest of Maine to move those suffering from substance use disorder out of the criminal justice system and into a system which might offer some hope of cure. I urge you all to vote this bill ought to pass. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Oppenheim. Any questions for Dr. Oppenheim? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, I have Peter Lehman and then Mark Publicker.
Good morning, Representative Warren and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Peter Lehman. I live in Thomaston, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition. Most of the negative and tragic effects of drug use are a result of criminalization. When we criminalize drugs, we create black markets that increase prices, competition, violence, diseases, and death. My written testimony lists more than 10 proven negative effects, and you can probably think of more. With all these negative outcomes, it seems strange that we keep doing it. Barely 100 years ago, these substances were not criminalized. For example, cocaine in Coca-Cola was widely used without any comment or adverse consequences. For a while, we experimented with criminalizing alcohol, generally a much more dangerous drug physiologically. All these same negative and harmful consequences ensued. So we decriminalized alcohol. Whatever you think about our current laws, one way to think about their persistence is to follow the money. We know that the creation of many of these laws has been championed by law enforcement agencies in their own self-interest. We know that large corporations involved in various ways have made substantial political contributions to support and expand our current criminalization. We know that law enforcement agencies are hardly a neutral resource in evaluating proposals for decriminalization, which are a threat to their budgets, their jobs, and perhaps their very existence. On this bill, the MDEA hasn't even bothered to give reasons for their opposition. Our supposedly hallowed tradition of criminalizing these substances is really not that old a tradition, and it is demonstrably corrupt in its origins and ineffective along with its tragic consequences. We urge you to support this important legislation with a resounding and a unanimous ought to pass. Thank you for your attention and support. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Peter, thank you so much for your testimony. We have our first question from Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Lehman. How are you?
Good morning, Sheriff.
I got a question. Many times in law enforcement, you go to family situations where there's drug abuse in the families, and the spouses and the children are exposed, and they want something done right then. And I don't think a summons for $100 is gonna take care of the problem. So what would you recommend?
Well, I guess there are two pieces to that. The first is that the ways that we've been dealing with this already are demonstrably ineffective. They do make the family feel better for the moment, but they don't necessarily solve the problem. So in places where this isn't criminalized, Portugal's a great example. If you clearly in Portugal, those same problems arise. And certainly first responders are called sometimes to domestic abuse situations where there are drugs, including alcohol, involved. So what do? Well, what they do is they use social service agencies, and we're already doing this. We already have in Knox and Waldo County, we have people riding along or responding to those kinds of calls who are mental health professionals and substance abuse professionals who can help to intervene and the presence of law enforcement is a great advantage, obviously, because that does allow there to be a forcible separation of parties. But instead of arrest, what we do is we find productive directions to go. Otherwise, and we know this, we see the same, and you've seen this, you're back at the same residence with the same players over and over and over again. How many of those people you're thinking of in your mind do you know by name, and you know everybody in that family because you've been there before? This tells us something about how we have to change the way we do it. I'm sorry if I went too long, but I really wanted to respond because I respect that question from you.
Thank you for the answer.
Is that helpful?
Some, I mean, you know, I've seen families destroyed and they don't know what to do. They call you and they expect something done, and $100 summons is not going to work. And when we call for help, they're spread so thin they can't come immediately, or they can't get in touch, and then we've got problems, and it just it is a problem. I don't know how that's going to resolve with that.
People on this committee are acutely aware of the extent to which law enforcement is called on things that they have no resources to deal with. And it's not law enforcement's problem. It's not law enforcement's fault. They're doing what we ask them to do, which is to respond, but they don't have any tools. And you've been in that situation. And what we're asking, what we're suggesting, what I'm suggesting is we find tools rather than the same old ineffective ones. Does that make any sense? Thank you, Sheriff.
Next up, we have a question from Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Peter. Just have a question, kind of to try to see if I can find out if we have a foundation set to work in making this actually be effective. And what that is this. And I'll tell you a real short sequence. And that is, I used to have a bad addiction on smoking until I realized that smoking was not only dangerous to my health, but could cause me to end up with cancer or whatever the case may be, and realized that I had a problem. I was unable to quit smoking. I tried numerous times for all kinds of reasons. They did not work. So the question I have is this. With something like addiction to anything, and especially to what we're talking about here, and the wanting to help people to get out from underneath that bondage, we need to find a way, I believe, and I want to find out if you agree or if you don't, what your take is on it, that we need to be able to identify those that are trapped in this addiction that realize, first of all, that they have an addiction. Because I really believe in something that was told to me a long time ago by what I consider a very intelligent person and a very commonsensical person, and that was my dad. You can take a horse down to the watering trough and you can put their snout down into the water, but you can't make them drink until they realize they need to drink to sustain themselves. So if you could, I want to really help here. I really, truly want to help, but I think we got to get to the root that the paintbrush doesn't cover all. And so if you'd respond to that, I would appreciate that, sir.
Yeah, I really appreciate that question. And it took me 20 years from realizing that I just had to quit and to being able to actually accomplish it. So I do understand that. It's not magic, all right? And the damage I did to my health in the meantime was, I'm crossing my fingers, not fatal. But on the other hand, the fact that cigarettes were legal and the fact that I wasn't entailing other consequences from smoking made it possible for me to continue my life and to grow in other kinds of ways towards the chance to finally stop smoking. If you'd made it illegal for me to smoke, all right, I was actually in prison when all of a sudden we weren't allowed to smoke there. And bang, today you could smoke, tomorrow you couldn't, and it became a crime. Well, do you think that smoking stopped? No. And I can tell you that I would take a puff a day, all right? Now, I cut down to a puff a day, but the fact is that it's very hard to stop. I didn't get caught, which was lucky, all right? The fact is that the penalty, the criminalization of it did not stop people from doing it. That's my point. And it didn't help to get to the point where I could deal with my own issues and my own compulsive use.
Thank you,
Right?
sir.
Does that make sense?
Yep. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Representative.
Any other questions for Peter Lehman? Seeing none, thank you very much, Peter, for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a great day, all of you.
You too. Thank you. Up next, we have Dr. Mark Publicker with us. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Oh, well, thank you for having me. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and the esteemed members of this committee. I'm an addiction medicine specialist. I've treated addictions for over 40 years. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Northern New England Society of Addiction Medicine. I've also submitted written testimony. I thought I would start because if we're going to talk about a disease, let's talk about what it is. The definition of addiction is an overwhelming compulsion to use a substance associated with intense craving and the use despite escalating personal consequence. And I think that's important. As we talk about would incarceration, would arrest lead to people stopping? The reality is the very definition of addiction says that people will use despite escalating consequences. Obviously, we know that. There are brain circuits in the brain that are changed through the use of substances. And there are these brain changes that underline cognition, thinking, and voluntary control. And we know that there is a loss of voluntary control as a consequence of the use of drugs. Having a substance use disorder requires people to use drugs. To use drugs, you have to possess drugs. If possessing drugs is a crime, therefore all people that are suffering from a substance use disorder are therefore criminals, except we know the substance use disorder is a disease, not a crime. It doesn't make sense to treat substance abuse as a disease, as a crime. It makes much more sense for us to restructure our response to addiction to focus on treatment closer to our shared understanding about what substance abuse disorders are. Want to emphasize, patients become addicted through a variety of pathways. People become addicted after being prescribed opioids for postoperative pain. Patients become drug addicted through trauma. Easily 90%, and I think other clinicians would verify this, 90% of the women patients that I treat have been the victims of sexual abuse in childhood. So when we think about why do people use drugs, people use drugs by and large in response to sexual, physical, other adverse consequences that happen in childhood. So this isn't a group of partiers who choose to use. The vast majority of the people are people who have been traumatized, especially from adverse childhood injury. Here are my patients. My patients are fishermen, the lobstermen. Oh, I thought I was going to do this in time. Fishermen, lobstermen, construction workers. I've seen the consequence of arrest and conviction ruining people's lives.
Dr. Publicker, I'm going to be really strict about the.
Okay, yes, thank you. I
give us
thought I
one
was
more
going to do it
nugget.
quickly.
Yeah, give us one more nugget and please wrap it up. What do you need us to know?
Well, it's fear and stigma that prevents people from seeking treatment. And that's why I'm asking you, urging you to support this bill.
Thank you, Doctor. Questions for Dr. Publicker? I have a question for you, Doctor, because I know that you have studied and practiced in this issue for a long time. And the part that I'm struggling with, and you, I think, have a really good understanding of how the human brain works. Why is it so difficult for us as humans on this topic to sort of look at what I feel like is really clear data that what we're doing isn't working? And I know that none of us want to lose our friends and neighbors, right? I think we're losing 10 people a week right now in Maine. But just my personal experience is that if people disagreed with doing something different 5 years ago, they're sort of holding on to, why is that? Why is it so hard for people to hear? We've already in a very short time heard from 4 doctors who've said what we're doing needs to change. Will people be able to hear that? And if not, why? What goes on in our brain that blocks us?
Well, I think addiction and actually thinking in general is conditions of maladaptive learning. Once we've learned something, how do we unlearn something? I think in part in terms of society's response to addiction, we have a highly conditioned learned reaction to addiction. That is, it's a crime. We need to punish people somehow. In the course of punishing people, we're going to cause them to change, for them to seek treatment and get into recovery. Boy, if that were the case, we wouldn't have prisons filled with people using drugs. We wouldn't have the overdose epidemic. So I don't think that people are properly judging and looking at the evidence that our current strategies are failing. So how do we change that? Boy, we have some strategies for motivational changes, motivational interviewing, but we could look at all the issues in American society and say, boy, why do people believe that? Why are people against vaccinations? And the answer is a difficult one. I don't think that there's a facile response to the question.
Mm-hmm. So it really does get to the science of trying to do some unlearning.
Yes.
Thank you for that. I think I have Representative Costain first, and then Senator Searway.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, thank you for being with us today and for your testimony. My question would be, as you know, that if we move away from and try to make these civil penalties, we're going to need more rehab and rehab beds and mental health beds. How do you suggest that we solve that issue?
I think that there's an over-focus on a belief that people need high levels of treatment. And I don't think it's true. I think that we know that a large percentage of people who have addictive disorders are able to be treated even at the primary care level. In fact, that's the emphasis on treatment for opiate addiction, is to help train primary care clinicians in the use of buprenorphine. We actually know that that's effective. So I think that jumping to the decision that we need residential treatment programs when it's probably a smaller percentage than people realize. So I think we do have resources. Of course, we need more resources, and there's a great deal of resistance on the part of many in the clinical system, or understanding that they're able to be effective. And that is gratifying to be effective in saving people's lives through treatment. So I think the answer is we don't need complex, expensive treatment to help a large percentage of the people who suffer from addictive disorders.
Thank you. Follow up, ma'am.
Yes, you may.
So we hear all the time that our jails are full of people that need treatment places, and that's why they're incarcerated, because we don't have facilities for that. How can you answer that question?
Well, I treat a lot of patients who are coming out of incarceration, who are able to be treated with less intensive levels of care. I don't think it's the case that people leaving prison need to be in residential treatment programs, need to be in halfway houses. People need to get back in their lives. People who have been arrested and incarcerated for possession, not for violent crimes, not for drug trafficking, but simply for possession, need to get back to their families, need to get back to work, and are able to go back to work and can be effectively treated through outpatient treatment, through counseling, through clinical prescriptions. So I think that we shouldn't overstate how much treatment a lot of people need if they're in prison or in some part of the criminal justice system for simple possession. Providing them with treatment is an effective response.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doctor, I appreciate you coming on. I listened to you, and I hear it from your side, your perspective. I get where you're coming from. But on the other side, on the law enforcement side, we get complaints and of neighbors or parents or family members.
I'm going to ask that you make sure that you're asking questions as opposed to debating.
No, I'm not debating.
Okay, you're going to get to a question then. I'm going to be really strict about this.
Well, I'm going to make a point of order, because every time I speak, it seems like you have to speak against me. So I'm making a point of order on that.
Okay, thank you. Point of order recognized.
Thank you.
So please get to your question, Senator.
So my question is with $100 fine or trying to get them treatment and they're called, well, how do we discourage the use or getting them help with no increase in penalty or anything, even if they continue, and helping them families?
I would assume that many people, if not most, won't suddenly change because of an arrest. However, has criminalization, arrest, and incarceration made a difference? Taking somebody who's working as a lobsterman who winds up getting arrested and loses his job, how does that help the individual? So that, my simple answer is incarceration punishment doesn't work in that regard. If it did, I would support it. But instead, I think the question you're asking is there an effective way that we can respond and be significantly effective in helping people stop using through means of criminal justice system? The evidence is abundant that it doesn't. So it's not a satisfying response for you, and I apologize for that. This is very difficult. If it wasn't so difficult, we wouldn't be in this committee today. So challenging problem, expanding the use of availability of treatment and decreasing stigma is probably the best way I could respond to that. But I know that the police don't want to be spending their time arresting people for simple possession. And I think that sheriffs across the state, I've spoken with the lead DEA agent for Maine, they do see addiction as a disease rather than as a criminal offense. So criminalization, if it worked, would be great, but it doesn't.
All set, Senator? Any other questions for Dr. Publicker? Seeing none, thank you for being here, Doctor.
Thank
Next
you very
up,
much for having me.
thank you. Next up, we have Attorney Pratt with us this morning. Welcome.
Sorry, I was hitting the button and it wasn't working. I apologize. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Jeremy Pratt. I'm the Vice President of the Maine Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. MACDL supports LD 967. Decriminalizing possession of scheduled drugs mean that individuals will no longer be arrested or incarcerated merely for possessing or using a drug. This will result in less people incarcerated and less people involved in the criminal justice system. This is a good thing. Drug possession convictions, incarceration can have short-term and lifelong consequences. Individuals with drug convictions are more likely to suffer negatively at work, in their relationship, and in their housing. Drug possession convictions have a disproportionate impact on the poor and people of color. Making drug possession a civil offense will help to alleviate these disparities. It should be noted that LD 967 does not legalize the possession of drugs. Possession of drugs will still be prohibited under the law, but the prohibition on possession of drugs will be moved from a criminal penalty to a civil penalty. The get tough on crime, war on drug approach has been a failure by any metric. It has cost untold amounts of dollars and lives. It is time for comprehensive reform of the way we charge and prosecute drug-related offenses. LD 967 is a good first step. MACDL hopes this committee will support LD 967 with an ought to pass recommendation, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Pratt. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, oh, excuse me, Representative Pickett has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Pratt, for being here this, I guess it is still morning. The question I have is this: I'm just looking for your definition, if you would give it to me in your testimony of, near the end of your statement, you say drug possession convictions have a disproportionate impact on the poor and people of color. So we hear that quite often, and I understand that, but can you tell me why that is, why that happens? Can you give me a clear definition of that? Because it's being thrown out there a lot, but I want to dig down and find out why is this being a disproportionate impact on the poor and people of color when the law is out there and it speaks to all, not just a certain group of people?
Well, based on the studies that I have read and on my own personal experience as a criminal defense lawyer now for, I want to say, about 17 years, if I'm doing that math correctly, that people in color and those who are poor are disproportionately impacted because they are more likely to be targeted by law enforcement than those who are not. That when you are driving a car that is a lower quality car through a wealthy neighborhood, you are more likely to be stopped. When you are a person of color driving through a neighborhood that is wealthy, you are more than white, you are more likely to be stopped. Not too long ago, the ACLU presented testimony before this committee, and I think provided the data about marijuana arrests in York County. And I think it was, you were 10 times more likely to be stopped for marijuana possession if you were a person of color than a person not of color. So we have hard data from Maine that specifically addresses that situation. Why that happens, I do not know the answer to it, but I can tell you it does happen, and all the data nationwide and Maine state specific supports that. And I'm happy to ask the ACLU to provide that data again. They've provided it to me, and I'm happy to forward it to the committee as well if you wish. I hope that answers some of your questions.
Representative, did it answer your question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Follow up?
Yes, please.
I hear your response, sir. And I would only make this one statement. I was in law enforcement 40 years, and I didn't, and I don't know many other officers out here that I'm affiliated with, and I know a lot throughout the state, that if a vehicle was driving in a certain area and it was maybe not a brand new vehicle, if it was not a vehicle that had some kind of a defect or some kind of a problem with it, that you would stop for anybody else, you didn't stop it. I'm not saying these things don't happen. I'm just saying I really wonder if they happen as frequently here in our state as they do throughout the country, and if we're getting kind of caught up in that. But that's another debate, I guess. But I just wanted to have your take on that. Thank you very much, sir.
Representative Warren, am I allowed to respond, or is that not? I'm not sure.
He got to a question. He got his one statement. So just for committee members to know, and you all know this, you hear me say it all the time, everybody gets one or two. On your third time and your fourth time and your fifth time, I'm gonna call you on it every single time. So that was Representative Pickett sort of first, but he did get to a question. So please, Attorney Pratt, go ahead and answer the question.
Thank you. I think it's always interesting and important to hear people's individual experiences, but my advice and suggestion would be not to make policy based on our own individual life experiences, but instead to collect as much information and as much data as possible. Because although your experiences were different, if the overwhelming amount of literature and data suggests that something else is happening, I would suggest that we should lean on that data in order to make broad policy. That's why I think there's that common statement that the worst law is the law when it's designed to affect one individual case or one individual person. So again, I would urge this entire committee to look at the data. And I would be happy to look at data that suggests otherwise. I have just not encountered it. And again, in this instance, we have Maine specific data for the County of York that is very disturbing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And rest assured, every bill that I vote on, I take that in mind. Thank you very much.
I was not suggesting you did not. I apologize for
that. I'm going to cut us off right there. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Jamie Corbett, and then I have Ed Fallon. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee, Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Jamie Corbett. I'm a resident of Marshfield. I'm a licensed alcohol and drug counselor, a certified clinical supervisor, a social work graduate student, and a mother in long-term recovery. I know that incarcerating our way out of the substance use epidemic does not and will not work. Incarceration creates significant obstacles to recovery. Individuals with substance use disorder suffer from a chronic disease, not unlike hypertension and diabetes. We didn't know or understand scientifically when the Nixon administration waged the war on drugs 50 years ago that drug use isn't a moral defect, but a chronic relapsing disease. That's why I support LD 967, Representative Ann Perry's efforts to restructure drug sentencing laws to focus on access to treatment and support services. When we incarcerate individuals with substance use disorder, we create barriers to recovery success by removing individuals from essential services and supports that their recovery needs to be successful, including interpersonal connections. When individuals are able to meet their basic needs, such as housing, food security, warmth, safety, and connection, they are more successful in their recovery efforts. Various evidence-based approaches to substance use disorder have the common thread of forming healthy connections. Criminalization does not assist individuals with building healthy connections. Instead, it disrupts existing healthy connections and creates barriers to positive connections possible when access to social supports and treatment are available. In my own recovery, positive relationships with treatment providers community members, and employers helped me to find stable housing, employment, and to become a mother my children are proud to call mama. Now, I work as a treatment provider. I am getting my master's degree in social work. My professional evaluations are respected by child protective service workers, district attorneys, medical professionals, and judges. There is nothing miraculous about my journey. I had positive connections and opportunities that allowed me a life beyond my wildest dreams. All people with substance use disorder deserve those same opportunities that I've had. However, that is not what I see. Often, those who have experienced incarcerations not only face barriers to recovery support services, but many have trauma from these experiences. They need to be able to work through this trauma in order to feel safe enough to build healthy connections that support their treatment and recovery. The 24% increase in Maine-related drug-related deaths in 2020 during the pandemic reinforces what we in recovery and the treatment field already know. Individuals need to have their basic needs met and positive connections in order to maintain sustained recovery. That's why I support LD 967, and I urge you to do the same. I'm open to any questions.
Jamie, thank you for your testimony and congratulations on all of the successes that you're experiencing. Good work. Questions for Jamie Corbett? Seeing none, thank you again. Next up, we have Ed Fallon and then Dr. Gallagher.
Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Ed Fallon. I have lived in Maine for over 4 years and now live in Lisbon with my granddaughter. I am an alcoholic, but I have been sober for 35 years. I would like to testify in support of LD 967. I'm originally from Massachusetts. While there, I worked 8 years in a detox center serving clients with substance abuse disorders, including alcohol and drugs. Unfortunately, my clients needed to be treated better. Administrative delays, barriers to service, staff turnover, and lack of counselors ready to help with treatment were commonplace. They hired unqualified people when our clients needed professional support. The so-called war on drugs has been a complete failure. We need to look at alternatives to arresting people and putting them in jail. LD 967 does just that. We must encourage a public health support to drugs. We need to understand that people with such disorders will relapse, but we need to keep them on a path to treatment, not lock them up with felony convictions, setting them up for failure as they try and become productive citizens after treatment. As a veteran, I am concerned that returning veterans with PTSD or other mental health issues will not find their way to proper treatment and turn to harmful drugs as a way to self-medicate themselves. After serving my country, we should not abandon them to a cycle of incarceration. They must get access to treatment they need and be put on a path to recovery. This is a serious problem that affects everyone, and we need to act boldly now to address the issues head on. My granddaughter just had a baby. I hope we can adopt a new approach and refrain from making war on another generation. Please support LD 97 and LD 994 and LR 1817. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fallon. Any questions? Thank you for sharing your story with us. Up next, we have Dr. Gallagher. Welcome. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Dr. Nick Gallagher. I'm an addiction medicine physician here in Central Maine. I'm here to speak on support of LD 967. On a daily basis in this work, I hear a staggering amount of stories of neglect, physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, as well as a general lack of support and resources that make self-medication seem like a reasonable step to take. Let's also not forget about all the patients who got caught up in our crusade to end pain by prescribing seemingly unending amounts of opioids. These are the people we're putting in jail for simple drug possession. As a society, we need to take a step back and be willing to examine the underlying circumstances that lead to drug and alcohol use and addiction, as well as viewing with logical eyes the ways in which we address these problems. Is the war on drugs working? Is jail or prison appropriate for those struggling with drug or alcohol addiction? The willingness to ask these questions will hopefully allow us to feel some empathy towards our fellow humans who are struggling frequently from circumstances beyond their control. I'm going to provide a couple of examples of patients that I have treated after they were arrested for drug possession. One of my patients was, when he was 8 years old, discovered his father using heroin. And to keep him from saying anything to the family members, his father began injecting him with heroin at 8 years old. 12 years later, he's addicted to heroin, has a criminal record for possession, making even getting a job or an apartment difficult for him. I have another patient that I've seen recently. He's been in and out of jail for the last 2 years after being picked up on a simple possession charge. He has never been in trouble before. He's 30 years old. After that first arrest, he lost his job in his apartment. With nowhere to turn and no resources upon release, he started using again, failed multiple drug screens, got put back in jail. We need to step back and ask ourselves, after hearing these stories, what did we expect was going to happen to them given these circumstances? We also need to ask ourselves if we did right by them. Did they deserve to be put in jail, given a criminal record, and then expected to just stop using? Is the $41,000 per year we spend incarcerating them money well spent, or can we do better? One thing I constantly hear after someone has lost everything they have, including friends, family, housing, jobs, is, I just can't stop. I've taken care of patients who have left the hospital against medical advice after a heart valve replacement because they needed to use. That's a pretty powerful grip. It's unrealistic to think that jail time would be a deterrent. It certainly is not and never has been. We're still losing more people from drug addiction every year. We cannot continue doing things because it's how we've always done it, regardless of the outcomes. In medicine, we are expected to practice in an evidence-based manner. Our jobs and licenses are dependent upon that. Why do we continue to support and maintain policies that have never shown to be beneficial to public health or the well-being of our community? Our public policies should be based in fact and evidence, not emotion and stigma. Shifting time, energy, and resources away from incarceration for simple drug possession and investing in treatment and recovery options will give these members of our society the best chance of success. And I'm open to any questions anyone has.
Thank you, Dr. Gallagher. Any questions for Dr. Gallagher? Good job on the timing as well. Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
Up next, I saw first Craig Cardamone. Then we have Jody Hayashida and Matthew Gunn. Craig, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. So thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. And thank you for allowing me to speak in support of LD 967. My name is Craig Cardamone, and I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist, and I reside in Portland, Maine. I value this opportunity to discuss what this bill will do for all Mainers and how it will be a paradigm shift in how we approach substance use disorder. So due to HIPAA and a great desire to protect my clients' abilities and stories, I cannot provide actual accounts. However, I will provide general scenarios that have come up while working with clients and in conversations that I've had with colleagues. In my years as a therapist, I've worked with hundreds of people, some of whom have struggled with substance use disorders. During my time in outpatient substance use clinics, I quickly learned that most people struggle with housing insecurity, finding work, and feeling as though they are worthy to participate in society. They also show many signs of physical, sexual, and emotional trauma stemming from families, stemming from just living in society. And most of these issues have also been derived from stigma, but a lot of these other issues have also stemmed from another source, being formerly incarcerated. Every time me and my clients have talked about incarceration, we have always come to the same conclusions. It was highly traumatizing and worsened their conditions. Instead of making people learn their lessons, it has destroyed their lives in a variety of ways. It has caused avoidable trauma, destroyed families, ended dreams, and has forced people to the margins. All of these situations make addiction worse and forces people into precarious situations. If we want to actually help people caught in the grips of addiction, we need a public health approach. This bill will be the first step in making sure that addiction is the focus of public health and follows recommendations of those who support harm reduction. One of the most important aspects of this bill is that it allows the option for an evaluation for treatment as opposed to forcing people into treatment. As a counselor, I know that it's important to allow people the choice of going into treatment or not going in. And the key word is option, because from my experience, forcing people into treatment leads to a less likelihood of them actually successfully moving through treatment. Even though contact is good and making sure that they have contact with their providers or mental health providers and substance use counselors, it's important to allow them to have that choice. Not to mention some of the people who receive the civil penalty may not actually have a substance use disorder and may not need an evaluation. Our current approach runs on the assumption that if we punish people, they will learn not to engage in behavior that society deems undesirable, but ultimately human behavior and experience is so much more complicated than that. This bill will provide one more path towards recovery instead of a path toward trauma and hopelessness. I support this bill because I believe people who struggle with substance use disorder deserve love, dignity, and respect. What they don't deserve is unnecessary trauma and punishment. If we actually want to help people, we need to take this step and to help. We need to take this step and decriminalize all drugs for
I'm going to
personal
ask you
use.
to wrap up. You are at the end of
Yes.
your time.
Yes, thank you for your support, and I'm ready for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for offering your testimony. Oh, excuse me, Representative Lookner has a question.
Sorry, no question, Madam Chair, just waving at Craig.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thanks, Grayson. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And next we have Jody Hayashida. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the committee. I am the Reverend Dr. Jody Cohen Hayashida. I'm the minister of First Universalist Church of Auburn, and I live in Auburn. And I am here today on behalf of the Maine Council of Churches to testify in support of LD 967. The Reverend Dr. William Barber often speaks of what he calls the death measure of regressive public policy, which is not just an awareness, but an acceptance that a particular policy will cause people to die, usually many of the most vulnerable among us. Maine's current policies around drug use and substance use disorder have a severe death measure. Our choice not to treat the opioid epidemic as a public health crisis allowed over 500 Mainers to die of overdose last year alone. Our policy of criminalization keeps thousands more locked into a vicious cycle that spins attempts to self-medicate trauma into felony convictions, which creates barriers to resources that are necessary to recovery, leading, of course, to deeper trauma. In addition, as I know you all have heard repeatedly, we know that these policies disproportionately impact poor people and people of color. I have served my church in Auburn for 20 years, and in that time, I have spent countless hours sitting with people who have struggled to overcome substance use disorder, and even more time with the families and friends of those who have lost loved ones to the struggle. I have had the words turn to ash in my mouth as I have held a beloved member who was shattered by the overdose death of her daughter, and again as I held the hands of a grandmother who didn't understand the brutal murder of her grandson, which was the direct result of the criminalization of substance use. And again, as I stumbled through the prayer of a young adult who had everything to live for, but instead died of overdose alone in a room. The weight of that grief never leaves me. And neither, frankly, does the burden of anger that comes with knowing how much of that suffering we could have prevented if we chose to treat every life as sacred and worthy of care, instead of abandoning some as collateral damage in the war on drugs. It is well past time for us to move beyond the death measure of our regressive policies and instead choose evidence-based life-saving practices. The gift of this moment is that we already know what those practices look like, and we understand that the beginning of that shift is a fundamental reframing away from criminalization and towards public health, as this bill does. So the Maine Council of Churches urges you to choose life and to support the passage of LD 967. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the Reverend Doctor? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Matthew Gunn. Good morning.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Matt Gunn. I'm a utility worker in Portland. Thank you for having me here this morning. Back in 2008, I was an educator at a medium security prison. And while working there, I had the opportunity to speak with residents about their experience and learn why they were incarcerated. And I found that a surprising number of them were there for drug possession or crimes related to drugs being criminalized, such as violating probation. And it seemed absurd to me at the time, and even today, that young people who aren't even old enough to drink are being convicted with felony charges that will last the rest of their lifetime just for experimenting with controlled substances and having them on their person. The fact is that the majority of substance-related arrests are for simple possession. Here in Maine, for every 5 drug-related arrests, 4 are for possession, while only 1 is for sales or manufacturing. And I found it interesting that this data applied both to adults and to juveniles, which really leads me to wonder what this means for Maine's future. From 2013 to 2016, there were over 5,000 people arrested per year for drug offenses, and many of them were between 18 and 25. And how are we supposed to have a prosperous community here if we're focusing on locking up young people? This is really the future of our state. It should also be addressed that prison is really, really expensive. The annual cost per inmate here is $41,000, yet per capita income is only $33,000. Now, Mainers are going through extraordinary economic hardship due to a global pandemic. And should we really be spending more on incarcerating people just for possession? I want to add that not long after my experience helping people learn in prison, I too would battle with substance abuse. I self-medicated, desperately trying to deal with the grief I dealt with after losing my brother. Every day I lived in fear that I would be arrested, lose my job, or be kicked out of school. Even when I was ready to receive help, access to treatment was limited due to stigma associated with my use. Now, today I'm a person in recovery and one who contributes to my community. But that being said, I recognize that recovery is a choice. And if someone's not ready to make that choice, incarcerating them is not the answer. Thank you for your consideration.
Mr. Gunn, thank you very much for sharing your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, I have Patricia Kidder and then Chantel St. Laurent. Good to see you. Patricia, welcome. Good morning.
Thank you. Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Patty Kidder, and I live in the village of Springvale, located in the city of Sanford. I am here today as a person of faith to testify in favor of LD 967, an act to make personal possession of drugs for personal use a civil penalty. I am speaking as a representative of MUSAN, the Maine Unitarian Universalist State Advocacy Network, a faith-based organization which affirms and promotes justice, equity, and compassion in human relations, and the inherent worth and dignity of every person. My faith and the people I know with substance abuse disorder motivate me to speak in favor of LD 967. Substance abuse disorder is a chronic disease that affects the whole family. People who suffer from this disease need our compassion and understanding, not a felony record that will haunt them for the rest of their lives. Once a person has a felony on their permanent record, it makes it much harder to get an apartment, a living wage job, and even attend college. Most people who suffer from substance abuse disorder are victims of a traumatic past and are suffering horrendous amounts of emotional and/or physical pain. Many are low-income mainers and people of color, and they need more access to treatment, including methadone clinics and peer counseling, not time in jail and a criminal record. They need our compassion because, like some cigarette smokers, when they try to quit, it can take many tries before they have a long-time success. They do not need to be incarcerated to dry out or be punished for having a disease that is out of control. You would never consider putting a cancer survivor in jail just because their cancer came out of remission. You wouldn't charge a diabetic with a felony because their blood glucose level hit 600. You would offer them immediate treatment and hospitalization. You would respond with compassion and care. The current law makes suffering from a chronic disease, substance abuse disorder, a felony, and this bill would change that. I ask you as a person of faith and someone who has many friends who suffer from substance abuse disorder to please vote in support of LD 967. I thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Your timing was impeccable. Very impressive. Questions for Ms. Kidder? Seeing none, thank you for delivering your testimony this morning. Next, we have Chantel St. Laurent. Welcome. Good morning.
Welcome. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Chantel St. Laurent. I'm a resident of Lewiston, and I'm here today to testify in favor of LD 967. The war on drugs, which, let's be clear, is a war on people, has not prevented people from using illegal substances. The way to stop people from dying and to limit crime is to give people the opportunity for treatment over incarceration. The drug epidemics are a public health issue, and people must be given opportunities, not shackles, if they are to overcome the cycle of trauma and addiction. These are the problems you already know about, but I'm here to offer you a solution to move forward in a positive direction. I'm a person in long-term recovery. I'm celebrating 5 years on May 5th. I'm a mother of 2 young children. I'm a full-time student at USM, and I'll be graduating with my bachelor's degree next week and moving forward with my master's degree. I work 2 jobs, and at one of my jobs, I am a certified alcohol and drug counselor. I cannot tell you how frustrating it is to watch people be incarcerated for their substance use disorder. I see people get their foot in the door just to be pulled out by our justice system. They end up in this vicious cycle, never getting the treatment they desperately need and want. People want help. People reach out for help only to be put on a waiting list for months due to limited funding and available resources. I see people gain traction and stability in their recovery only to be denied housing and employment because of previous charges. This work we do on the front lines weighs heavy on my heart most days. It is a matter of life or death. I do not know if the people I see today are going to make it back tomorrow. The systemic barriers are tragic and they're decimating our communities. At the end of my youth, I was homeless, living out of my car, jumping from place to place with my 2-year-old little girl. I could not go a day without using. I was full of shame and guilt. I was hopeless, and I didn't care if I lived or died. I had been arrested multiple times, but instead of being isolated with incarceration, I was afforded the opportunity to seek treatment. I attended over 7 different facilities before I found recovery. What I needed was to heal from my trauma through connection. I needed to know I was not alone, and I thank God to know that I'm not. Thank you all for being here today and for the work you have done, are doing, and will continue to do. We know that providing people with treatment is far more affordable than incarcerating folks. But I also know, you know, this is not the point. The next person we lose will be someone's son or daughter, and that is why I'm here today. So I ask this of you. Please stand with me in support of LD 967 and act to make personal possession of drugs for personal use a civil penalty. Thank you.
Chantel, thank you so much for sharing your story, and congratulations on graduating in a week. Good for you.
Thank you.
Yes. Senator DeChambeau has a question for you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I obviously echo what Representative Warren said. That's marvelous, what you have done for yourself. You mentioned in your testimony that there are many, I think you'll agree with me, the wording of that was, do you really believe that there are people incarcerated just because of their addiction? I think you know that incarceration opens the door in the commission of a crime, right?
Yes.
I want to not be rhetorical. I've asked this question before, maybe an hour before, and I want to know your opinion. The only thing that changes in this whole statute has to do with the possession of, and that it'd be a civil violation to pay $100 fine, right? Part two, those who can't pay will then probably, I don't know the word, that if a person in violation is unable to pay the fine, and we were just talking about people who are poor and people of color, but if they're unable, these people will be, as an alternative sentence, that they would be, have an assessment by a healthcare specialist. Do you see a difference in that someone would pay a fine and that's the end of the story, and those who can't would be referred for an assessment?
Do I see a difference in it? I mean, $100 fine if you're actively using your money. We can't even, I ended up homeless because I couldn't pay my bill. So paying a fine, I'm gonna probably be more apt to take the assessment and go that route. I don't know exactly, I guess I'm not sure what your direct question is.
I'm gonna clarify, and it's my last question, because have you ever been through drug court?
I have not.
You have not, okay. Then I don't need to ask the question, but thank you very much. Great life story, and you're doing marvelous. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Chantel? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here. Up next, we have Megan Sway from the ACLU. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Megan Sway, and I'm Policy Director for the ACLU of Maine. I submitted written testimony, but a lot of it probably echoes what you've already heard. So I just wanted to quickly address, if I could, a couple questions that have come up. First, I wanted to address the proposed amendment that hopefully you've gotten emailed around to you. The amendment was an attempt to address a couple questions. Some of them were similar to, I think, what Senator DeChambeau was asking. So as originally written, if someone couldn't pay a $100 fine, then they could be referred to treatment. But the idea behind this bill is to expand access and connection, the ability to connect with treatment to as many people as possible. And so restricting it to people who can't pay a $100 fine, the feedback we got was that was too restrictive, and that we didn't want, no one wants being referred to treatment to be sort of a punishment or an alternative punishment. And so the way it was rewritten was an attempt to acknowledge that we want to open this up for as many people as possible, but not everybody is always ready for treatment. And yeah, some people might pay $100 instead of having the health assessment. But the idea is to open it up and to broaden it to as many people as possible. And the hope is that with more access to treatment, more people will choose that, because in my work doing this advocacy for drug law changes, I've heard from a lot of folks that they didn't know what would be the moment when suddenly they were willing or felt like they were ready to enter treatment. And so the idea is we don't know, but we are trying to give people as many touch points as possible in the hopes of saving more lives. The other idea, there's been a lot of questions about whether or not we have enough resources already in this state. And I think what's instructive is what happened in Oregon, where Oregon's very similar to us. They have a lot of rural areas that don't get enough resources. They have urban areas where everything's concentrated. In November, voters approved a ballot initiative to do largely what this bill does. And they had enough to get started. And then the bill provided rulemaking, I think, and had a whole process of getting everything fully up and going, with the understanding that I think we don't want to use not having a perfect system in place as an excuse to not try to connect more people with treatment. I'm out of time. I probably just bungled that at the end, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Sway? Yes, Senator DeChambeau.
Yes. Hi, Megan. Do you know in the state of Maine how many have been arrested for possession only?
Yes, my understanding from the Council on State Governments, which is the last data I have from 2018, was 1,720 people, or 1,720 arrests. I don't know if I don't think they were able to say whether that was people, but that was the number of arrests.
Number of arrests, okay. I'm still so bothered about people who don't pay the fine are the only ones who get the assessment. At some point, I don't understand why everybody would go through an initial assessment. Can you make a comment on that?
I think the hope is to widen it to everybody. There is rulemaking provided for in the amendment. And so if the committee felt really strongly that everybody get an assessment, maybe that's something the committee could take up. I don't think this is not a desire. I think there was a desire to understand that this will take resources and wanting to provide those resources, but not make it so big and so bloated that we were presenting an idea that was just too big and not feasible. So it was an attempt to be reasonable, but if the committee feels differently, it is now your bill and you should definitely do what you feel is right. I think also somebody else said not everyone who is caught with drug possession has a substance use disorder, but that would come out in the assessment. So I don't know why I just said that, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Megan, you sort of got to the question that I was going to ask. And the question that I was going to ask you is, isn't it true that there are a certain proportion of folks who get stopped by the police, pinched by the cops, whatever you want to call it, who are using drugs, one type of drug or the other, but do not have a substance use disorder, in the same way that there are some people who use alcohol that do not have an alcohol use disorder. And this is a way to not force people who don't have a substance use disorder into treatment.
That was the attempt. That was the attempt.
Okay, so you would agree that there are people that use drugs that don't have a substance use disorder?
Yes.
I would agree with that too. And that where the problems start to present is when the criminal justice system intervenes.
That is one of the places where it can I don't want to say it's that the criminal justice system is the only.
Nope, but it's one of the.
It's one of, yes.
Okay. That has been sort of my thinking, and I've sort of been hoping that someone was able to answer the senator's question, because I understand where she's coming from, but we have to remember that the criminal justice response is based on the fact that everybody that uses drugs has a serious drug issue. And if we believe that, we have to also believe that about alcohol. So thank you for answering that question. Any other questions for Ms. Sway? Seeing none, I appreciate
Thank you so much,
your
everyone.
testimony. Thank you. I think I have Walter next, and then Stephanie, and then Whitney. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. I'll just jump right into it. Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Walter D. McCulley III. I'm a resident of Bangor, and I am a substance use case manager in Ellsworth. I am here today to urge you to support LD 967 because I know personally that criminalizing does not lead people closer to health or recovery. I'm an active duty Marine Corps combat veteran and a Maine Air National Guard veteran. I am in long-term recovery and a survivor of multiple suicide attempts. For nearly a decade, I focused on my academic goals, conducted evidence-based research using primarily mice and some rats that were bred with specific genetic backgrounds to study circadian rhythms, alcohol, and lung cancer. Specifically for this testimony, for 15 years, I have worked with people who may struggle with problematic drug use and or people who use drugs generally from all ages, ranging from the youth to the aging and elderly. Currently in Maine, a simple possession charge can cause irreparable harm to people who use drugs, whether someone is an occasional user or a person struggling with long-term problematic use. The law deals with the person as a criminal. The harm that can be caused by criminal penalties is broad, consequential, and often life-altering. To save time and make sure I meet my time limit, I'm just going to jump right into some personal history. An old friend of mine was charged with possession of scheduled drugs, a felony. The amount of drugs they were found with was calculated based on an arbitrary standard to provide them with the relief they needed for more than just a day. For this person, at that time in their life, the amount they used in a day was more than the allowable unit, which is significantly low. This person served their time in prison well and was released early for good behavior. However, when they were released from prison, it was very difficult for them to find gainful employment, go to college, or something as simple as finding a place to live. They had a very difficult time reconnecting with society, and every corner they turned, they were confronted with rejection because of their past. This individual had already served their punishment the government gave them. Why should society continue to punish them for the rest of their life? The struggle my friend faced when they were released, on good behavior, mind you, was more destructive than before they went to prison. They had thoughts of suicide. They were not being able to obtain medication for mental health problems or physical problems are just a few of their challenges compounded by their experience in a criminal justice system, just for possessing an amount of drug that kept them feeling okay and able to make it through the day. Instead of sending my friend to prison for drugs, why not give them the option to enroll in a treatment program? To stay within time, I would urge the committee to vote ought to pass on LD 967. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCulley. We have a question for you from Representative Pickett.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. McCauley, for being here. I don't have a question. I just have a thank you. Thank you very much for your service to our country.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Any
you.
questions?
No, I don't think you have any questions.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Stephanie. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here today. Good morning, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and other esteemed members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Stephanie Flash, and I'm a registered nurse working in our Portland community, both at a local jail and an inpatient detox facility. I'm speaking to you today in support of passing LD 967, an act to make possession of scheduled drugs for personal use a civil penalty. Maine has an incarceration rate of 363 per 100,000 people, and each year at least 14,000 different people are booked into local jails in Maine. Of these sentenced individuals, over half suffer from a mental illness and 2/3 meet DSM criteria for drug dependence or abuse. Beyond the numbers, I can say firsthand that I have witnessed individuals in our correctional system who need mental health treatment and detox services, not jail sentencing. I can tell you that detoxing in jail is a painful and dangerous process. I can also say that the correctional system is not equipped to make any sort of positive change for these individuals, as we often see the same folks in again and again. The numbers back me here as well. Within 3 months of release from custody, 75% of formerly incarcerated individuals relapse to substance use disorder, and approximately 40 to 50% are arrested for a new crime within the first year. Additionally, research has shown that the jail environment itself can lead to serious mental and physical health crises, including increased suicidal behavior, increased feelings of shame and distrust, higher prevalence of chronic and infectious disease conditions, and poorer access to healthcare. By criminalizing individuals who use substances, we are simply perpetuating the cyclical nature of arrest and rearrest, costing people's lives and taxpayers money. I'm asking you, therefore, not just to look at the sense and logic of decriminalizing substances, but also from a humanitarian perspective. People who use drugs, whether they desire recovery or not, are members of our society. They deserve respect and dignity, they deserve love and care, and they deserve not to be criminalized. The war on drugs has failed these individuals and it has failed our communities. It is time to start making some changes, and supporting LD 967 provides a necessary first step. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Whitney Parrish. Welcome.
Hello, good morning, Chairs Deschambault and Warren, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Whitney Parrish, and I'm the Advocacy and Communications Director for Health Equity Alliance. We're a public health and harm reduction organization. On behalf of our organization, in solidarity with the people we serve, and in hope of a better path forward, I'm here speaking in favor of LD 967. You've already heard testimony today from lots of people who have outlined the failures and inequities of our current approach, and you've certainly heard me describe these realities in the past, but today I want to offer you a vision of a better world. This will require a few things. I want to acknowledge that all places, not just Maine, are keenly aware of their differences from other jurisdictions. We have different demography, different budget situations, and even different ways of living. So stick with me. When you think Whitney, I can't think of a place more from away than Portugal or Oregon. I was born on this side and raised on the other side of the Kennebec, and Senator Searway may have been the first person to talk about drugs to me when I was in his DARE class. So I'm very aware of how special Maine is, and also how similar we are to other places. So I want to talk a little bit about Portugal first, because it's been brought up. In 2001, after a long history of authoritarian suppression and decades into a deadly overdose crisis, the state fully recognized that criminalization did not seem to be working very well. And it was the first place in the world to decriminalize possession for personal use. So they set up a situation where you would be given a citation, a fine, or be told to stand in front of a local dissuasion commission to learn about support services. All of these services exist in Maine: connection to primary care provider, treatment options, harm reduction services, peer support, and housing navigation. The crisis did stabilize, and I just want to point out that we can see many similarities between Maine and this small country of approximately 10 million people. They had to shift dramatically how they look at substance use disorder. They had to rebuild and bolster their health and support infrastructures. But Portugal did its best to let go of over-policing and emphasizing that in a health in their response. And Maine finds itself continuing this practice. As Megan mentioned, this is not a novel concept, and Maine is not an outlier. In November, 58% of Oregon residents, that's about 1.3 million people, voted to make personal non-commercial possession of a controlled substance no more than a Class E violation with a maximum fine of $100 or a referral for treatment. Oregon became the first state in the country to do this, and they're showing us right now exactly how it can be done. And I will wrap up. I have taken a lot out of my testimony about Oregon and ways that this can be done, and I would encourage the committee to please take a look at it. We are bolstering our healthcare system right now in Maine through your great work. And if our criminal code does not keep up, we will lose an immense opportunity to not only make lives better, but our communities better as well. So I encourage you to please read my testimony and vote ought to pass on LD 967. Thank you.
Whitney, thank you. We have our first question from Representative Pickett.
Certainly.
Yes, Madam Chair, this all I'm asking is, Whitney, I don't see your I see your name that you were going to testify, but I don't see your actual testimony in the queue. If you could make sure and get it in there, please.
It is in the queue somewhere. I see it on the back end when you sort of click and see who's speaking, but it is in there and should pop up soon. Thank you for that, though.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Whitney Parrish? Seeing none. Thank you, Whitney, for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Up next, we have David Getchell, and then Courtney Allen, and then Molly Higgins. Good afternoon, David.
Good afternoon, Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau, and distinguished members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. Thank you for allowing me to speak on LD 967. My name is David Getchell, and I live in Gray. I am a person who has loved ones in long-term recovery. I am also a person who uses drugs recreationally. There are a couple, I submitted written testimony, but there are a couple things that have come up today that I would feel remiss if I didn't address. And one of them is this notion that $100 is not a lot of money. That is not accurate. The minimum wage in Maine is $12.15 an hour. So let's do that math real quick. You have to do a full day's work to afford a $100 fine. 40% of Americans cannot afford a $400 emergency. So the idea that $100 is not a lot of money to someone who doesn't have a lot of money to begin with is something that you folks need to get out of your head. Respectfully, $100 is a lot of money if you don't have a lot of money. The other thing that I'd like to point out is that Portugal did this 20 years ago. 20 years ago, and no one has looked back and said that it was a mistake. Oregon just did this, and we have a chance to do the same thing. One thing that comes to mind when I think about this is the iron law of prohibition. We've seen multiple historical examples of this, starting with alcohol prohibition, because when we banned that, what we saw was moonshine. And what happens with moonshine? You get methanol if you don't distill it properly, which can kill you. It can also cause blindness. Bring it to a more current example, we have the opioid epidemic, which started with prescription drugs, as many of the doctors who have testified here have said. And what happens when you can't get access to prescription drugs anymore? You turn to the street where you get heroin because it's cheaper and easier to find. But what's going on with the heroin on the streets right now? Oh, it's filled with fentanyl. Why? Because fentanyl is a much more potent and easy to transport drug. So what happens? People who think they're taking heroin are taking something that is way more potent, and they end up dying from it. The iron law of prohibition says that the more you criminalize a substance, the more potent it becomes, and therefore the more dangerous it becomes. So we can take a step back from that, and all you folks have to do is vote ought to pass. We have decades of historical, medical, scientific data to back up that this is an evidence-based policy that will help Mainers. And I really strongly urge you to vote ought to pass. And I would love it if you had any questions for me.
Thank you, Mr. Getchell. Any questions for Mr. Getchell? I guess there aren't any questions for you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Courtney Allen and then Molly Higgins. Hello, Courtney.
Hi, good morning. I think it may be afternoon now. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. As you all know, my name is Courtney Allen. I'm the Policy Director of the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project, a grassroots networks of folks working to redefine and reimagine justice, access, connection, and recovery from substance use. I am here today and testify on behalf of MERAP in favor of LD 967. I will be submitting some written testimony today, but I'm going to try to address some of the things that I heard come up in the committee today in hopes that we can all better understand a little bit. Prior to my position at the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project, I worked for many years as a researcher, and I still consult on many research projects that are happening across the state of Maine. My primary research was done in recovery and in particular drug courts. And so I wanted us to help us understand a little bit about drug courts in relation to this bill. So drug courts are built out for folks who are considered high risk and high need, and for folks who have been perpetually through the system, the probation system and other systems for a really long time. There's a requirement in our main drug court system that people are charged with high level crimes, AKA felony crimes. And it's done for many, many scientific reasons other than that I don't have time to explain to you today. But what I wanted to say is that this bill would not affect the ability for a drug court in the state of Maine to exist or to help the folks that they are meant to be helping and are doing that, right? This bill is for folks who are charged with what is currently a misdemeanor possession charge, and what we are trying to say which should be a civil offense and move to treatment. So there's that. And then the other piece that I wanted to address was this idea about recovery. So recovery, the SAMHSA definition of recovery is that recovery is a process of change which individuals improve their health and their wellness and live a self-directed life. You'll notice that nowhere in that definition does it say abstinence-based or forced treatment, or it's about choice and autonomy, and it's about like people who are in recovery. We have our own culture, our own norms, our own value systems, and every day that we wake up, we choose to be a part of that, and we can force people to stop using drugs. It's possible. We see it all the time in jails, right? Forced abstinence is a thing. But recovery and forced abstinence are two very different things. And when you see people who have, gone on Chantel and all the wonderful humans that you've seen today who are in recovery, that's because it's about choice. And that is why this bill is centered and grounded and ensures that folks get to self-direct their own lives. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm sorry that I just ranted.
Thank you, Courtney. That made a lot of sense to me. So it didn't sound like a rant, but your first question comes from Senator DeChambeau.
Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
We need to sit down and have a cup of coffee for 4 hours. I enjoy listening to you and speaking with you. Okay, so I'm going to use your own words, and I'm glad you did address drug court. You said drug court are for those with high risk and high need. We also, and thank you really for centering this bill by saying this is for misdemeanor charges, right? Possession, using, or what have you. But I'm trying to marry those two. I still don't understand just why couldn't someone just be in possession and using, and if they were referred for a needs assessment or an assessment, health assessment, they may come up as high risk, high need. I mean, where's the definition? And this bill, for me, again, still lacks and makes a differentiation of those who can pay and those who will be referred. So drug court is for high risk. I'm wondering if someone just supposedly arrested for possession, which is a misdemeanor, could also be a high risk if they were assessed.
So respectfully, Senator, the answer is no, because drug courts are for high risk, high need. It's not high risk as in, it's high risk to reoffend. And what I can't think of their name, Elizabeth Simone, her organization, she can help you understand what drug courts are most for. But it's like the research tells us that folks who have been charged with low-level possession crimes do not and should not be in a drug court. It's too high intensive. People who are in drug courts, it's their whole life. Like you may know that I graduated from a drug court. My husband graduated from a drug court. I'm not here advocating for or against drug courts. What I am saying that this particular bill would have no effect, and the people who would be people who would be helped by this bill do not belong in that system. They're two different.
You misunderstood me, Courtney. I didn't mean having an assessment to go into drug court.
Okay.
I'm just saying nip it in the bud. We don't know what the needs are of a person who is arrested or given a summons to appear in court for a civil violation of using. We don't know what that person's risk or needs are without an assessment. I mean, and I'm not talking about reoffending, a high need for treatment. It's more than just what you see. So I can continue this conversation with you because I want to know. I really am listening. So I'll learn more about it right now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Courtney. And I just wanted to say thank you for bringing and wrapping that down into something that we can all get our minds around and understand what we're really talking about here. You did a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Any other questions for Courtney? Seeing none. Thank you so much for being here. Next, we have Molly Higgins. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. Dear Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, my name is Molly Higgins and I live in Waterville. I am a recovery ally and I work for the Maine Drug Policy Lab, and today I am here to testify in favor of LD 967. During the course of my time working at the Maine Drug Policy Lab, one of my responsibilities was to help Dr. Tate transcribe hundreds of hours of interviews she and other researchers have conducted with people in recovery or who were using drugs. Transcribing interviews involves not only listening to a recording, but also playing it over and over again to ensure that the written transcriptions match the spoken words. During those interviews, I heard a lot about the stigma that people who are using drugs face. Criminalization is one of the biggest factors creating stigma of drug possession and use. Criminalization legalizes discrimination against people with substance use disorders and creates multiple barriers to recovery. I heard people describe how their substance use escalated when they could not find stable housing. Did you know that most landlords conduct criminal background checks and can deny housing based on any criminal conviction? Or that federal housing assistance programs are required to deny applicants who have been evicted from public housing within the past 3 years for drug-related reasons? I heard people describe the ways in which they had lost jobs, endangering their health and safety as they struggled to survive on the streets when their employer learned that they had a criminal record involving drugs. Did you know that people must check the box if they have ever been convicted of a crime on many job applications? Unfortunately, job applicants with a criminal record are 50% less likely to receive a callback from submitting a job application. I heard people in recovery lament their lost futures when they learn they cannot have access to their financial resources for education that would allow them to develop the skills they need to build a better life. Did you know that if a person is convicted for possession or sale of drugs for conduct that occurred while the person was enrolled in school, the person becomes ineligible for future federal student loans? It is unfair and unjust that people who have a disease are punished by taking away their access to jobs, housing, and education. Those are the same things that people need to enter and sustain recovery, and that is why I support LD 967. It helps to break down stigma. I hope your committee will pass this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Molly. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Cullen Ryan, and then James Dean, and then Professor Tate is with us. Good morning, Cullen.
Good morning. I didn't move this over. There we go. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the committee. My name is Cullen Ryan. I'm the Executive Director of Community Housing in Maine. We house homeless and special needs populations around the state. And I'm also involved in essentially most of the bodies working to end homelessness. I'm testifying in strong support of LD 967. Many people have been stuck in the revolving door of incarceration due to possession charges, and LD 967 would help solve for this by decriminalizing drugs, by removing criminal charges associated with these offenses. It would redirect the focus to treating the underlying issue of substance use disorder. Criminal justice system is complicated and it moves very slowly. While accountability is critical, it is often currently misdirected. The slow wheels of justice kick in to punish people at exactly the wrong time after they have just gained fragile sobriety. We've seen this redundantly. A person uses substances and racks up a series of petty offenses, and people like me assist them to stabilize and finally gain access to housing. And then just when things are going well, the law catches up with them because they have an address and perhaps a job, and maybe because things are just starting to go well. The eventual sentence then undermines each portion of this stability. The housing is lost, the job is lost, the fragile self-esteem is lost, and ultimately the sobriety is lost. What do we gain by this? So I asked some questions. What if accountability were designed to support sobriety, stability, employment, and a healthy self-esteem? What if accountability included immediate access to treatment for the medical issue of substance use disorder? What if our system didn't sabotage success, stability, housing, and employment for people? I think we'd be better for that. In 2019, the Statewide Homeless Council finalized its main criminal justice system blueprint for ending and preventing homelessness. And we focus this at the heart is stabilizing people who have redundant contact with the criminal justice system, as well as various emergency services. Solving the issue for people ricocheting will save money and open the door to better lives for each of the people involved. I've offered some background on people with substance use disorder. The one I would just want to highlight, I just learned yesterday from Gordon Smith that Maine is currently averaging 11 deaths a week due to opioids. Decriminalizing substance use disorder by restructuring drug-related sentencing laws, instead focusing on treatment and recovery is critical. Having a system that treats the whole person is key for people using substances, especially for people experiencing homelessness. No one will solve their substance use disorder and move into recovery if they lack stability. Accountability is essential, including substance use disorder. Assessment and community treatment options in lieu of fines and penalties makes good sense. Housing is key to recovery, and I've explained why it's foundational. Please support LD 967. I like the amendments, and I urge you to support this legislation. Thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have James Dean. Welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you for your time, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of this Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. Good afternoon. My name is James Dean. I am a resident of Lewiston, and I'm here today to testify in favor of LD 967. First, let me share with you a little bit about myself. I have never had to deal with addiction, and I do not have personal experience of being in recovery, though what I do have is empathy in what I'm about to talk to you about. In just a few weeks will be the 7th anniversary of my late partner's memorial on May 9th, or as I like to call it, Jared's Day. Jared was one of a kind. Sure, I could tell you about his warm smile, loving heart, and caring nature, but that would not come close to what drew me into him in the first place. What brought me in was Jared's ability to be both candid and open about everything he was going through. For years, he fought a battle that many fight every day. His battle was addiction. A few times when Jared struggled come to mind. The first was when in April, the year before he had died, he had shared with me that a friend of his had bought tickets for them to attend a sporting event for Jared's birthday in September. As Jared went on, he was telling me about how he wouldn't be able to go because he was going to be sick that day. When I asked him how did he know he was going to be sick, Jared explained to me that in order to go, he would have to self-detox for at least a week before. By doing so, he would have some severe withdrawals in which would leave him very sick. That's when things became real, as I thought to myself how horrible it must be to feel to know that for him, to know when he was going to be sick before it even happened. The second time was Christmas, the year before he died, and how he went to his parents to have a family Christmas with his brother. I can remember him pleading with me for not to go, but when I explained to him how he should be trying putting difference behind him and his brother, he explained to me that wasn't the issue. The issue was that no one knew, including his brother, that his brother's girlfriend was one of his dealers. Once he got back to his parents that night, he had called me to say goodnight and shared with me a whole of how while the family was watching the movie It's a Wonderful Life in the living room, him and Nicole were upstairs in the bathroom shooting up. About a week after this, Jared was arrested for buying heroin from an undercover police officer. After purchasing it, he had shared with me how he remembered how within a few seconds, a black SUV had pulled over and proceeded to arrest him. Before they put the handcuffs, or as Jared called them, those silver bracelets on him, he had opened his hand to say, "Here you go," as he handed them the 5 packets he had just bought. After spending 72 hours in jail, it wasn't until February that Jared was able to get into a rehab facility due to being on a waiting list. While he had gotten clean in rehab and everything was looking very promising, though once he got out, he had gone to see a doctor for his sciatica, whereupon the doctor had given him some Oxycontins and syringes, telling him that if he has any more pain, he should crush them up and shoot it up not to have any pain anymore. Since Jared's passing, I have made it my mission to make his fight now mine. By doing so, I have attended meetings 2 to 3 times a week as a listener and a supporter to those who struggle with addiction in my area. When I first started attending, I was surprised by how many people attended. As I sat in on one of these meetings, I have heard many shares, as the members like to call them. Could be here all day with you, sharing numerous shares, but that is not my place. I will say, if it wasn't for those people, I wouldn't have been able to start getting my closure process and get a better understanding of what Jared had experienced. It has come to my heart that we need to lead with love and have empathy for those who struggle with addiction. Passing LD 967 will help those who struggle get an open window and a new outlook on life instead of a closed door that many have still faced. Thank you for listening, and I'll take all questions if needed.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Any questions for Mr. Dean? Seeing none, thank you for sharing your story with us.
Thank you all.
And next up, we have Dr. Tate with us. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Winifred Tate. I'm a resident of Waterville, Associate Professor of Anthropology at Colby College and Director of the Maine Drug Policy Lab at Colby. Today, I want to focus on a myth I hear frequently when discussing the current system in Maine. The myth that getting people into the criminal legal system helps communities and people struggling with substance use disorder. Research demonstrates that this is not true. Jail is not treatment, and incarceration is a barrier to recovery for the vast majority of people who are incarcerated in Maine. The current healthcare provided to people who are incarcerated is woefully inadequate. Medical treatment is at the discretion of guards and sheriffs in county jails. In my research, I've heard many, many stories of people denied medication and treatment at the whim of guards or as punishment for perceived misbehavior. More importantly, jail is not a place where the vast majority of people with substance use disorder can find recovery. Therapy, IOP groups, and other core elements of treatment for substance use disorder are not available in jails. The key tenets of recovery are connection, identifying and understanding triggers, and building the skills to navigate the challenges of life with the supportive community. This is impossible in jail. Incarceration also accelerates overdose death. A 2020 study finds that drug overdose is the leading cause of death after release from incarceration. Within the first 2 weeks, the risk of death from drug overdose is 12.7 times higher, with the risk significantly increasing for women. One of the things that I have heard over and over is the desire that involuntary commitment to get people into treatment would work. Unfortunately, that is not the case. A 2016 report by the Massachusetts Department of Public Health finds that people who are involuntarily committed were more than twice as likely to die of overdose death than those who choose to go into treatment. Another 2016 study in the International Journal of Drug Policy finds no evidence that mandatory drug treatment helps people stop using drugs or it reduces criminal recidivism, but that there is evidence that forced treatment is ineffective and even harmful. We know what works: connecting people who want to find recovery with services, investing in community supports, recovery housing, and recovery centers. This bill is a critical part of that effort to make our policies match our rhetoric. Substance use disorder is a public health issue, and we must respond with public health solutions. I'm happy to answer any questions you have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I have Joe Davis, and then I see Adam is here and Izzy is here. So we'll go Joe, then Adam, then Izzy.
Hi there. Is it my turn to
It
talk?
is your turn. Yes, welcome.
Amazing. Awesome. Thank you. My name is Joe Davis. I live in Portland. I'm here because I have a lot of people in my life that I love that use drugs and other substances. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 967 because I believe that a carceral approach to chronic illness does not work and we need another approach. Criminal records create a barrier for folks that are trying to get help. Incarcerating people perpetuates poverty, prevents people from getting housing, jobs, education, federal student loans. I'd like to address a statement that was made earlier. I believe the statement went something like, $100 isn't a lot for people that have expensive drug habits. David Getchell, you kind of touched on this. $100 is a lot, and to believe $100 is not a lot of money is an amazing privilege. Do not assume that everyone is buying their drugs. They could be trading a service, taking the drugs without paying, or they could be prescribed by a doctor. $100 fine won't solve anything immediately, but it will start to destigmatize drug use by offering an alternative to incarceration. Recovery is a non-linear process. It takes a lot of time and community effort. The goal is to not discourage use, but to encourage people to seek help and support them, support the best parts of them, and lead healthy lives. Even if paying the $100 fine is getting away with drug use or possession, is offering an alternative to the criminal justice system, which will offer like future opportunities for people. Some people can't stop on their own even if they wanted to, because they can experience seizures or death. So even if they wanted to, they can't stop because it's physically dangerous. Some people just have a limited set of options, and using drugs is one of them. Creating more resources will give them more resources and options, so they might have an alternative to using drugs. We need another approach. It's not working. I'd also like to thank everyone that has shared their personal testimonies about substance abuse. I see you and I hear you. Help decriminalize, destigmatize drug use by voting in favor of LD 967. Thank you.
Joe, thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. Next, we have Adam Zuckerman and then Izzy Ostrowski.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. And apologies for the noise in the background. There's some construction going on outside of my apartment here. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Adam Zuckerman, and I'm the lobbyist for Maine People's Alliance. Our 32,000 members stretch from Kittery to Fort Kent. We are committed to creating a state of Maine where everyone has what they need, everyone contributes what they can, and no one is left behind. I am here today to testify in favor of Representative Perry's LD 967, an act to make personal possession of drugs for personal use a civil penalty. Maine's punitive drug possession laws don't help people recover from substance use disorder, and that hurts us all. We need to prioritize compassionate care and supportive services, not jail cells and felony records. Decriminalizing drug possession saves lives and is a crucial entry point to treatment. The resources we use arresting and jailing people for drug possession would be much more effective if we reinvested them in a public health response. We support policies that prioritize compassionate care over criminalization. Maine has some of the harshest drug laws in the country, and those laws disproportionately punish poor people and people of color, especially Black and African American people. In 2018, Black people made up about 1% of Maine's population, but accounted for 21% of Class A felony drug arrests and 15% of Class B felony drug arrests. That's not right. Harsh drug laws hurt children too. Women and overwhelmingly mothers bear the brunt of drug-related arrests and incarceration. In Maine, Department of Corrections data showed drug arrests of women increased 25% between 2008 and 2018. DOC data also shows that 72% of the women in Maine prisons are there for drug or theft-related charges, and that roughly 90% of all women incarcerated in our state have multiple adverse childhood experiences. Those traumas include neglect and parental incarceration. Representative Warren has noted that nearly 80% of all women incarcerated are mothers. When we look at these statistics together, they paint a very clear picture. By choosing to continue the failed strategy of addressing substance abuse disorder with incarceration instead of compassion and care, we're fueling a never-ending cycle of trauma and addiction. That cycle intensifies and deepens generation over generation. Ask anyone who has made the courageous choice to get treatment for their substance use disorder. It's not easy to leave behind the familiar and venture down a new, healthier path. We as a state are addicted to incarcerating people who are struggling with the disease. We are addicted to ripping mothers away from their children, to throwing hundreds of millions in taxpayer money away, only to make the problem worse. Today, I am asking you, as many who testified today have already done, to make a courageous choice and help our state quit our addiction. We have lost too many lives. We have seen too much wasted potential. We've fueled trauma for too long to continue down this path. Ask anyone in recovery. Just because an addiction is familiar, because it is known, is not a good enough reason to keep doing it. We need to step outside of our comfort zone and blaze a new, brighter future for our state. Thank you. And I'm open to taking any questions.
Thank you, Adam, for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, and I hope the construction gets taken care of soon. That's
great, thank you.
And next we have Izzy Ostrowski, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Izzy Ostrowski, and I'm the Social Change Advocate at Preble Street, a human services anti-poverty agency operating dozens of programs throughout the state. I am here today to testify on behalf of Preble Street in support of LD 967. At Preble Street, we work with many people who are experiencing substance use disorder or SUD. A key part of our ability to support people using substances is that we understand SUD is a disease and a medical condition, not a failure on the part of any individual. When someone has cancer, it is expected that they are provided adequate care and medical treatment in order to help their body heal and recover. Conversely, when someone has SUD, they are treated as a criminal. Every day, we see the criminalization of SUD in our community. Because the majority of people we work with are unhoused, they are particularly vulnerable to this criminalization. If you are housed and using substances in your home, you are protected from police harassment. But if you are unhoused, you are not afforded those protections. Due to the public nature of homelessness, possession laws disproportionately impact people experiencing homelessness. This has only been exacerbated during the pandemic, as access to public resources have been greatly restricted and people who are unhoused lack safe and private places to use. In our work as case managers, we see how the criminal justice system negatively impacts people's long-term plans for wellness, recovery, and housing. Each time someone goes to jail for possessing a small amount of a scheduled substance, it interrupts the work they've been doing to connect to recovery services, case management, health services, housing, and more. This puts people in an impossible cycle of criminalization and homelessness. It has recently been publicized that during the opioid epidemic, Maine jails have become full of people who are criminalized for their addictions. When someone is put in jail for having SUD and using substances, the state is actively criminalizing a medical condition. Further, these criminal charges affect housing, employment, and access to treatment programs. Lastly, at Preble Street, we believe in trauma-informed approach to social services. Studies show that trauma experienced in childhood and adulthood is linked to the experience of homelessness and poverty. Additionally, high rates of trauma are found among people who use and have SUD. A trauma-informed approach makes clear that people are often experiencing SUD as a result of horrific events, and what those people need are care and compassion, not handcuffs and jail time. Criminalizing substance use for someone experiencing homelessness dehumanizes the person and places blame on the individual, rather than the system which continues to fail people who are seeking help. Preble Street urges you to vote ought to pass on LD 967, as it would be a huge step in the direction for our clients, our community, and for public health. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next up, we have Marshall Mercer, followed by Dusty Holman Sprague. Oh, excuse me, followed by Victoria Arrington, and then Dusty Holman Sprague. Good morning, Mr. Mercer.
Good morning. Dear Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. If you don't know me by now, then I haven't been loud enough. My name is Marshall Mercer, and I am a MeRAP organizer here to testify in favor of LD 967. And I want to thank you, Representative Perry, for bringing this to the table. This bill hits home to me. I grew up in Lewiston, Maine, and although that town may have a bad rap, it's not because of bad people. It's because of a broken system that keeps perpetually spitting my people back out broken, then continuing in the same process over and over again. Knowing it's not working, it's about time for change. When I was 17, I got arrested for trafficking in Schedule W drugs for a gram of cocaine. I was sent to NMJDF, Northern Maine Juvenile Detention Facility. On my first day there, I was put in a cell with an adult that was twice my size, that was in there for a hate crime. That was my first day inside. I didn't get out until I was 18 for a gram of cocaine. I keep thinking, instead of NMJDF, what if I would have got some sort of treatment? How would have my life changed way back then? How many of my friends would still be alive today? Oh, and by the way, and that's the point, we cannot continue to force our people into submission. It just does not work, and time has proven that. We must have an open invitation approach. And I speak from experience as to being offered the invitation and has offered in both accounts, it has worked. My recovery and I are living proof and have seen it in real time and continue to. Thank you for the question, Senator Siri and DeChambeau. But we can start that ripple effect now, starting with you. LD 967 is an act to make possession of scheduled drugs for personal use a civil penalty. It would make personal use for civil offenses that offer a fine or a pathway to a treatment. And I challenge you fine folks to be the ones to remember for helping create that change. Thank you for your time. I'm available for questions. Oh, and also there is an invisible law for certain people. And I think deep down inside, we all know that. We all know that. And I am one of those people that spent my whole life under that invisible law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer, for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Mercer? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Next, we have Victoria Arrington. Hello, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. Hi, Representative Warren and members. I've spoken before the committee before, and sorry. I'm really happy to be here today, and I just wanted to say that I am grateful to y'all. Feel like I've spoken in front of you a couple times before, and you guys really feel like my representatives, and a lot of the people who have spoken before me really feel like my friends. And so it's been, I'm really grateful to be here and to have your attention today. So I'm so incredibly hopeful about the place that I live. And I really, really wish that I could give you an accurate snapshot in 3 minutes of my family story, but it's difficult to accurately convey. Trauma changes the brain, right? And this happened only several months ago, less than a year ago. My stepmother passed away, but I am lucky enough to have her sweet dog. And I love to have her on the Zoom with me because it's really helpful that's a good thing about Zoom. We can have our pets here. So I wanted to give a little bit of a snapshot of my story, of my dad's story. He drove to the methadone clinic for several years. It really contributed to him and his family being in poverty. It always felt like he was rigging up some car to make it to the methadone clinic every single day. He lived in Bethel or Bryant Pond, so it's pretty far away from there. My dad is incredibly poor. He is on disability, and he does not have the resources to get help. I love my dad very much. It's really sad to me to think about when Melissa passed away, that police were likely came, and that there was no one there, like a social worker or anyone there to talk to my dad about that. And in turn, my dad can't talk to me about what happened. And I don't know the details, which is really hard. I really want to be effective. I really wish that I could be more effective in these testimonies, but it's really difficult, obviously. I just want to say that there is an absence of support services, sober housing, and et cetera, low income housing for that matter, but there is an over policing of low income people and people of color. I feel a real sense of urgency with this bill. I feel like the time is now to imagine a more compassionate Maine. And I also want to say people will choose recovery if people would be more willing to ask for help they need if what they're doing isn't criminalized. And Senator DeChambeau had asked the question about if $100 fine, if a person has $100 fine, it's not really going to incentivize them to get help if they don't have to go to any counseling after. If they just pay the $100 fine, they don't have to go to counseling. Well, there's also bills right now in Maine to fund recovery centers. So people will get the support they need from other places. Recovery centers, primary care physicians, doctors, not law enforcement who are not trained to provide mental health counseling. And police will have more time for more training and to keep me and my friends and my family safe against violence, not arresting my family, which I promise won't help.
Victoria, thank you. I want you to know that sharing your story is effective. And of course, you have emotion around it. So please know that we understand that. And thank you for being here today. Any questions for Victoria? Seeing none, thank you. Take good care of yourself. Next up, we have Desti Homan-Sprague, followed by Mickey Rice.
Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the committee. I'm Desti Homan-Sprague with the Maine Women's Lobby. For over 40 years, we've advocated for public policy which increases the health, wellness, safety, and economic security of Maine women and girls. I'm happy to be here today in support of LD 967 and really want to thank Representative Perry for sponsoring this important bill. I'd like to just focus on the gender equity aspect of criminalizing use of drugs, possession and use of drugs. We know that we're incarcerating more women, not fewer, in recent years. I think other people have addressed the stats here, so I don't feel like I need to spend a lot of time with this, but it's really significant that in the last 2 decades, the number of women being incarcerated has grown 10 times in our state. We also know, as others have said, that the majority of those women have a history of trauma. Nationally, incarcerated women are 30 times more likely to have experienced rape than non-incarcerated women. So the link between trauma and incarceration is clear and strong. And finally, we know that women with a history of trauma are significantly more likely to develop substance use and misuse, and that is overwhelmingly the reason why they are incarcerated in Maine. 3 of 4 women in our prisons and jails are there on drug and theft charges. So in short, while people have unique experiences and paths, the average incarcerated woman in Maine is a survivor of trauma who is struggling with mental health and substance use. And we can surmise that these experiences are linked. We are incarcerating people for the experience of violence and mental unwellness. Also, once they get there, women are experiencing additional violence as a result of the carceral system. We know that rates of sexual assault, of other kinds of violence are on the rise in prison. We know that incarceration disrupts family connections, inflicting trauma on children, families, and we also know that it disproportionately affects women and girls from communities that are already oppressed and disenfranchised. Gender nonconforming people, people of color. So as others have said, it's a cycle of trauma. And I have shared in the past here that I have experienced this in my own family with my brother who could not get the care that he needed until he was ultimately incarcerated. We all know that we can do better and redirect our energy to more holistic approaches to meet the real needs of Mainers. So I hope you'll stand with me in supporting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Homan Sprague? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Mickey Rice and then Tiana Warrener.
Thank you. So Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. Thank you for allowing me to speak today in support of LD 967, an act to make possession of scheduled drugs for personal use a civil penalty. My name is Mickey Rice, and as you may remember from last week when I testified on 994, I live in Freeman Township in Franklin County. I very much appreciate having this chance to discuss why we need to pass LD 967. We now know from many years of experience that prohibition doesn't work. We're locking up our mentally ill population and warehousing them in jails under the guise that they are bad people because they're addicted to a substance or that they're somehow going to get treatment from jail that doesn't provide it. We also know now that addiction is a disease that is majorly affected by genetics and trauma. In fact, adverse childhood experiences are positively correlated with an increased likelihood of substance abuse issues as an adult. The higher the number of adverse experiences or the worse the trauma, the higher the chance the person will self-medicate. We also know that people are less likely to use substances if they have healthy coping mechanisms and are mentally healthy themselves. Yet even though we know all of this, we're still locking people up for using drugs, which doesn't help in the short term and actually hurts in the long term. When we lock people up for using drugs, we then make it harder for them to find gainful employment because they will be stigmatized for their criminal record. Being unemployed in turn makes it more likely that they'll use substances and the problem continues. Also, when someone goes to jail and stops using because they're locked up and doesn't have any treatment while they're in jail, or the treatment when they get out, they're more likely to overdose and die when they come out of jail. I know this personally I have had at least 2 friends that have died from that same situation. The prohibition of, we also know that treatment is much more beneficial for the individual than being incarcerated and the community at large, especially with for the community, especially with cost. According to the National Institute of Health, 1 year of methadone treatment on average in the US only costs $4,700 per person. A year of incarceration is almost 6 times that amount at $24,000 a year. So the prohibition of drugs was started because of bigotry and racism. You couldn't jail people for not being white, but you could jail them for opium, crack, marijuana, etc. If it were made illegal, The war on drugs still negatively impacts non-white people substantially more than it does whites, even in Maine, where Black people make up 1% of the population, but 7% of the incarcerated population. We need to stop treating addiction as a criminal justice issue and treat it like the public health issue that it is. I could literally discuss why decriminalizing a personal use of drugs is a good idea all day, but I don't have that amount of time. So I thank you for allowing me to testify in support of this bill, and I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 967 so that we stop the incarceration of people that's not working. Thank you. And I can answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next up, I have Tiana Warrener.
Sorry.
Welcome.
Hi. I was at work. I was listening in.
Multitasking.
So, honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety and Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren. My name is Tiana Warner, and I am a resident of Auburn, and I'm here today to testify in favor of LD 967. I am a 14-year sufferer of alcoholism and addiction, and I was raised by addicts. I became a caregiver to my mother at the age of 8, and I grew up in an upper middle class family, which was pretty well sheltered from being stigmatizing addiction like it is in lower economic classes. But I still suffered from a lot of trauma from that. I was kicked out at the age of 15 and was blessed to be adopted by a normal family. But I didn't have any real coping skills, and I mistook my survival skills as maturity. I have dealt with DHHS and drug court, but was never offered any real solution to my addiction problems, but was also never arrested either. But I've noticed that my addiction flourished in a really dangerous mix of a lack of resources, non-treatment of my mental health, pile more trauma onto that. I did what I was familiar with. I met somebody who I thought could keep me sober. And instead I ended up being trafficked for 6 years without any knowledge of how to get out. And these stories of trauma are extremely common among addicts. I have been sober since January of 2021, and I latched on to the program and community that I was offered to. I was fortunate enough to be in a place where I met somebody who introduced me to the recovery community, but I know a lot of people are not. I am part of AA and NA. I chair a meeting on Monday nights. Through my experience, I've learned that the opposite of addiction is absolutely connection. And when I was pulled out of my isolation, I was given hope. I was lucky enough to never be arrested, but many addicts aren't. Jail is the prescription we write to sick addicts whose dignity is already gone and hope has long since been lost. If the well water is making everyone sick, we fix the well. We don't keep writing prescriptions to mask the symptoms. Trauma, hopelessness, and a lack of resources poisoning the well. We need to treat the causes, not punish the people for their symptoms. We have this idea that addicts are just hopeless defects, and treating addicts like criminals instead of like human beings fuels the stigma. The war on drugs has become a war on addicts, a war on people who are sick and need help, and a positive community of hope to connect with, not a criminal record and 4 concrete walls to sit in. I am the face of a hopeless addict who was given a chance and resources, and I was able to recover, and I'm hoping my experience can help change the conversation. People are dying at alarming rates due to the disease of addiction, and the war isn't helping. There are already models for decriminalization from countries like Portugal. They're creating accepting communities that practice destigmatization of addicts, treating them like humans who need help and not like criminals. Illness doesn't require punishment in a prison cell. It
Tiana,
requires help.
You're
All
at
right.
the end of your time. Could you wrap up for us? Thank you.
Absolutely. It's time to change the conversation and reform the drug policy and save human lives.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here and congratulations on your journey. Any questions for Tiana from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you. You take good care of yourself.
Thank you.
Others here to testify in support of LD 967?
There are a few more hands going up.
Great, thank you, Deb. I see we have Representative Talbot Ross with us. Let's take her testimony. Welcome, Representative Talbot Ross.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and the distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross, and I represent House District 40, which comprises the neighborhoods on the peninsula of Portland. I am so pleased to be with you today. I know it's been a long day, but I did want to just add my voice as co-sponsor of LD 967, an act to make possession of scheduled drugs for use a civil penalty. I want to just start by thanking the good Representative Ann Perry as a nurse practitioner who has worked in healthcare for years, for her leadership in making sure that we see drug possession through a human lens. Ending our war on drugs, as you've heard over and over and over again today, is critically long overdue, as it has impacted generations of Mainers all across racial, socioeconomic, and geographical lines. The stigma of drug use and the lifelong consequences of criminal charges, as you also have heard, and I hope you really understand this, it has disproportionately harmed low-income people and people who are Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Those most affected are our friends, our family members, our neighbors, members of our beloved community here in Maine, and none of us benefit when we try to arrest and incarcerate our way out of this. I know that this committee is also familiar with the book by Jonathan Hari, Chasing the Scream, and you have used that information in order to inform what the previous speaker just spoke about, which is changing the conversation. And those of you who have not been able to read that national movement based on this book, really could just check out the TED Talk if you want to do something that allows us to change that conversation. So passing LD 967 is one of the most significant things that we can do to change that conversation. If we are going to recognize substance use as a public health crisis that it is, we have to commit to policies, programs, and practice that give those who are suffering access to the healthcare, housing, jobs, and treatment that they need to recover. But under current laws, we are instead locking people up and forcing them to live the rest of their lives with a criminal record. And I did hear testimony that went into deep about how criminal records really ruin lives. You're punished for life. Even after you've paid your debt to society. We further marginalize folks and we make it incredibly difficult for them to rebuild their lives. This bill will help change that course. We arrest and punish so many of our fellow Mainers for minor drug crimes due to our extremely punitive drug laws. For example, in Maine, a person can be charged with a felony drug trafficking based on the weight of drugs that they are caught with, and our thresholds are extremely low. Right now, we are willing to lock people up for 10 to 30 years over a mixture of substances that weigh about the same as a $2 bill. There are additional measures that we can take to fully undo decades of harmful policy, but LD 967 is a significant step in the right direction, and I urge you to support this message. I want to thank you for your time today, and I know that each one of you want to really start to practice what it means to be human with one another once again, and to be happy to answer any questions. But I again want to thank Representative Perry for her leadership as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Talbot Ross. Questions? Seeing none. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, have a good rest of your day.
You too. Next up, I see Dr. Lonnie Graham and then Evie Clement. Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Graham.
Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Lonnie Graham. I'm a member of the Public Health Committee of the Maine Medical Association and a member of the Maine Public Health Association. I'm a former Chief Public Health Officer for Maine. I live in Freeport, and I thank you for your patient willingness to listen to all of us who wish to support this bill. It appears that by this time the committee has heard most of the relevant testimony, but I felt I had to present my thoughts anyway because this is such an important bill and public health has been my life. It appears current Maine law has the effect of treating people with substance use disorder as hardened criminals by finding them guilty of a felony for simply possessing the drugs that they have become addicted to. This is akin to arresting an alcoholic and charging him or her with a felony for possessing bottles of alcohol. While this state and the country had a brief fling with doing just that, it didn't take long to realize that the problem of alcoholism was not going to be solved through the criminal justice system. Addiction is a hard illness to treat successfully. You have heard some of the testimony of how hard this illness is to treat. As you learned, it is not about inpatient care, but about careful follow-up and support. Unfortunately, such treatment and follow-up becomes nearly impossible once someone has a felony conviction for the many reasons you have heard. The amendment described by Representative Perry sounds like a welcome addition. The more options for offering health assessments and care to those with substance use disorders, the better. But you can't force a person to become healthy. People take better care of themselves when they are ready to make that commitment. And making that commitment is more likely to happen in a humane environment that encourages participation, but does not try to force it. I have worked with many people suffering with addictions. Statistics show that the average number of times that a smoker is offered treatment before it is accepted is about 6. Acceptance is the key in a supportive medical environment. I think the brave people who are in recovery and have spoken about this more eloquently than I ever could. There is a lot of talk in Maine and elsewhere about doing something to address this opioid epidemic by making drug possession for personal use a civil infraction rather than a crime. LD 967 is doing just that, taking that action. It improves the chance of those Mainers ill with addiction becoming healthy. I urge the committee to support 967 unanimously. Thank you very much for your attention and your patience. And I would be very pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Graham. Any questions? Yes, I have Senator Searway.
There. Had a little problems getting there.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Graham, just a question on, I know lots of this testimony I've heard comparisons with alcohol, but some of these drugs are very harsh. They're, heroin, fentanyl, cocaine, and they're very mind altering. And in a family setting, it's really, these can last a while. It does in your system, not just a few hours, so what's your thoughts on that when it's a civil infraction?
Well, you mentioned that the parallels with alcoholism may not be exactly the case, and certainly not, except that it is an addiction. These are all forms of addiction. And and of course, no one really has to say that alcoholism can be incredibly disruptive in a family setting. But what we've discovered over time is that the criminal approach just doesn't work. We wish it did, but it doesn't. And so what we need to try, even though these are harsh drugs and people become addicted to them, they need help, they need support. And that's not going to happen in a prison system or in the case where you have a felony on your record, because you can't follow through with the treatment that's needed. That's why it's so important.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Senator DeChambeau. Oh, Senator, you're on mute.
I said thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. It's been mentioned a few times that possession is a felony. So I just want to get that record straight. I'm going to be asking, I'm not asking a question of Dr. Graham, but I want to ask that Mr. Orbiton provide for us that kind of information. I really, possession in and of itself is not a felony, but I mean, I know I'm just slicing that onion really thin, but I just want that difference. There's a lot of places where it is a felony if you have a firearm with you, or the quantity, or if you're furnishing, or if you're trafficking, but sheer possession, I don't believe is a felony. So I'd like to just have the answer to that question. Thank you.
Did you have a question for Dr. Graham?
Sorry, I prefaced it by saying I did not.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Graham, for being here.
Well, thank you, as I said, for your incredible patience. I know you've been through a lot today, and you've always been very decorous and courteous. So thank you for listening.
I can't imagine something that's more important for us to be doing when we're losing 11 people a week in the state of Maine. So I'm happy to sit here and do this work to try to make a difference. Evie Clement, you are next. Thank you for being here.
Hi, thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Committee on the Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Evie Clement, and I am a current resident of Old Town, Maine, and I am here today to testify in support of LD 967. I'm a drug policy research fellow at the University of Maine studying stigma as it relates to policy reform and the availability of treatment for substance use disorder. The following views are my own and do not represent the Fellowship UMaine or the UMaine system. Stigma, especially about people who use drugs, underpins substance use disorder, perpetuating stereotypes and misconceptions about nearly every aspect of drug use. This may seem obvious, but that should not stop us from fully examining it. None of us are immune to the underlying forces of stigma. Even 44 to 66% of doctors who are certified to prescribe medication-assisted treatment, which is considered the gold standard for substance use disorder, are underutilizing the treatment. Stigma, among other factors, remains a barrier to providing treatment for those who need it. We should take the time to acknowledge these deeply rooted biases and think more compassionately. Viewing substance use disorder as a result of insufficient willpower ignores and discredits factors such as traumatic histories, mental health, and physical and chemical brain changes that contribute to addiction. As you've heard already many times today, a punitive approach fails to address these issues of stigma and access to treatment. A drug-related felony exacerbates them. Housing, employment, education, and treatment are critical for establishing stability and providing opportunities for people with substance use disorders. Criminalization limits access to these resources. With this bill, actions in response to drug possession will be much more appropriate for our growing understanding of substance use disorder, opening the door for another much-needed path to recovery, rather than closing the door on support systems. And considerable evidence shows that human-centered initiatives work. Treatment is cheaper and more effective than incarceration and works to actually get at the root cause of addiction that we are ultimately trying to prevent. I encourage you to really consider stigma as an impacting force on the way that we are accustomed to thinking about and approaching these issues of drug use and possession. I urge you to think about Maine's staggering overdose and incarceration statistics as the real humans they represent, and vote ought to pass on this bill. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your time, patience, and consideration.
Thank you, Evie. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next, we have Rob Korobkin. Welcome. Is that baby born yet?
Not yet, Representative Warren. But once we found out that Maine Med would be a union facility, Julia went promptly into contractions. So thank you so much. My name is Rob Korobkin. I'm the owner operator of a 20-bed halfway house in Gorham called the Courage House for guys with substance use disorder who are getting out of Maine's jails and prisons. I'm here to express my strong support for the decriminalization of drugs. That's what programs I work on endeavor to do, decriminalize the men and women with substance use disorder in Maine. I grew up down in Mass in a pretty well-off community, and I just saw on LinkedIn that the kid who used to sell me dime bags back in high school is now the CEO of some big cannabis corporation out in California. Had he needed it at the time, I'm pretty sure his parents would have paid tens of thousands of dollars for him to go to a private rehab. And the truth is, I don't know if that happened, because if it had, the care that he would have received for his addiction would have been provided privately and professionally. And the response to his addiction would have had no long-term effects on his life. At the least, I guarantee you, he never spent a day in jail. And today he's still selling drugs, but as a corporate CEO. Whereas my guess is that had I grown up here in Windham, where my wife and I live now, the kid who would have sold me those bags of drugs, the other kids using them, would probably still be living here in Windham, maybe at the state prison, maybe doing their second bid, their third. Even if that guy did the really difficult work of turning around everything in his life, which is so hard to do, he would still be living the rest of his life with a felony charge hanging around his neck like the mark of Cain. The thing you got to understand is it's the same behavior, the same problem, the same disease, but wildly different outcomes. There's a lot of truth to the old adage, rich boys go to rehab and poor boys go to jail, and that's not fair. This bill doesn't just change the game, it levels the playing field, giving low-income folks a shot at the kind of safety and compassionate care that well-off folks from families like mine have always had. It's like Afghanistan. We don't need a kinder, gentler, violent occupation of poor communities. We've tried that and it doesn't work. What we got to do is get the hell out, pardon my language, and let what happens happens, because we know what a better system looks like. It looks like the system that rich folks like me already have access to. That's all I got. I'm not going to use my other 30 seconds.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Korobkin? Seeing none. All right, well, I'll be looking for the updates on the baby. Congratulations.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Congrats, Rob.
Thanks, Grayson.
Next up, we have Rosanna Boyce and then Raphael Macias. Welcome, Rosanna.
Hi, thank you. I'll be happy to take Rob's extra 30 seconds.
I wish it worked that way.
I know, right? Well, this says good morning, but we are very much in a good afternoon situation now. So good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and the honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Rosanna Boyce. I am a program director with Journey House Recovery, where I manage the only 6 beds available in the Lewiston-Auburn area for women seeking sober living. I am an organizer with the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project, and I'm a person in long-term recovery from IV heroin addiction. My recovery date is September 23rd, 2008, and God willing, this fall, I will be 13 years free and clean from the shackles of addiction. I recently graduated from Yale University's Emerging Leadership Academy, and I am a mother, an advocate, a survivor of sexual assault, domestic violence, and I am a formerly incarcerated person. And I am here today to support Bill LD 967. My story isn't unique. I'm a person that at one time abused narcotics. When I was 21, after 5 years of IV drug use, I looked around at my life and I wanted to die. My life had hit rock bottom. I was trapped in this horrific cycle of pain, withdrawal, violence, and trauma. I needed a way out, but I didn't know where to go or who to turn to. I didn't feel safe to reach out to my family or friends, many of whom I had been isolated from for years. I wanted more for my children and myself, but despair had convinced me that we were trapped. That day, I decided that dying was my only way out, and I accepted that that was my fate. But my escape clearly did not come from dying. It came from, or in the form of handcuffs, and exposed me to a life that I did not otherwise know how to find. They were not the acts that got me where I am today, though. I lost custody of my 2 eldest children while incarcerated. All of the material things lost are seemingly insignificant in comparison. I was allowed to attend one 12-step meeting a week while incarcerated, but that was not the jail that provided that to me. Those meetings were brought to us by other people in recovery through the H&I committee. And when I was released, the prison system did not give me contacts or connections or resources to find recovery once released. Those things were afforded to me from other women in recovery who took their time to try and break this awful cycle of addiction and incarceration. I would love to tell you that after my arrest, I found recovery and that my life started in an upward spiral, but it did not. I was released homeless, heartbroken, and without any resources in place. So I went back to the only thing I knew. Unfortunately, I bounced in and out of the criminal justice system for the next 2 years. My final arrest came in 2007, and I was finally offered treatment over trauma. I've always supported multiple pathways to recovery, but incarceration is not a pathway to wellness. We know addiction is treatable. And when 65% of the United States prison population is suffering from addiction, then clearly something is not working here. We need to undo this narrative, and the idea that jail saved my life is counterproductive and frankly a harmful oxymoron.
I'm going to ask that you wrap up. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. So we know that the opposite of addiction is not recovery, but connection, something that our current prison model tried to stifle at every turn. I encourage every person on this committee to look at the evidence and do the right thing today by passing this monumental bill. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions if there are.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and congratulations to you and all your work. Any questions for Rosanna? Seeing none. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Raphael. Welcome.
I think it's pissing me off. Hey, I'm on. Sorry about that. All right. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, good morning. I would like to start off by saying thank you and good luck. We're all counting on you. We cannot be afraid to do the right thing, in spite of negative influences insisting on maintaining the demonstrably wrong thing. Continued prohibition of small amounts of chemicals capable of relieving pain without a prescription doesn't sound like a good idea unless you make money writing or filling prescriptions. If a drug is so dangerous to users and those around them, and abuse results in ruin and death, why are we prescribing any version of it anywhere? Because they're branded and there's money to be made from pain is why. If I am injured or in mental anguish and a substance created to relieve pain and possibly reach a point of normalcy is allowed, unless I am insured or can't afford a prescription, where do I go for relief? Jail is your current answer. It's maddening to think that the bar to be considered a trafficker of pain powders is so low and not codified in the standard measuring system, but in the metric system. I can't help but believe it is an intentional tripwire to confuse and detain, to strip liberties, and even to excuse execution if a firearm is within reach. Second Amendment be damned. They had a gun and I feared for my life as a get out of jail free card for our law enforcers. It supersedes an amendment, our right, their fear. Our lives are that free to lose. Our freedoms are that free to lose. America doesn't seem like such a free place with life and liberty for all, after all, not in war. This system is rigged in so many ways, and either of you sit here to defend it or you correct it. It's already been fixed, unfix it. I'm asking you, fellow citizens, in a country that boasts of personal freedoms and God-given rights, to stop assaulting those very rights of its citizens. I need each of you to ask yourself why you insist on continuing this assault on personal freedoms. I need each of you to dig deep and answer why you think maintaining a tripwire into the justice system is the defensible approach to a healthy and free society. You know it's not working. You sit here knowing it condemns your fellow citizens to a restricted life of deliberate difficulty as branded felons. They can't get a job, they can't find a home, or even defend their mistake. Why do we insist on allowing this impending attack on all our liberties? There's a law enforcement budget to protect is why. It makes lifetime criminals out of human beings needing immediate help now. It's proven ineffective deterrent that wages war on those already in pain and anguish. Stop it. You have the power, use it responsibly. This is not an attack on law enforcement. They have families, they have fears, they also have pain and anguish. The war on drugs inflicts heartache and misery on all involved. They need relief too. Punish no more. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Raphael. Any questions? Senator DeChambeau. Oh, you're on mute. Did you not mean to put your hand up?
Sorry, no. Mr. Macias, I didn't get your residence or if you're representing any organization.
I'm a volunteer at MPA. I'm a resident of Topsom. I've lived here for 8 years. I'm retired Navy, and I don't think it's fair what we're doing right now.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I see next Danielle Dennison, or Daniel, excuse me, Daniel Dennison.
Yes, I'm right here.
Welcome.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. I remember you from years ago.
Don't know where. No, go right ahead.
Wyndham Correctional Facility, actually. You were my caseworker.
You better say
and a very
good things. Okay.
You were a very great caseworker, first of all. I'd also like to thank the rest of the senators and everyone else in the recovery field for allowing me to testify today. It's a great honor. So I'll get on with it. I am for this bill because I have been a victim of drug abuse and I was an addict as of a couple of years ago until I turned my life around. It took me almost 40 years to get clean and sober. And why? Because I kept getting locked up. I wasn't given any options. I wasn't given the option of treatment. I wasn't given the option of medication. I had the option of turn around, put your hands up, you're going to jail. And then from jail, I'd go to prison. We need more community outreach. We need more options for people that are addicts. We can't just keep locking everyone up. It's not the answer. I've been there and done that. And me, I can get more drugs in prison and jail than I can on the street. So it's not really doing any justice if you lock people up, because they can just get as many drugs in prison as you can on the street. But if they were given the option of getting treatment and then fined $100 nowadays, that's a lot of money to me. So I know if I got caught and I had $100 fine, that would break my wallet. So I would learn from that mistake. But my main point is, sometimes you don't know when you're going to quit using drugs. You got to hit rock bottom. A year ago today, I was homeless, had nothing. Today, I have my own apartment. I have everything that I could ever want in life. I'm getting married next month. My life is amazing. I'm helping other people out in the community. I'm helping other people get sober and clean. I'm helping people get housing. Why? Because I chose to get clean and I had resources. I'm on medication right now to help me with my addiction. And I've been clean now for 3 years since I got out of prison and got on medication. I eventually want to get off this medication though, because I want to live fully clean. But I believe that medication and counseling and a fine and other options are a lot better than locking people up. Because all we're going to do is turn people into animals. It did me for many years. I was very angry when I got out. It took me 3 years to get main care in order to get medication. But I kept fighting and I did it. And because of that, I'm getting married. I have a wonderful life and I'm able to help other people because I was given that option this time. But that's what I have. I am definitely for this bill. And I want to thank everybody on the committee for allowing me to do this. My camera. And I want to thank you, Susan, personally. You're welcome. Everyone have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Daniel. Susan, I don't know if you heard that, but he just wanted to thank you personally. So I wanted to make sure you heard.
You know what? I do want to say something to Daniel. We all know Daniel and you've seen him. I bet people told you in the prison, you're gonna go through this more than once. But I am very proud of what you're doing. You can even hear it in. So take care. Take care.
Thank you so much, Susan. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
All right, so it looks like we've made it through our testimony in support of LD 967. Just waiting to see if we have any more hands, and it looks like we don't. And so now I'll take testimony
There's
from
one more hand, just one up.
Dr. Graham has already spoken. So
sorry.
Next, I'm going to ask for testimony from folks in opposition to LD 967.
I'll be bringing 3 people over.
Thank you, Deb. Good afternoon, DA Irving.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. I have a, I don't have a, actually I do have dogs in here, but I have a baby in the other room too that could start crying at any moment, just so everyone knows. But may I begin?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm reading off my computer, so bear with me. Thank you all for having me here today. I'm here today to express the Maine Prosecutors Association opposition to LD 967. And I need to be clear that the MPA does not hold identical beliefs regarding prosecution of drug possession. We don't all have the same opinion or policies regarding tackling opioid use disorder. What we do agree on is that we do not have the healthcare infrastructure to keep our communities safe without the ability to criminally prosecute possession of controlled substances. And we always rely on our discretion as prosecutors. And I'm going to explain from my standpoint. In my district, Prosecutorial District 6 in the Mid-Coast, we prosecute possession of controlled substances only under very certain circumstances. I'm extremely lucky to have incredible law enforcement agencies in District 6 who recognize that we are not going to arrest our way out of this tragic epidemic. We realize that medical and mental health treatment are the only effective methods to combat this illness. Our agencies have implemented law enforcement assisted diversion programs throughout the coast, all tailored to their specific communities. Investing in this type of community-based work is incredibly effective and creates community and connection. Unfortunately, our citizens are dying while they're in treatment. We know that relapse is the rule, not the exception, and virtually every person I've known professionally or personally with opioid use disorder has engaged in treatment. There are circumstances in which charging is, in my opinion, the last option in the work of trying to keep our community members with opioid use disorder alive. The concrete example from across my district is the person that we've diverted into treatment multiple times, and they've overdosed multiple times. And eventually, law enforcement summonses, not arrests, summonses that person for possession, get them on bail conditions, we get them into treatment, we bring them in. In some districts, they're handed Narcan and a referral into treatment, community-based treatment programs. I don't suggest that we legislate based on anecdote. This testimony is informed by the feedback we've received from throughout the addiction community in the state. I have thought really deeply about the philosophical implications of prohibition of drugs. It stigmatizes our community members who are sick. The power of the prosecutor has been used to punish instead of treat historically. We don't criminalize other medical conditions. These philosophical questions all take a back seat when we get that 6 a.m. call from police officers who are sitting with a parent, a husband, a wife, a child who has found their loved one dead from an overdose. And we get those calls more than 500 times a year. It is my belief that we need more investment period, in development of law enforcement diversion programs, community treatment centers, harm reduction sites, and restorative justice centers. We should invest in prosecutorial data collection and analysis so we can see where we need to go and where we are today. We need drug courts, veterans courts, and co-occurring courts. We should invest in prevention, mental health, and substance use treatment options for youth, which is entirely and horrifically lacking in the state of Maine. But as prosecutors, we feel that the complete decriminalization of possession of drugs without this community investment strips us of our last resort to save the lives of our friends, our family members, and our neighbors. And thank you all for having me here today. And I appreciate all the previous testimony that I've heard today.
Thank you, DA Irving. Questions from the committee? Just a quick question for you. Do you believe that do the Maine prosecutors, and since you are testifying on behalf of the Maine prosecutors, do the Maine prosecutors believe that substance use disorder is a public health medical condition?
I believe that I can speak for, I'm quite sure I can speak for every one of the district attorneys in the state to say that we do believe this is a disease. It's a public health epidemic that's killed almost as many people as COVID in the last year. So we absolutely agree. And we, to tell you the truth, we deal with a lot of alcohol related crimes, right? Because we're not talking about possession solely. And alcohol is killing twice as many people a year as opiates. Last I heard, the numbers may have changed slightly due to the COVID epidemic, but it's something we all recognize, and that's what we're doing basically day in, day out, is dealing with the fallout from the lack of healthcare infrastructure in the state and in the country.
Thank you. So what I heard was that you do support that this is a public health issue, but but you're opposed to a solution that tries to take it away from the criminal justice system because you all save lives with what you're doing, I think was the term you used, is where.
Yeah. So, I mean, what I would say is that when and this is different in each district. So this is a.
Yeah, no, I'm asking for the Maine Prosecutors Association opinion.
So we believe it's a health crisis, a public health crisis. We believe that we do not have the same infrastructure as places like Portugal when it comes to healthcare. And when we're using our discretion to charge this charge solely, and I would say when this is solely the charge, it's rare, and it should be rare, and it's used to get that person that we've tried to divert, usually multiple times, into treatment. Now, the way that we're doing things today, if you look at that model versus what this bill does, is actually not very significantly different. What it does is, because it's a civil infraction, a person would not have to show up to get that Narcan in their hand. They wouldn't have to show up to do that referral. Whereas with a criminal charge, you do have to show up. Now, it puts you in the position of eventually, if somebody doesn't show up, then you need to issue a warrant. And so you have to decide whether you want to continue with the charge or dismiss. But yes, I think, I don't think anybody in the prosecutorial community thinks that we are the be all end all. I think that we are the last absolute end safety net for folks that have not been able to successfully engage in treatment after diversion.
Thank you, DA Irving. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming, DA Irving. I just wanted to ask you, in your thoughts, as far as how things have changed in the last few years of the way that we're dealing with substance abuse. I know I've seen a lot of changes from like deferred dispositions, and sometimes the cases get dropped or whatever if they're trying to find help or those type of things. And also that's part of the agreement on deferred disposition. Is that true? And has that changed in the past few years on the outlook?
So I think there's been, in my opinion, there's been a pretty big shift in the state, and it's district to district, right? I don't want to say that every prosecutor isn't doing the same thing, but for instance, in District 5, Marianne Lynch's district up in Penobscot County, when this is the sole charge, when it's just a misdemeanor possession charge, folks are handed Narcan and given a referral to treatment. And typically in a situation like that, in our district, I'm assuming Marianne's district also, that we would utilize something like a deferred disposition, where if they stay in treatment for 6 months, for 12 months, depending, there will be a dismissal. Sometimes we use a filing, which is an automatic dismissal after a specified period of time. And it is similar, I would say, just it has a little more teeth, obviously, and we have discretion. You could say, prosecutors could treat this all differently. We use our discretion when it's this sole charge, and I think that one of the bigger picture items here that, most people, if not everybody in my district that's in jail or prison, is not there because of a drug possession charge, but we do understand that sending somebody to jail for a minor misdemeanor possession is very unhealthy for treatment of addiction, but it is a way of summonsing somebody to get them in when it's the final resort. Folks that are in jail right now for drug addiction are not there, in my opinion, for simple possession. They're there for addiction-related fallout, including more serious crimes like burglary, would be a pretty good example, maybe multiple thefts or felony thefts.
Thank you.
Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, DA Irving. My landlady is doing some work upstairs, so I just have a question. Can you tell me what you think the role of drug court should be here? Should everybody who's charged with simple possession be forced into drug court?
No, we don't have a drug court. So just by the way, if anybody wants to, you know, give us a drug court, we'll take one in the mid-coast. We're working on that. But a drug court would be used, typically it would be used, I would assume, best practices. So any jurisdiction would only use them for extremely serious crimes, right? So for instance, somebody from my district that utilized drug court in Cumberland County had a operating after revocation that was aggravated by the fact that he was had a very high test OUI at the same time, and he had multiple infractions. So he was looking at mandatory minimums potentially of at least 2 years, right? And even when we're looking at somebody, and that was alcohol, right? That wasn't opioids, that was alcohol. But when we're looking at someone that has a significant substance use disorder that's contributed to extremely dangerous behavior, that's when drug court would be an option. And for that gentleman, I believe he would probably be dead. It's actually somebody that is a family friend of ours, but it's somebody that I think would have potentially been dead. And now he's living in Connecticut with a lovely person, and he has his license back, and he's doing really well. And I don't want to, again, we shouldn't legislate by anecdote, but in Maine, my understanding is that every single jurisdiction that's using an alternative court is using it for very serious felonies, including sometimes violent felonies. So I think that's an important distinction. If you have, if you have an oxycodone in your pocket that you don't have a prescription for, it doesn't mean you're addicted and you have substance use disorder. A substance use disorder is only something that can be diagnosed by a medical professional.
Understandable. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions for DA Irving? DA Irving, I think I'd like to ask that you're at the work session, or somebody from the Maine Prosecutors Association is at the work session. I heard you use the words, which, save lives, safety net, last resort. But I also just listened to over 3 hours of testimony, including 7 doctors, a nurse practitioner, a therapist, all the people that actually do save lives. I heard all of them say that the process we're using isn't working. So I'm not going to belabor it here because we've had a lot of testimony and my friends here on the committee haven't even had lunch yet. But I really want us to dig into this idea of prosecutors as this new sort of health practitioner that's going to help save these lives. So thank you for being here, and I'll look forward to having this conversation at the work session.
Thank you. And may I just add that we don't save lives, we send people to the people that are able to save lives. I just want to make that clear. We don't practice medicine.
Yeah, I think you referred to jail as a safety net. So that's the part I want us to talk about. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I think next I had AG Fry and then Director McKinney. Welcome. Good afternoon to both of you.
Thank you very much, Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau, members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Aaron Fry. I reside in Bangor, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today to express the opposition that I have to LD 967 as it's presently before the committee. At the outset, as I think members of the committee know, my office does a fair amount of research on drug overdose deaths here in the state of Maine. I've heard reference to these numbers today. These numbers impact individuals, families, and our communities. These ravages of the opioid crisis affect every single corner of our state. I am about to release our drug overdose report for 2020, and that will show that 504 individuals lost their lives because of a drug overdose. In the last month, because my office has started to release these numbers on a monthly basis, there's 53 individuals who are suspected to have passed because they lost the battle with their addiction. These are awful numbers. Many of them are attributable to non-pharmaceutical opioids. And it is imperative that we marshal our resources and dedicate our attention to addressing this public health crisis that we are experiencing with the use of these deadly drugs in our communities. Now, the objective of these efforts should be focused on how to best connect these individuals with the supports they need to put them on the path to their recovery. There is no one way, at least in my experience, there's no one way to help direct an individual down that path, and it is often not a straight line. Different groups and different systems may be involved in intervening when the individual is in crisis and then motivating that individual during their recovery. At present, one of these systems happens to be the criminal justice system. Drug task force prosecutors in my office and the elected district attorneys work in a variety of ways when it is a person is brought into the criminal justice system to encourage individuals who are charged with simple possession charges or crimes relating to their possession. So not just drug possession, but maybe a theft, maybe a driving charge. They engage in practices that include delaying or deferring case dispositions, reducing the level of the crime charge, dismissing the charges, all when the purpose is to provide a motivation down the path to recovery. It's not ideal. The experience of these prosecutors is that when individuals are suffering from a substance use disorder and are charged with a crime, the exposure to the criminal justice system may provide some motivation at an appropriate time. Now, that said, I want to be clear, and I recognize my time is running out. I do not believe that jail or fines is in any way a treatment for a substance use disorder. And work needs to be done to create treatment options and access to those options to those seeking recovery. My time is up. I do want to just recognize I've listened to all of the testimony today. I'm going to carry with me all of these very powerful stories that I hear ringing in my own experience as a defense attorney, as a family member, and as somebody who's had the ability to work with many of you on these issues. I hear the concern. And I just want to make sure that folks know that I've listened to every single piece of testimony this morning on this. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for the extra time. I will be available for the work session. Personally, certainly happy to be answer any questions I can right now.
Questions for Attorney General Fry? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Good afternoon.
I had a question for Attorney
Senator
Fry.
Searway.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think a lot of people have misconceptions on why police officers go to the call when family members have concerns about drug problems in their home. And I know DAs have to deal with this if we have to bring them in for an arrest or whatever. What's your thoughts on what a DA goes through and what happens at that point when these situations arise?
I regret that may have been a more relatable question for DA Irving. I guess what I'd offer is that as Representative Warren had asked, there is going to be somebody available from the Maine Prosecutors Association, I assume, for the work session. I will take that question back, provide it to the elected DAs so that they can provide a more direct, experienced answer to your question, Senator.
Thank you. That'd be great.
AG Fry, do you believe that what we're doing is working?
It is not, and it is not ideal. And what I skipped over, but probably shouldn't because of time, is I did put in my testimony that I think I made clear prior legislative session. I want to reiterate that today. We need to increase access to services so that people can have their pathways be not through the criminal justice system, but through some other means at the time that's appropriate for them. At the same time, we are reducing the criminalization of crimes, drug crimes here in the state. There are going to be other proposals, is my understanding. I think there may have been a press conference that talked about this morning. There are other proposals where we would be reducing the criminalization of the crime of possession. I want to be supportive of those at the same time that we are increasing access and options to those so that we don't end up using the criminal justice system as a crutch because we don't have the options and access needed to direct the person at the time of their crisis.
AG Fry, whose job is it to bring a solution forward? So what I'm seeing is we're losing 11 people a week. And we get no, nope, here's this idea. Nope, that doesn't work. Here's this idea. Nope, we're not going to do that. Who brings the solution forward? Or are we just okay with losing 11 people a week? Whose job is it to come up with the solution? Or do we just say no?
No, of course, we're not okay with 55 people or 55 people a month, 11 people a week. It's incumbent on everyone, not only to be willing to bring ideas forward, but to talk about those ideas and be willing to come to a common place. So, if it's about changing amounts, you're going to have a group of people that says no. You're going to have a group of people that says 3.5 grams. It is incumbent on all groups to try to figure out if there is some way to move. No is not an option, I guess is the direct answer to your question. It's not okay that people are dying and maybe because of this. But I do think that if we're going to get agreement, it may take some level of compromise because of how different groups feel about this. And it's everybody's responsibility. It's my responsibility. It's the legislature's responsibility. It's the governor's responsibility. It's advocates' responsibility. So, I mean, that's how I feel. So I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Any other Representative Lookner?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Attorney General Fry. So I think in your testimony, you said that exposure to the criminal justice system, these punitive measures are effective at motivating people into recovery. Is there evidence base for that? Do you know, or what drives people who are successful in recovery to pursue a different path if they're using drugs? Do you think it's just, the hammer of the criminal justice system, or is it actually they've evaluated their lives and decide it's time to pursue a different path?
So what I had hoped to communicate there is that there are some individuals that we have worked with through my office, that I've worked with as a criminal defense attorney prior to serving as Attorney General, that the DAs have talked about, that they deal with, where it is not clear to the extent that people become motivated because they are facing some type of conviction or some type of charge or jail time, that has acted as a motivator in our collective experience. It is not the only motivator. It is a motivator of last resort. I think in reference to Representative Warren's question, I refer to it as a crutch that seems to be available. I can't, at least in my experience, there is no one way that a person is motivated to get on that path that gets them to their recovery. It has so happened, but it's not, I don't have the research for you, right? So I don't have the studies that you're asking for. I'm just giving you the experience as has been reported back to me, to those frontline prosecutors who are working with defense attorneys, who are working with defendants, and this has been indicated as something that has motivated them to take a different path.
Appreciate that answer. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony, Attorney General Fry.
Thank you.
Welcome, Director McKinney.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Roy McKinney. First, let me say, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and other distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I'm here to testify on behalf of the department and the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency in opposition to LD 976, an act to make possession of scheduled drugs for personal use a civil penalty. The department supports efforts to reduce the stigma for those suffering from substance abuse disorder and to reduce barriers to recovery. However, we do not find that the decriminalization of illicit drugs is a solution to the substance use and overdose crisis in our communities. Today, police roles have expanded to include a new emphasis on saving people from overdosing and helping those with substance use disorder get into treatment while still holding drug traffickers accountable. Addressing the opioid crisis involves multiple roles carried out by multiple stakeholders, from the Scarborough Police Operation Hope Initiative, Deferred Disposition, Treatment and Recovery Courts, OD-MAP, Police Assisted Diversion or Deflection efforts, and the most recent implementation of the Overdose and Prevention Response Options initiative by the Mills administration to support Maine people with substance use disorder. While the department is open to reasonable modifications of unlawful possession of scheduled drug statute, we do not support the outright decriminalization of scheduled drugs. The bill's title implies that personal use amounts would be subject to a civil violation. However, the bill does not specify what quantities would constitute personal use amounts. In addition, the bill proposes no stronger intervention responses if there are subsequent violations. There was a bill in the 129th that sought to legalize possession of scheduled drugs below a certain threshold, which the department also opposed. However, the department did support repealing one section of the 1107A possession statute that criminalized the possession of cocaine in the form of cocaine base and methamphetamine as a Class B felony. As stated above, the department is resolved to working for reasonable reforms to Maine's illegal possession statute based on evolving views of how to address the problem of illegal substance use. Decriminalization of these drugs sends a mixed message that fails to recognize how dangerous these drugs are and the message around normalizing their possession. On behalf of the department, I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director. Any questions for Director McKinney? Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here this afternoon. So from your testimony, I guess the question I have is that you're stating that you are willing to compromise to try to come to a solution to help people the best you can, but you think that this particular bill here, decriminalizing all of these drugs, is not the right way to go. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Representative Pickett. Yes, in substance, that's yes. This being substance use is a very complex societal challenge that is before us. There is no silver bullet. If there were, I was thinking earlier, if there were myself, I think I would be out of public service, had written a book and gone on the public circuit tour. But as the Attorney General mentioned, it's going to take all the stakeholders, and that's also part of my testimony and goes to Representative Warren's question in regards to it's not any one entity's responsibility, but all the administration, being the executive branch, the legislature, and as well as the advocates. I mean, the testimony we heard here today is very, very powerful, very emotional. But at the same time, we're dealing with a very complex issue that all other states are facing. Canada is facing this, and I've heard mention of the Oregon issue, and that's an experiment right now. There is no data out of that program, which just began, I believe, February 1.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you. And to take and decriminalize these scheduled drugs completely to civil infractions, civil violations, I should say, then part of your concern, as I'm understanding your testimony, is this would take and be real detrimental to the ability to try to get the traffickers, not the people that are addicted, but the traffickers from bringing this stuff into our state, and when they do bring it in, from getting it before it gets out into the communities, is that you have to have some vehicle to get at them. So that's kind of part of the problem, is it not, with this bill?
It is and it isn't. I mean, obviously, those that are using the substances such as whether it be any of the opioids or cocaine, they have information. That's what we'd like. We want that information so that we can, for the lack of a better word, identify and target those that are bringing the supply into our communities.
Okay, and I do agree, and I think we all agree that that this is a complex issue, and it's one that we all have a stake in trying to find an answer to.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Senator DeChambeau.
Thank you, Representative Warren. And thank you, Mr. McKinney, for your testimony. I'm looking at the chapter 1107 about unlawful possession of a scheduled drug. And it starts right off, except provided in subsection 2, a person is guilty of unlawful possession of a scheduled drug if the person intentionally, knowingly possesses, and that person knows or believes that to be a scheduled drug, which in fact, and the drug is, 1, a Schedule W, and at the time of the offense, the person had 1 or more convictions for violating this chapter. So if an officer sees that this individual is possessing drugs or probably is in the act of injecting that, the person could be found guilty of unlawful possession if they had a prior conviction. Am I reading that correctly?
Senator, we're speaking to what, 1107-A?
Yeah, I'm just reading.
1?
Yeah, I'm
A?
just reading number 1 and A. Talks about cocaine.
Correct. That particular section deals with cocaine possessed in an amount above 14 grams, cocaine in a form of a cocaine base above 4 grams, or methamphetamine in a quantity possessed of more than 14 grams. If it is if they have 1 or more prior convictions for violating any section within Chapter 45, which is the drug statutes, then that is a class B crime.
Yeah. So this proposed language that is underlined doesn't address the quantity, does it?
No, and of course we just had two lawyers on. I'm not a lawyer, but in my read of the bill 1107A, it repeals all of 1107A and replaces it with, unless otherwise specified, possession of a Schedule W, X, Y, or Z drug is a civil infraction.
Okay, that's where I thought, and I'm still working it out in my head. Also, it led me to ask this question. I'm reading it. This would apply to youth also, would it not? Juveniles?
Be a juvenile offense.
Person. Yeah.
Yeah, the same code is used for juvenile offenses, obviously handled in a different manner.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Director McKinney, your testimony is on behalf of the Department of Public Safety, the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency, and the administration, correct?
That's correct.
And we've found ourselves on opposite sides of this issue. This is now year 7.
I call it year 3, but 7, I'm not going to argue.
I can tell you that this is my 7th year being part of initiatives where we're trying to bring forward solutions to save our friends and neighbors from dying. And so this is the 7th year of you and the MDEA and the Department of Safety and the administration coming forward and saying no to initiatives that are trying to save our friends from dying. And what I heard you say was, we're willing to work on a solution. When? Because working on a solution, to me, when people do come to our committee and work on a solution, they testify neither for nor against, and they bring an idea of a solution. That's what it looks like. When do I expect that that will happen from you and the Department of Public Safety and the administration? Because that's right. This is no, it's not, yes, I want to work on something. Here's something we could do.
Well, this is opposition to this bill as written. And again, what I stated is that the department is willing to work on reasonable reforms on this particular issue. There's a lot taken place in the last number of years. We, as a society, and includes that the nation, if you will, did not get into the position that we're in with the public health crisis that we have with people dying from drug overdoses. That didn't happen in 1, 2, 3, 4 years. This has been going on for a long time. And we can go back into the 2000, middle 2000s, 2005, 2007, when we first were seeing people crushing pills and snorting them, a behavior not seen prior to that. I've been a policeman for 40 plus years. The last 20 have been at a desk. But when I was in the field doing heroin, in my 20 years at Bangor, one case did we see heroin, and that's where it was interdicted going into the jail. One time that I can remember my 20 years in the field of where I did a presumptive test for heroin. Now what do we have with opioids? We have fentanyl, one of the most potent opioids, most prolific out there. The drug cartels know this. They excel at marketing this to the point where it's counterfeit OxyContin or oxycodone pills that contain fentanyl. And the cartel, this isn't obviously pharmaceutical grade, and that's what's driving our numbers. So it's a matter of looking at that availability, trying to impact that, but also working in the establishments of the program. And this committee has to take some credit for allocating money to the department a number of years ago for, I forget what the program was called, but it was to allocate grants to law enforcement and other entities to come up with out-of-the-box solutions to have an impact. And so when I speak of Scarborough's Operation Hope initiative, or deflection programs that law enforcement is involved in, all of these come from working together as stakeholders to come up with solutions. And ODMAP is one of those also, to use that data of when there are overdoses, and with in the options program that's just come out, to work towards having an intervention so that survival of that overdose doesn't become a statistic that the Attorney General is reporting out at, but where law enforcement has the data, first responders overall, and works with the liaison to intervene in that situation. And I've attended conferences across the country where local police departments are engaged with their communities in these efforts to do that. Our challenge, we have a very obviously large rural state, so it's even more of a challenge. But we're all committed to doing what is right for our communities.
Which is the same thing we've been doing we're going to stick with that.
Well, I'd say it, but I hate to go back to it, but there is no silver bullet. We're going to
Okay, thank you very much, Director. Thank you for your time today. Anyone else have any questions for Director McKinney? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Chase, are you here to testify in opposition to LD 967? Is there anyone else here to testify in opposition to LD 967? If you are, please raise your hand. Oh, I see Dan Chase put his hand up. Mr. Chase, are you with us?
I'm bringing the other Dan Chase over.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chase, are you with us? One more time.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, your screen just rebooted on me. Now, I'm against this because it's completely the wrong approach. You're looking at removing penalties instead of protecting the people of the state. When you look at it, why does the state have a drug law? Because it's trying to uphold the rights of security of person of the citizens here. And this is the state's highest duty, according to the Supreme Court in 1906 in Haddock v. Haddock. You have a legal duty to protect the people from such scourges. If you have to protect us against, COVID-19, then I'd say you got to protect us against another pandemic called drug use. Now, the problem is you're not protecting us by coddling drug users. Federally, it is illegal and a crime, so I don't see how you can make it civil. But when you look at it, here's what you should be doing. There are those who want to violate the law. They're the drug sellers. The addicts, frankly, they're a symptom. The doctor talked about you treat the problem. You're looking at the symptom. The problem is the drug sellers. What you do is you set up a program where the drug users get charged. And when they're charged, they are given an option. Give us the name of your drug dealer. If you do, we will work out a special kind of a deal with you. You will not get the hardened drug users, but you will get some. Then that in affidavit form is evidence to use against them for perjury if they lie on it. And it will give them what they need to have probable cause to issue search warrants and commit arrests of the drug dealers once you get a certain number. You're decriminalizing, that's the wrong approach. Start attacking the drug dealers by offering deals to those who are accused of the crime of drug possession to get the drug chain destroyed. As long as you are dealing with the symptoms, which is the drug user, you're not attacking the disease, which is the drug dealer, the drug supply chain. You have to take and look at it from a different perspective. When you say, we care about the users, I don't care about the users. They're not addicts when they don't have a drug to be addicted to. When the drug does not exist, the addiction is gone. When you have the supply drug chain attacked and destroyed, the addiction problem takes care of itself. Do you want to protect the people, or do you want to protect those with a bad habit that destroys them, their lives, and their pecuniary rights because you aren't protecting them? You aren't protecting the pecuniary rights of others, such as myself, who might have my stuff stolen so that they can steal it and sell it in order to support their drug addict. That is your highest duty for Supreme Court precedent, is to ensure the security of person of me so I don't get attacked by a druggie. And I do not have my stuff stolen. That's my pecuniary rights. Ask a lawyer about it. I ain't a lawyer. Now, do you
Mr.
want
Chase,
to protect the people or do you want to protect the drug users? You go after the drug chain, and this bill is flawed because it's coming from the wrong direction. Any questions, ask me.
anybody have any questions for Mr. Chase? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Chase. Anyone else here to testify in opposition to LD 967? Seeing none. Anyone here to testify neither for nor against LD 967? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on LD 967. Thank you all. Representative.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion for lunch.
Oh my God, I'm so hungry. What kind of time we talking?
About 3 o'clock.
Yeah. Everyone good with a come back at 3? Senator? Okay, 3 o'clock. See you then. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Charlotte. That was good. That was good and long, I guess.
Yes, you're most welcome. At the end, I had a blinding headache because I was so hungry.
Well, I am very proud of myself. I've just made a boiled dinner with a brisket and potatoes, and I'm so proud of myself. I
You
haven't
did
done
that over the lunch break?
No, I haven't had anything to eat yet.
Oh, that sounds great.
I want to make sure I've got the right. Okay, we're going to be following the order.
That sounds good to me. Let me take a look. I don't think we had any requests to move anything. No. We're going to follow the order.
Mhm. Sounds good.
Okay. Daisy, I believe we have a quorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I see, there she is. Okay, I said if I see you, then we do have a quorum. All right, it's 3:03. I am moving along here. So we've established a quorum. I will just tell you about the work session this afternoon. I am Susan DeChambeau, Senate Chair, and I will be presiding over this work session of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. The purpose of these work sessions is for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order for members to consider the legislative proposals before them and make recommendations or reports to the legislature. We only committee members, the committee analysts, and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the work session using Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe this meeting, it is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel and will also be recorded for viewing after this meeting is concluded. Materials will be provided electronically for this meeting, either through share screen, email, or posted on the committee materials page. When it comes time for the committee to vote, we must have a quorum present, at least 7 members, including a senator. In order to be counted as present, your identity must be visually verifiable and on Zoom screen. I will now allow the members to introduce themselves, and I will begin with Representative Warren.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. I'm Charlotte Warren. I represent Hollowell, Manchester, and West Gardner.
Excuse me, Senator Searway.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Senator Scott Searway and represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, and Clinton, and Unity Township.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116, the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru.
Thank you. And Representative Reckitt.
Yes, I'm Lois Reckitt, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
Thank you. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Bill Pluker. I represent Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union, House District 95.
Thank you. Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dan Costain, District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna.
Thank you. Representative Newman.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne.
And Representative Renecki.
Good afternoon. I'm Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. And I am still here at the Capitol, and I am here under protest because we adjourned a month ago, sign die. Thank you.
I see the name of Representative Lookner. I don't know if he's back. Representative Morales, are you with us? You have two screens, Representative Morales. They will probably be showing up shortly. I will
Sure folks will be joining. Maybe we could just work on the work session. Grayson had another work session to go to. I know Victoria has a couple other bills, so.
Okay, yep. I will now introduce that our policy analyst is with us, Jane Overton. And Deb Fahey is our committee clerk. And I will now open the discussion work session on LD 663, an act to make comprehensive substance abuse disorder treatment available to Maine's incarcerated population. I think I could recognize Representative Warren. Are we tabling?
I'll go ahead with LD 663, if I may, Senator. It might be quick if I, with leave of the committee, I've been meeting with the Department of Corrections. As you all know, the Department of Corrections is on board with this bill. We met at length yesterday. They have a suggested amendment. You also heard that our allies who are working in the community offered an amendment at the work session, at the public hearing. I'm working on melding those amendments together, and I'd like to have another meeting with the allies and the DOC. So I'm asking if folks would be willing to give me a little more time and make a motion to table this bill.
I'll second that.
Could you make a motion, Representative? I said too many words.
Certainly. I will make a motion to table.
Thank you.
Representative Recca? Yeah, is it seconded? Did you have your hand up to second, Representative Recca?
No.
Representative Costain seconded it.
Okay. It's been moved by Representative Pickett, seconded by Representative Costain, and I will recognize Representative Recca.
Well, I think if I say what I want, I'm entirely out of order, but so if.
We have to vote on a tabling motion.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but yeah, and then it's too late to do whatever. So can I talk to you later about the one word correction, I think?
Thank you, Lois. I'd love to. Why don't you give me a call about that one word?
Alrighty, thank you.
And you're right. I think I'm in a different mode right now, but there's no discussion on a tabling motion. So all those in favor, or should we have?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So all those in favor, I believe it could be unanimous, and it is. Okay. So moving right along on LD 1035, an act to prohibit maintaining drug-involved premises, resolve to study streamlining the, nope, that's the other one. An act to prohibit maintaining drug-involved premises is LD 1035. And Representative Costain, you have your hand up.
Yes, I would, I would like to make a motion not to pass on that. That was my bill, and my constituents asked me to withdraw the bill. Thank you.
I'll second that.
I'm sure. Okay, thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded. Are there any discussions or questions about I'm sorry, did you make the motion ought not to pass, correct? All right, not to withdraw it. It's ought not to pass. I will have a roll call on that, please.
Cameras on, please, and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Rackett,
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner is absent. Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 10 yes and 3 absent.
Thank you. Now we're up to LD 758, resolve to study streamlining the background checks process for state licensed professions that require background checks. And that was presented to us by Representative McCray. We did receive the analysis of, from our analysts, I should say. Ms. Overton, do you wish to present, please?
Sure. Deb, do you want to put the bill analysis up on screen too?
LD 758.
Right. This is the background check study, really. On this one, I won't go through the whole thing. I'll just tell you the position of the State Bureau of Identification where the background checks are done. That's Matt Ruel is the director. They spoke neither for nor against and submitted written testimony. They drew distinctions for you between state background checks and federal checks. The federal checks are the fingerprint-based checks, and they come with a number of requirements and some limitations on their use. That certainly could be gone through in the in a study. He did note that there are some agencies that charge a fee for the background check, and that fee is more than the actual cost of the fee of the check is. So they actually make some revenue on background checks. So if you change things too much, you could end up causing some revenue problems or revenue shortfalls for different agencies. And then he mentioned that the main base checks are not based on a biometric and are limited in their scope. I think not a biometric weight means not a fingerprint based. There were some questions about the scope and purpose of the study and the membership. And there were questions about whether other state agencies use criminal record checks in licensing. Only a few of them were mentioned, types of licenses by Representative McCray. He mentioned teachers, state workers, and people seeking Maine guide licenses. I know within Department of Professional and Financial Regulation, they license a lot of different occupations. I couldn't even guess how many. And the other thing I thought I would just mention is that the study doesn't mention staffing, which means it results in the Department of Public Safety doing the staffing. And that is not usually done in a legislative study with a return back to the legislature. On the other hand, there are no legislators on this study. So it's a hybrid. That's all I have.
Thank you. Representative Rickett, you have your hand up. You have a question?
Yes. Every place that I have worked in the last 40 years has required background checks from me, and it was a nonprofit organization. So I think there's a whole Sorry, there's a little contracting, moving stuff going on in the house right now. Sorry for the noise. But basically, I think it's a broader range than what is articulated in the bill that will utilize combined background checks. But my other question is why, I never had to have a federal one. So it may be that the state is enough of a background check for some purposes. So I'll shut the sound off so you don't get drowned out here by the.
Okay, Representative, I saw Pickett, then Costain. Wait a minute, I might be wrong.
No, you're right.
Okay, Pickett, then Costain. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill, if I remember correctly, on the public hearing, we had encouraged the bill sponsor to get together with the director of SBI and see if they could come up with some kind of a possible amendment or something like that to the bill. Is the bill sponsor here that could speak to that? Because without that amendment, the bill the way it is, I would have to lean toward not supporting it, but I don't want to do something like that until I find out whether the bill sponsor has had that conversation yet.
Is Representative McCray with us? He was probably given notice, right, Deb?
Yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, I feel the same way. I've had some questions. Representative Warren, have you heard from Representative McCray at all?
I have not. No, I have not. So I'm just looking to make sure. And Jane, you haven't heard that there's an amendment?
No.
And the SBI director is not with us either, is he? Matt Ruel?
Yes,
Oh, is he with us?
he's coming over.
Thank you.
Let's see. There we go. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ruel. We may have questions for you. I
Sure.
will defer if Mr. Pickett, Representative Pickett, is there something you would direct to Mr. Ruel?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Director Morel, have you been in any kind of conversations with the bill sponsor, Representative McCray, since the public hearing?
I have not.
So there's been no discussion in regards to a possible amendment or something of that nature?
No, I hadn't heard from him since we had the initial discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
I will follow up because my question is similar, but I looking at my notes when you testify, Mr. Ruel, that federal law does require checks, and something about can only be used, something like a foster parent you put down once, but I want an answer. Could you give us a couple of examples where the federal law requires checks and for what?
Sure. So basically, we do a couple of different background checks. There's a public check that's provided through a service with Infamy, who we contract with as the state. And somebody can go on, put in John Doe's name, and it'll run a public records check for the state. So a lot of agencies will use those checks. But then again, there's other positions that deal with, generally they're positions of trust, they're dealing with vulnerable populations, and they have to have specific statutes that allow a state and federal background check to be done. So the benefit on the federal side is that it allows a check to be done of other states and things that are kept on the federal side. So if you ran a public check that was Maine only, and say you were living in Kittery, if somebody had a criminal history in Portsmouth, you wouldn't see that. But on a federal check, you would see Maine, New Hampshire, and Vegas, whatever else you'd have for criminal history on a federal check. So that's kind of the difference. And usually it's a higher standard, and you have to have a statutory authority to run those federal checks.
Okay, is that like the state is SBI, State Bureau of Identification, correct?
Correct.
And the out-of-state one, is that the NCIC National Crime?
Well, it's the FBI check. NCIC is just done for law enforcement purposes, so that's a little bit different, but it touches on some of the same systems.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Representative Costain, you've been patient. You had your hand up. You have a question for Mr. Goodell?
Thank you. Yes, sir. So my question would be, we run a fairly good sized daycare center, and with this bill the way it is now, we have a lot of teachers that work for us. So they get fingerprinted, I believe, through you guys. And then they have to be re-fingerprinted when they come to the daycare. And now it used to be through you. Now it's Indigo, I guess it's called Indigo or something like that.
Yep.
So is that the same? Is that actually the same thing? And why can't those fingerprints be used? And it goes back to this bill. If we can consolidate some of these, why are we paying to have fingerprints taken by a teacher and then a daycare and then something else? Can you answer that, please?
Sure. And there's a few questions, and if I miss one of them, just throw it back at me. So basically, the way the federal law is written is that you can only have a statute that's put in place that specifically grants authority to look at federal records for that particular job type. So if you're a teacher, the state statute has to specifically say you can run a federal check just for that purpose. And we couldn't do it for a childcare profession. So that's kind of the difference as to why they have to do two different checks. I completely understand why people look at that and they say, this is ridiculous. We've got to do two different checks. And I think it started out, years ago, it was a very limited number of checks. We had teachers, adoptions, foster care. As things have kind of expanded over the years, we've had to add new statutes every year. But you definitely can't use, just under federal guidelines, we can't use the same results twice.
Okay, follow up, Senator.
Go right ahead. Yep.
So if what you're saying then there's statute that we can't do it legally, then this bill wouldn't be able to be applied anyway, right?
Well, I did raise that concern with the sponsor, that if he was looking at specifically addressing using federal criminal history for two purposes, it would be a really short discussion because I just can't do anything. If he was curious about trying to have some consolidation on the state side, I had said I'm happy to work with anybody on the state side to look at consolidation or streamlining a process. But typically that process is all done through the individual agencies. So it's just a matter of, are they willing or able to collaborate? And some agencies are going to be looking for different pieces of information than another agency. So I think that's kind of where the sponsor was looking at seeing if we could gain efficiencies. And I think he just joined.
I'd like us to really focus. It's not like we're doing another public hearing, asking specific questions when, in effect, this is a whereas resolve. And it's basically asking that the Department of Public Safety and the State Bureau of Identification to convene a study of the current system. I don't think too many of us are opposed to study of that because we ourselves have been asking questions. I think the hang up a little at the last meeting was if I may be wrong, so you can correct me if you do have a problem with that. But the membership was questionable if there are groups that we think are missing in the membership. It, it says, in addition to an employee from the Bureau involved with the conduct with the background checks, the following shall participate, and that's the Commissioner of Education or designee, Inland Fisheries, Wildlife or designee, Public Safety or designee, Health and Human Services or designee. And as Ms. Overton suggested, and I think others have too, someone from professional regulations of licenses and should be involved. Does anybody have an idea of where they want to go with that? Or else I don't want to, before I open it to everybody else, Representative McCray, we just started this and we're so glad that you showed up. There was a somewhat of an understanding that when we had the public hearing, you were going to get with the State Bureau of Identification to find out if there were any adjustments or an amendment to this one. And so that's why we're discussing it. And you came in, as I said, let's focus on what he's asking for, which is a study. So go right ahead.
Well, first of all, I'm sorry I wasn't here at the beginning. I just was going through my emails just to see what was going on. I've been on the road going to Connecticut all day, and the only notice I can find was sent 6 hours ago. So I had no way of checking. So that's why I just happened to be here, and I thought, well, I'll see if they're still going. So I was waiting until I got the notice to check with is it Mr. Ruel?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To see where we could go with this. Oh, there you are, Mr. Moreau. And I was going to check with him, as it got closer. Well, closer was immediate when I saw the notice. So I have not had that meeting with Mr. Ruel, as you can tell.
The question was posed by, I believe, Representative Pickett. So
Yep.
I'll defer back to him and see if he has any specific questions of you, okay?
Okay, very good.
Pickett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative McCray, for being here.
Yeah.
The question I had asked, I think it's already been answered, was that you and the director were going to try to have a conversation and possibly come up with either some kind of an amendment or something to try to make this bill work. But I think another question has been asked as well, that the intent of this bill, if I'm understanding, and I'm seeing it in a little different light now, is not so much as to say that there's going to be background checks done. It's that to have a resolve for a study to check in to see with the stakeholders as to whether or not something like this could be done. Am I correct in that?
That's the way I see it, Representative. When I first thought of this way back in my first term, the idea was to streamline it, get rid of as much paperwork as we could, make it less expensive for everybody, the state, the applicants, everybody, just get as few as we could. And let's say I, as a teacher, maybe as a park worker and a raft guide, might be able to have the same background check work for all three and have it leveled, but that would be up to a commission that might be established. So that's where it was. Now, Mr. Ruel made me aware of the fact that perhaps with law enforcement, that's going to be dramatically different because those are federal background checks, as I recall, and that they would not be able to be used for other purposes. For example, if I were a police officer, my background check would not suffice, could not be used for my teaching certificate or what have you. That's as I recall. Am I correct, Mr. Ruel?
Yes, I can't share the federal information for a different purpose. So a Maine guide couldn't use the same background check that the teacher would use. on the federal side.
Okay.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So Representative McCray, it was meant to be a study, but yet you had a specific purpose that you were trying to accomplish. Do you still feel, after the information that we've heard, that there is a possibility of something being done to accomplish what you were trying to do? Or is this going to be an exercise in futility as far as
Well, I don't want to drag myself through an exercise of futility, nor do I want to drag your committee through that. So if Mr. Ruel, being the resident expert on background checks, as far as the bunch of us are concerned, if he doesn't see any way that we can pull this together, I think it might be just as well to cut bait right now. But if he, in his mind, can see, well, we could make some progress on this and streamline the process some, I think it would be worth our time. But again, like I say, if I would rely on Mr. Ruel's expertise to advise that. And this is certainly the discussion I would have had much more in depth with him had I realized that this was coming up so fast.
Thank you, Representative McCray. And Madam Chair, would you pose that question to? Would you allow me to pose that question to Mr. Ruel?
I first want to look at Representative Warren, who had her hand up before he answers.
I have the same question of Mr. Ruel that was just asked.
Okay, good. So yeah, you may ask the question, Representative Pickett, to Mr. Ruel.
That's okay. I'll let Representative Warren. She had her hand up and she can go right ahead.
I think the question's been asked. Can we just let Mr. Ruel answer it?
Yeah.
I can. I should preface this by saying I don't want to come across as not wanting to collaborate and help, because that's definitely, I'm all about that. But I would say that if we're really talking about just the federal check, I don't have another answer. I wouldn't be able to use it for any other purpose. So if that's really where the initial concern came from, then I would say there's our answer, and we wouldn't need to have any kind of a study group. If we were looking at other state efficiencies, that's probably something that could be discussed, but there's a lot of other players that are tied into that really I'm just the one that's providing the product to them to then use and make decisions at their agencies. And I'm willing to participate in that if people think it's useful to do so.
Mr. McCray, you have your hand up, or Representative McCray?
I'll answer to either. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ruel, Madam Chair, may I ask a question directly to Mr. Okay, I'm sorry, I jumped protocol earlier. Anyway, Mr. Ruel, along these lines, are there other checks or background checks that are not federal? Are they all federal?
No, there's a state check and there's a federal check. So for many folks that want to run a criminal history, they can do just a regular name and date of birth check through the state. But generally, positions of trust, positions that deal with vulnerable populations, positions that deal with information that is really sensitive, those generally require a federal check. So those are kind of the differences between the two.
Okay, yeah, I guess I was not aware that there were federal and state background checks. So yeah.
We're still asking for a study. Either we do a study and have a report December 1st of 21, which we've asked, or I was standing here. If this didn't go through, I would invite Mr. Ruel next year to join us and give us an overview of his department, since we already have questions about who's asking for a background check and who doesn't and what have you. So what you just explained, Mr. Ruel, you know, like if you're in a position of trust or dealing with vulnerable persons, it sounds like the Department of Professional and what is it, regulations, it sounds like all of those, I mean, you know, I didn't have to have a background check as a social worker, but that was like so many years ago. Is that true, what I just said?
So generally, we do work with the professional license folks quite a bit, but we've got teachers, adoptions, foster homes, main guides, I know have checks, taxation, certain childcare providers that are dealing with federal reimbursements because it's tied into a lot of federal laws. Hazmat drivers, people that are getting into certain facilities that are, you know, have higher levels of security, those kinds of things.
Thank you. We have a couple of hands up, Representative Reckitt, followed by Pickett, and I will go to the member, Representative Warren.
I just wanted to say that the other check we always had to do was with Child Protective, because of our interaction with children in the shelters. So I know that all of the shelters and probably the emergency shelters, as well as the battered women shelters, have to have background checks via DHHS as well on child protective issues. So make sure there wasn't a complaint.
Representative Pickett?
Yes, I will hold mine because I was going to make a motion, but I don't want, if someone's got a question, then I'll reserve that until after that's done.
Okay.
Because I see one more hand up. I think it's Representative Warren's hands up. If she's got a question, she can go ahead. If not, I'll make my motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Well, I just had like a really easy question, and if you could, I'd like a really simple answer. Is there value to studying the background checks in Maine? Is there value to studying the fact that all of these have been layered on top of each other?
I would say that at this point, no, for me. If you believe me or not, I would say I try to look at it every year. I try to make it as simple as I can for folks. I try to cut out the red tape as much as I can. I try to decrease the rates whenever we can renegotiate with vendors. So I'm trying to do all that stuff to make it easier and smoother for the public, for what it's worth.
Mm-hmm. I believe you. I think that we didn't understand sort of what was going on with the federal background checks and the state background checks, et cetera. So I think you've cleared it up, and I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I only apologize to the sponsor. I wish we would have had a chance to talk about that beforehand. I feel like I'm throwing him under the bus.
No, it's not the first
time. Bus that likes him very much, so he's okay.
So I now throw it back to Representative Pickett, if you wish to make a motion.
Yes, Madam Chair, and I think we had a really good discussion on this, and I think it was very worthwhile having it. But I think we've come to the conclusion that it's really not going to do much good in having this study. So I am going to make a motion of ought not to pass.
Second.
Second by Representative Costain. So it's been moved and seconded on not to pass. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, I can now call for a roll call vote.
Video on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales is absent. Representative Morales. Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
You can join our bus, yes. Once in a while, right?
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's, okay, we lost, oh, Representative Morales.
Yes, I'm sorry. What was the motion? Can you repeat it?
It's 7:58, ought not to pass, motioned by Representative Pickett, seconded by Representative Costin.
Okay, yes.
That's 10 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Take care.
Representative King.
Ladies and gentlemen, had I been on your committee with the new information, I also would have voted yes. So thank you for your time. And sorry that I got it on short notice, and I would have met with Mr. Ruel, and I would have come in saying, vote ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving right along. I want to make sure everybody's all set. LD 759, an act to amend the child endangerment laws to include certain unauthorized access to a loaded firearm, and that is Representative Dudera. Sorry, Dudera. It's like a doo-wop here. Okay. I will.
I'll answer to anything. No worries.
Representative, we're a little punchy right now, that's all. And so I am looking there, Jane.
Okay, ready?
Giggling, Jane.
Okay. This is LD 759.
Yeah, I don't know why we're.
Oops. Yeah.
This is LD 759. It creates a new variant of endangering the welfare of a child to cover storing or leaving a loaded firearm on premises under a person's control when the person knows or reasonably should know that a child is likely to gain access to the firearm and the child does gain access and uses it. There were, when Representative Dudera presented the bill, she presented an amendment. If we go down, screen down a little bit, Deb, I think we'll see the amendment, which the representative did present at the public hearing. So you have seen it. And it requires, what it does is it requires the person to act with criminal negligence in storing or leaving the firearm in a manner that allows a child to gain access. So it takes out the reasonably knowing that the child is likely to gain access. And then it takes out that the child recklessly or negligently discharges, and it just requires discharging of the firearm. So,
Excuse me, Miss Overton. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to correct one thing before we go on. At the public hearing, my amendment was simply eliminating the recklessly. And then since the public hearing and the testimony by John Pelletier, there is a new amendment which you helped me draft, and that is what everybody has in front of them, which speaks to criminal negligence. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Thank you very much. And then you did ask for information from the judicial branch. If we pass, can you scroll down a little bit more, Deb? There we go. You asked for prosecutions of reckless conduct that involve a firearm. And unfortunately, I could not get this to print in the document the way I would have liked, but this is from the prosecutors did not have information for you. They do not have this data, but the judicial branch did, and these are convictions, and they're from this 4 sets of numbers, right? Yeah. 2018, 2019, 2020, and then the total. So under domestic violence, reckless conduct. So these are convictions for reckless conduct, but we don't know. Some of them we know they involve a dangerous weapon. Some of them we don't, but we don't have any idea on the involvement of children. But I just need to tell you that the way the numbers read, if we look at domestic violence, reckless conduct, there's 4 numbers, 52. That is the first number. That is the number of convictions in 2018. Then the number 34 is 2019. Then 27 is 2020. And 113 is the total for those 3 years. I don't want to go too far on a limb here, but I'm not sure that these numbers are really give you the kind of information you were looking for.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
So we're looking at the amendment. Any questions on that? Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't have a question, but I just wanted to make sure that the committee knew that after the public hearing on the bill, and you'll remember that Mr. Pelletier testified in opposition to the bill at the public hearing. After the public hearing, he had a conversation with the sponsor. Hearing all of the testimony, he understood what the goal was. And what had been presented as the bill, in his mind, we didn't need because there was already a solution. What he heard as the problem at the public hearing did need a solution, and the amendment that you now have in front of you has been crafted by Mr. Pelletier. So I think it's important that you know that. I think it's also important that you know that our Representative Pickett has reached out to the sponsor and would like to further have a conversation about an amendment that possibly we could all get on board for. And the representative, the sponsor, has agreed to that meeting. I have agreed to join that meeting. And if other folks are interested, you'd be welcome. Senator DeChambeau, you have an invitation waiting for you in your email. And so I would like to make sure people have a chance to have, their questions, but to know that you possibly aren't looking at a final product here. So I didn't want us to use a lot of time when we're going to meet and see if we can get folks a little closer, if that makes sense.
So you're asking for a tabling motion, maybe?
I am. I don't want to cut people off, but I also wanted people to know that possibly they don't really need to dig in right now if we're going to work a little harder on the bill. So if that makes sense.
Representative Pluker?
Maybe this is a question for Jane, but could somebody define what criminal negligence is for me from a legal point of view? Or if that's a better left for someone else later. Okay.
Okay. In your Vertigo book on page 19.
Oh.
Section 35 of Title 17A, subsection 4. So that's 17A 35, subsection 4, criminal negligence. And the definition is there. Person acts with criminal negligence with respect to a result of the conduct when the person fails to be aware of a risk that the person's conduct will cause such a result. Then it says a person acts with criminal negligence with result to attendant circumstances when the person fails to be aware of a risk that such circumstances exist. And then the C says, for purposes of this subsection, the failure to be aware of a risk when viewed in light of the nature and purpose of the person's conduct and the circumstances known to the person must involve a gross deviation from the standard of conduct that a reasonable and prudent person would observe in the same situation.
I really appreciate that. And is that a and between A, B, and C, or an or between A, B, and C?
Those are different circumstances. The one is criminal negligence with regard to the result of the conduct. B is criminal negligence with result to attendant circumstances. And then C really is clarifying that we're talking about gross deviations from the standard.
So it needs to meet each of those or
No.
any of? Okay, thank you very much.
So, they've been floating around. Does anyone want to make a motion to table? And you're not, I mean, we should have this done by next week sometime. We're gonna do that. So I see Senator Sirway has his hand up.
I'll make a motion to table.
Second,
Second.
it's been moved and seconded. Oh, yes, I see your hand up, Representative Warren.
Just wondering if we could just do, if we have unanimous, do we need to do a roll call? Can we just do it like this?
I was just gonna do that. I was wondering what your hand was up for. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to table. All those in favor, please raise your hand. I see everyone. It's unanimous. I don't see Representative Morales, though. And the usual, who else is missing here? Okay.
She'll be in and out. I know she has other work sessions today.
All right. Do we know, I think Ms. Overton would be asking that also, is when we can schedule this again?
Could we add this to the list of work sessions on Thursday, please?
Work session on Thursday. Yes, we are meeting Thursday. So, Mr. Dudera, right. You'd be ready by next Thursday?
It's not my amendment. I haven't seen it yet. So provided that I see the amendment and we talk about it, I'm sure we can be ready.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm not sure we would be able to have it prepared by next Thursday, but we can certainly try. But if not, then we might have to. It would be. I know we could for the following week, but next Thursday, I'm not sure.
We haven't even done the following week. This is
just go ahead with next Thursday, and if I need to ask for more time, then you can decide at that time.
I think if folks are asking for an amendment and the good representative is willing to give them time, almost a week is enough time. So let's plan on running this, voting this on Thursday. Jane, could you please add it to the schedule? I think Representative Dudera is being quite patient to have this conversation.
I'm sorry, Representative Dudera, I misunderstood the motion, I guess, but all right. So Senator Sirway, you have a question.
Yeah, so we're gonna be on the books on Thursday, or is it Friday? I thought
Our meeting,
Fridays we do it, right?
we're meeting every day next week except Tuesday.
Oh, except Tuesday. Okay.
We're
All right,
meeting,
I have idea committee on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so I probably won't be able to be there Thursday, that's all. All right, thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Representative Dudera. We'll, we'll do it on Thursday. Thank you. The next one is LD 928, an act to require adequate training for police officers who use speed measurement devices. Is there a motion?
Well, you want me to- I
yes.
could just start and tell you, I mean, that if you could bring it up on screen sharing, Deb, there was a discussion about what the policies were and what the syllabus is for training for devices, and Director Desjardins from the Criminal Justice Academy sent this information to you, and you can see on the principles of operation of electronic speed measuring, this must be part of the syllabus. It shows you 16 hours of training with regard to speed, using speed measuring. And then if you go down a little farther, Deb, you will see the little farther, the requirements for training for an instructor for the Criminal Justice Academy with regard to speed measuring devices. And those were things that you had asked for in the public hearing. That's all I have.
Great, thank you. I have Representative Reckitt, Senator Seaway, and then Representative Pickett. You're muted, Lois.
I want to make a motion ought not to pass. I'm convinced by the analysis that this is already being done.
I'll
I'll
second.
second.
Motion
Got
by,
that.
seconded by Seaway, was it?
Senator Searway.
Seaway, okay. Representative Pickett, you had your hand up. Are you all set?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just was, before we took the vote, I was just wanting to make sure that the bill sponsor is not in the audience, if 'cause I wanted to give him an opportunity. I don't think he is, but I just wanted to be doubly sure.
Good.
I was looking as well, and I don't see him in there.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Video on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Reckitt,
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent, Representative Lookner,
Yay.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent, Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 11 yes, 2 absent.
Ms. Fahey, how long do the two people that are absent, when can they have to do it by noontime Monday, maybe?
No, it'll be Tuesday. It's 2 business days.
Each day? Okay, thank you. Okay. LD 994, an act to promote public health by eliminating criminal penalties for possession of hypodermic apparatuses.
Deb, the sponsors here, could you bring in Representative McDonald? Thank you.
We ready?
Yes.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
okay. Deb, can you bring up the bill analysis of 994? And there are quite a few sections in this bill, and in the bill analysis, that's the wrong one. That's the speed measurement from before.
Oops.
Whoops, okay. What I was going to say was, I think if Deb brings it up on screen sharing, I think I did it in outline form so you can see what every section of the bill does. I think if you just put that in, if we put that up on screen share in front of you, then we could invite the sponsor to address the committee. I don't have any additional information for you other than that. Printed into that were the whole of some of the bill, the statutory sections that don't really show up in full in the bill. That's all. That's all I have. Would you like me to go through it? I sort of think not.
I don't have any questions, but I don't see any hands up. Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question is how much, and maybe this is to Jane, on hypodermic apparatuses. There was a section, I think it was A4 or something like that, that describes a lot of other things besides the apparatus itself about inhaling and several others. And I was wondering how much is in the hypodermic apparatus to be considered just the possession of hypodermic apparatus rather than the drug itself.
Yeah, well, on line 17 is repealing the crime of possessing a residual amount of a scheduled drug that is the residue that's in the hypodermic apparatus, and that's being repealed. But I think you were asking about section 6 of the bill, which repeals from the definition of drug paraphernalia, the purpose of injecting, ingesting, inhaling, or otherwise introducing into the body.
Right. So what's that mean? I mean, when it's talking about removes the definition of that, I'm just trying to figure that out. What's that mean?
Well, it also appears on the next page in paragraph K under the whole list of paraphernalia. I would have to have somebody else explain to you the practical effect of those for law enforcement.
Senator Seaway, the sponsor may have a response.
Sure. I mean, that's fine.
Thank you. So I'm not sure I can define it from a legal perspective. I'm not a law enforcement officer, but I can explain the intent of the bill is that residue in any type of drug paraphernalia, whether it's through inhaling or ingesting or injecting, would no longer be considered possession.
So I'm just thinking on some of this, and you just talked about residue. If they had 100 needles and they had little trace amounts, and it doesn't take much for like fentanyl that or something like that, it could be okay.
So trace amounts in that you can tell that the hypodermic apparatus was used. If it still contained, a usable amount of drug, if you still had, a milligram, or I'm not sure how it's measured out, then you would have possession of a substance. But if it's just a used apparatus or, a used inhalation device that doesn't contain actual drugs anymore, then it would not be possession.
All right. Okay, thank you.
All right, great. Any other questions? If not, I would entertain a motion. We've had a lot of discussion on this and testimony from even star witnesses. Representative Warren?
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. Before we take an official vote, I wanted to make sure that people's questions were answered. This was a public hearing where we had no opposition. Usually when we have no opposition, we go immediately into work session and pass a bill. So if there are still questions or we aren't going to get a unanimous support on this, I'd like to have the opportunity to help people get there before we just call for a vote.
Okay, I have a hand up with Representative Recca, followed by Senator Stairway.
Representative Warren, I just have what's probably a simple question. And I'm thinking about it because last Saturday on Drug Take Back Day, I took back hypodermic needles to the police that still had Lovenox in them, which is a medicine that I have to inject into my wife when she has surgery, but we didn't use it all. And so I've been holding that to give back to the police, but it comes in preloaded hypodermic needles. So, so I just want to make sure that I wouldn't be violating some crazy law. I mean, some sensible law by having that in the house until Drug Take Back Day, which is what I did, was pack it up and then bring it back as soon as we had one of those. But they were definitely hypodermic needles that had preloaded drugs in them, but they weren't. It's not a drug that you would take to get high. I mean, they were
prescribed, right?
Yeah, prescribed. Yeah.
Okay.
So that makes the difference.
I think so.
Yeah.
So the same would be true for insulin if something had.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Senator Stairway?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm on the fence on this, and I see the good in it. I see, the other side a little bit. I really, personally, I think that the way I feel is I would probably vote ought not to pass, just so that it would have some say from all of the legislators. If they want it, that's fine. I probably even may change my mind then, but I just wanted to have it to be able to be discussed in the legislature. So that's the only reason why I would vote not to pass.
So I just want to make sure that we're clear. There wasn't another side. Even the Drug Enforcement Agency director came in and testified in support. So just what's the other side, Senator?
Well, that's the part I don't know. So I'm just
Okay.
saying that they, I want to leave it up to if there's other entities that haven't spoke or whatever. It seems like a big decision, and I just kind of feel that I want to open the door up for the legislators to decide.
But I'm just going to play devil's advocate, Senator Stairway. When it comes down to a vote, other legislators wouldn't probably take the time to read the testimony of, the Attorney General. Department of Public Safety, Mr. McKenney from the Drug Enforcement. So sometimes you shoot, not you, but people do. You know, thinking, I'm just playing devil's advocate on this one.
I hear.
I know it's tough for you personally, and
Yeah.
I know it is.
Well, I've gone into some homes and, you know, I've seen what's happened and it's sad situations. And so it's tough for me.
Yeah. So, well, you vote your conscience, but I want, you know,
Yeah.
been studying this.
Nothing against the bill. I just think that it's just want to leave it up for discussion. That's all.
Okay. And so let me just check here. I have Representative Pickett, followed by Representative Luker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a bill that we started working on last year on the last session, 129. We've got the Attorney General, we got the Director of the of MDEA, we got the Deputy Director of the Maine CDC. It's a bill that we have to do something, and this is a small step forward in trying to do what we can to try to solve the situation, much like the bill we were talking about earlier today. We're trying to find ways to make a difference, and I think this is a good bill, and I think it's got the support of everybody. Like you said, there was nobody that testified in opposition to it, and I hope that all members will vote ought to pass, because I think it's really a good bill, and I'd like to see a nice clean vote for the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Luker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick procedural question for Representative Warren, I think. If it is unanimous out of committee, and someone could still object to it being on the consent calendar on the floor and thereby give it a full vote and debate later on, is that true?
Always. Yes. Great question.
Okay, so thank you.
All right. So I will entertain a motion. I don't believe there was one. I didn't write it down.
I'll make a motion ought to pass.
Seconded.
Okay. And seconded by Luckner. Is it Grace? Okay. Thank you. Seeing no discussion, further discussion, I will ask for a roll call.
Video on, please, and unmute for roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Luckner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yep. Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
No.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 10 yes, 1 no, 2 absent.
Good job, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your time today.
Oh,
And did you want to hear what my,
yeah,
just ought not to pass at this point?
okay.
Okay. I have 1128 is next. I've got notes to myself, but I think I'm making this up here. So wait a minute. 1128, an act relating to personnel working in public safety.
Oh, yeah,
I'd
that
like to
one,
make a motion to table.
Yes.
yeah.
Representative Warren, if, I don't know if everybody's on the same page.
We're going to have a public hearing on this bill on Monday. I'd like to make a motion to table.
Second.
That's what it was, a public hearing. Forgot about that. Thank you. So this
No.
one's tabled. Thank you.
So we just have to do a quick, everybody raise their hand vote.
Oh, yes, yes. Everybody in favor of tabling till Monday, please raise your hand. And everybody's got their hand up. Where is, boy, you're in two places, Representative Morales. Representative Renecki, are you voting?
I saw her
Yes,
hand.
I put my hand up.
Okay, thank you. We're all set. Thank you. The last one, guys, 1440, an act to provide safe gear for female firefighters.
There are two bills. There's 1245 and 1440.
Correct. I missed that. So we'll begin with 1245, an act to ensure the provision of adequate personal protective equipment to firefighters who are women. Yes, so that's 1245, and that is Gorhusky, Representative Gorhusky's bill. Ms. Orbiton, do you have?
Sure. I think actually what I did on this one was I did one bill analysis that covers both bills.
So you
And
want to look at 1440 maybe, or what?
well, they're both on the same form because they're so closely related, but one of them requires the provision of equipment and the other one provides an appropriation for money with which to provide grants to fire departments. So here, thank you, Deb. Deb's got it up on screen share. So 1245 requires a municipal fire department, volunteer fire association, or fire district to provide and equip female firefighters with personal protective equipment and turnout gear. And LD 1440 appropriates $500,000 in this coming fiscal year for grants to municipal fire departments, volunteer fire associations, and fire districts. The language is a little bit different from one to the other, to purchase safe and properly fitting equipment. There, if we go down past the testimony, Deb, people will see that we already have in Title 26 in Section 2103 a requirement that fire departments provide firefighters with appropriate equipment, protective equipment, and then the statute goes down through personal clothing, helmet, foot protection, hand protection, and a breathing apparatus, and the safety alert system, rope, harness, and hardware. So there is already a requirement on that. You had asked for information about the Department of Labor. If we go down a little further, Deb, the Department of Labor already has a list of items that adopt an OSHA standard that fire departments are supposed to be providing. And as I recall, the testimony on 1440 on the grant program from Fire Marshal Thomas was really, he testified against the bill, but then I think he explained to you that the reason for his objection was that the money was being appropriated to the fire marshal's office, and he thinks it should be appropriated to the Department of Labor because they are the regulatory agency that has authority over the fire departments. And then you can see the requirement here in this Maine Department of Labor compliance directive. I do think that you got a message from Representative Groholski about perhaps having somebody available, female firefighters, to speak with you today. And so I'll stop there.
Thank you for that information. Do we have both Representative? We've got Representative Groholski. I'm looking at Representative Roder. Is she here?
Yes, just a moment.
It sounds like are we going to be comparing both or what? I'm a little lost. You can help me there, Representative Warren. What's the best way to proceed?
I think the sponsors may have an idea for us. So how about we hear from them first?
Okay. Who wants to go first? Representative Groholski? Groholski, right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you all for, you've been moving quite quickly. We were expecting to meet you after dinner, so thank you. I really appreciate the analysis, and I wanted to make a few points about that and then offer some possible ideas for your consideration that Representative Rader and I have discussed with the professional firefighters of Maine. Regarding the place in statute where it does indeed already discuss protective equipment, we're finding that has not been adequate to actually get proper protective equipment. And I know that Mr. Kraus of Professional Firefighters of Maine, as well as the 2 female firefighters that were welcome to join today because they couldn't be here at the last late session, our public hearing, could talk about that a bit more. But one of the things we heard in the public hearing from the fire chiefs actually indicated that some of the gear that's being used is not within the correct allowable time period for which you can still use gear. And there were some other statements made that sort of indicated that what we've got in statute is not being translated into the fields. And additionally, I would add that Mr. Kraus indicated that something as generic as appropriate gear is not actually helpful in negotiating for specifically fitted or tailored gear, because what's happening is the department is saying, well, this gear does meet the NFPA standards for fire gear. Separately, it is not meeting the actual NFPA standards for properly fitted fire gear or OSHA standards for that. But some departments are able to say, well, it is appropriate under certain NFPA standards. So I think there's some challenges in interpreting something as generic as appropriate. And so the language in my legislation is much more explicit on that. And the firefighters feel that will help them get the gear that they actually need to do their work safely. So I just wanted to respond to that. I also, in doing research on this since we met last, probably have a question for your analyst, which is, I'm not sure why my bill was specifically drafted in Title 30A instead of along with Title 26, where there is already information about standards for equipment and clothing. So that might need to be shifted. And I would, of course, leave that up to the expertise of the analyst, because the statute is much outside of my own area of expertise. So if I may, I would like to just share how Representative Rader and I think these 2 bills could work together, and then I would let her chime in any additional thoughts on that, if that's all right. Thank you. So I think that my legislation as written actually would accomplish the goal of ensuring that female firefighters have something to look to say, we do need this gear. The legislature is saying so, the national standards are saying so, please do give us this, so that there isn't a question about what is appropriate, not appropriate. We can be very explicit on that. And I think that will help firefighters, especially career firefighters who are using their gear for 5, 10, 30 years, not the same gear, but gear that they would be issued, really can be properly outfitted from the start. So I think that that bill is poised to pass as is, unless your analyst recommends it move to a different chapter in statute. And then regarding the second bill, where we thought there was a nice combination here, is that we do recognize that volunteer departments, smaller municipal departments especially, may be challenged by initial costs. And so we thought it would be excellent to create a grant program, as Representative Rader laid out in her bill, to help defray costs, especially at the start, where there are many firefighters around the state who, if we want to outfit them properly in the next few years, it would be an initial cost. So we would like to see that pass, but in a different form, giving a couple of years for the use and compliance with my portion of statute. And we recognize that it does not fit well where it was initially proposed with the state marshal's office. And in reviewing options, we believe that Maine Emergency Management Association might be a great home for this, because they already have many grant programs. Additionally, they monitor the hazmat program, hazardous materials program, for the fire departments, and they help distribute federal money to fire departments. I have put in a few phone calls to the agency today, as my apologies, but the idea was just hatched today, and we have not yet heard back. So I recognize the committee may want to wait and hear from MEMA if they think that this would be an appropriate fit. And then that would move to the appropriations table for us to then try to advocate with the appropriations committee. But I think it makes sense to have them sort of run on parallel tracks, because it is really important that we establish this level of protection and make it clear to female firefighters that they are welcome in the fire service and that they will be properly invested in, so that they too will in turn invest back in the departments they choose to join. And I will leave it at that, and maybe Representative Rader might have any comments, or it's your meeting.
I thank you for that overview, and you're right, I did not pick up that 30A and then 25. So Ms. Rader, would you like to add to that? Or Representative Rader, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I do believe that Representative Grahowski gave you a pretty comprehensive overview. We are very willing to talk about how our bills can work in concert, if they can be combined. It's an important issue. I specifically kept my bill in, even knowing that Representative Grahowski put in her bill, because I had the funding piece and I thought that was important. But yeah, very willing to work on any solution that would get this passed. Thank you.
I have Representative Warren, followed by Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, representatives, for your work. It sounds like you're working on really refining this. I wondered if Jane agreed with this suggestion. I wondered if it makes sense for you all to work with Jane to get the amendment ready for us with the folks, MEMA and other folks that you're in contact with, so that we have something in front of us that we can vote on. That's not the end of this discussion, or at least I don't intend it to be, but I just thought I'd offer that as a suggestion that might really get you guys to the place you want to be for this proposal. Jane, would you be willing to do that?
Of course.
Thank you.
I now have you all done there, Representative Warren?
Yes, thank you so much.
Representative Newman, and then followed by Representative Breckett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions and comments actually can go to either representative. Being on a volunteer fire department, I want to know how you can kind of wrap your head around providing gear to for a volunteer fire department versus a career department, when we see so much turnover, we may have, whether it's a male or female, come in for 6 months and then move out of town or find a different job and decide they can't do this. I know most of the departments we have right now do share gear. You try to fit people within. And I know now that they've started developing the female gear, I would be more in favor of, as the gear comes to the point where it has to be replaced, fitting with the newer style gear, rather than ordering new gear and then maybe having that gear thrown in a closet and hoping somebody's going to come in and fit into it again. So have you come up with any ideas to reconcile, like I said, the volunteer department versus the career firefighters?
One wishing to respond to that?
I believe Representative Grahowski has her hand up.
I'd be happy to. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Representative Newman. I'm not sure if you were at the last public hearing on this or not. I can't recall. Feels like a month ago. And I too have been a volunteer firefighter, so I do understand the challenges there of transitions that happen. One of the things that we discussed, that was the reason that we really think Representative Rader's bill's component about trying to create a fund to help the departments pay for this equipment would be helpful. But it might be that there is equipment that could be tailored, possibly. This equipment is readily available. It is the same cost, essentially, as other gear is. It's been commercially available for a fair amount of time. One of the challenges is that, as I'm aware, is that many fire departments aren't aware that it's even available, and their members aren't aware it's available. So the conversation about how to properly outfit firefighters is not happening in many places because there's not awareness. And I think even having these hearings is creating awareness, which is really important. And having legislation would help with that as well. So one of the things we discussed was possibly putting a timeline on this so that career departments would need to make sure female firefighters were properly outfitted within a year of enactment, and that volunteers could be as soon as possible, but within 2 or 3 years of enactment, so that there was time to access potentially this fund or other grant opportunities. There are a significant amount of federal grant opportunities for PPE, for other firefighting gear. And if there was an urgency to acquire funds from the federal government through FEMA, I think that would happen, certainly. And we don't want to see, we know that fire departments are struggling, but I would add that one of the reasons that fire departments are struggling is not just funding, but also recruitment. And I do think that if a woman joins a department and is given gear that fits well and she feels confident in her job and that she's been properly outfitted and invested in, that she is more likely to stay and in service and encourage other females to stay. I mean, I joined a department as a female because there were other females on that department. In fact, the chief's wife was a female serving on the department. So that made me see the opportunity and the possibility of something I had wanted to do since I was in 2nd grade, actually. So I hope that it could have a really positive effect if we move in this direction. And maybe that's wishful thinking, but we really need to try everything we can think of to help with recruitment in rural fire departments for sure.
Can I have a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Wouldn't one of the first things to do then is, if you're talking about the fact that departments don't know about this gear, wouldn't first thing to do would be to have Bureau of Labor Standards send out a letter to actually every fire department, addressing this issue? I do understand, the recruiting, and it's not necessarily, it's male and female. The retention of recruits has gotten harder and harder over the years. And I have trouble with, if I have to buy fire gear within a year or 2 years, and then have somebody, whether it's male or female, walk out the door, and I have to hang it up in the closet and hope somebody else is going to fit into this. You know, when you're talking $2,500 to $3,000 for the gear, and then helmets and things after that.
If I may, something that you mentioned earlier was something that we spoke about with Michael Kraus from the professional firefighters, the idea of a gear share, that if you happen to have gear that was used for someone who left their position, that you can contact the other fire departments to see if they are in need of gear of that size. It's an imperfect solution, obviously, but it's one that I think we need to work on. And to Representative Grahowski's point regarding retention and recruitment, I do think that there is a significant hit to morale when you're given old gear, when you're giving gear that doesn't fit. It doesn't make you feel like you're a valued part of a department. It doesn't make you feel like you have a place there. As Representative Grahowski said, she was comfortable joining the volunteer fire department because there was another woman there. So just my thoughts. Thank you.
Representative Newman, you mentioned something like sending a notice from the Department of Labor. Would you repeat that?
Yeah, that would be having the Bureau of Labor Standards come up with a letter to send out to all fire departments, reminding them of the requirement for fitting of gear and the fact that their companies are now making female gear so that they should be fit properly.
Yeah. And you know, that's not a bad suggestion, because when these bills came out, I went to the deputy fire chiefs or what have you of a few places, and they were dumbfounded. They said, no one's ever complained. I mean, they never thought of that because they're used to, you know, sharing, someone leaves and someone else gets that uniform, but they never, in that group, I guess it's my area, I guess the females have not said anything. So this, for me, is a very proactive kind of legislation. And we heard testimony months ago, right, Representative Warren? We were in a meeting listening to some very good female firefighters. They came from probably the larger cities, but they had a group, and the talk is starting. But I want to also say that the departments I contacted that did not know were flabbergasted, and they were in support of these bills. They said they'll do what needs to be done. So, but they did not know. It reminds me of 40, 50 years ago. They did not know. So, Representative Rickett, you're next, and then Representative Costain.
I have a couple of things. I think that LD 1440, I think we could pass right off. I mean, do it right away. I would suggest we change the wording to appropriates for fiscal year 21-22 for the appropriate state agency, and that would keep us from having to delay until we got MEMA or the Department of Labor, whoever's going to administer the funds. I don't see why we would need to wait to pass this portion of it before we have an answer of who's going to actually do the granting of it. The other piece is, and this is, I'm going to sound a little nasty because I am a little nasty about this. This feels very, very discriminatory not to have done this already. I mean, it seems to me what we're doing is we're discriminating against women who might even know they want to be a firefighter, who, until they find out they're not getting the equipment that fits. There's maybe one of them in the department, maybe. It's a tough road. It's like it was for the state police 40 years ago. I mean, it's the same idea. I think if we're going to have female firefighters, we need to make them feel like they belong, because they do. And if we don't think they do, then that's a whole wrong attitude. So I think that we really need to step forward on this. And if it were me and I could wave a wand, which of course I know I can't, I would do what I suggested on 440, and I would ask the sponsors of the other two bills to sit down and put them together so that there's one bill sometime in the next 7 days, so that we could next week decide that, okay, great, everybody's agreed that this is how we want to do this bill. I'd keep them funding separate, because I think that the bill that requires the equipment needs to be voted anyway. Because frankly, I think if we don't do that, then I think we're setting us up for a lawsuit, which I just soon not have. So I really think that we ought to act on both these bills in the ways that I suggested, and I won't make a motion because I've talked too long. Thank you.
Representative Costain, followed by Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question can go to either one. My first question is, approximately how many female firefighters are there in the state? Do we know?
We know how many professional female firefighters there are because there isn't the overarching organization such as the firefighters union for volunteer firefighters, and because the number is always in flux, we don't have a stable number for how many female firefighters there are in the volunteer ranks. I believe it was, I want to say it was like 108. Either 108, thank you. I was going to say 104, so thank you. 108 professional female firefighters.
Okay, thank you. Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, go right ahead.
So my second question was, and I had thrown this around in my committee here earlier today, the possibility of maybe when you're talking the expense of this, is if they could volunteer, maybe even the professional firefighters or somebody could organize it, is to have like a clearinghouse. So if, especially when we're hearing that part-time firefighters come and go, maybe they could have some type of a place that, you know, if somebody just used the gear for 6 months or whatever, they could put it somewhere and reutilize it again. And that's just a possibility or a thought we were thinking of. Thank you. If that's possible.
Okay. Is are you waiting for a response to that?
Yeah, I'm asked. Yes, if one of them wants to answer that.
I think it's a fantastic idea to have that repository, sort of a central repository of gear that can be repurposed. I don't have an answer of how that will happen or whether or not there are any safety standards that the gear needs to go through. Like I'm pretty sure that it's reusable because we've heard about them being handed down person to person, but whether or not there are any safety standards that need to be met before they can be reissued, I'm not sure. And perhaps Representative Grahowski would know a little bit more about that, having been in the fire service.
Yeah, if I may, I would weigh in that firstly, the Professional Firefighters Union would probably not be the right organization because they represent the career firefighters who are men and women who work in this field day in and day out. It is their full-time job and they use this gear. They have 2 sets of gear actually because they are on cleaning cycles. And so it wouldn't really be appropriate to ask them to oversee volunteer department gear swaps. The other thing I would add is sometimes you'll find that adjacent departments have different gear or different looking gear. Part of that is so that when there's a mutual aid call, that it is easy to identify who your department members are. So it's not necessarily easy to say that Ellsworth and Trenton can trade gear because their gear may look very different and be even a different brand for the reason of whatever the department's preference is, but as well as the visual cues for finding, you know, your partner in your department in an emergency situation. So I think it is a good idea, but I think it would need a lot more exploration and we'd need to hear from the volunteer fire departments about that. I would add that $2,500 is hard for a department, certainly a small department, but harder yet would be the cost of a lawsuit if gear causes a serious injury. And I really think that we should do the best we can to protect municipalities. I think that this is why we see the Maine Municipal Association supported these pieces of legislation. They were not flagging those concerns about cost, actually. And I would add, as a solution, I would be happy to work with your analysts to clean up my language, which is currently put in Title 30A, and match it with the language that's in 2103 to really make it more explicit, and keep that as a separate piece, because I think that just needs to be done. And then have the funding piece there to try to support the volunteer departments, really are the ones that are less resourced and don't have firefighters who are there literally as their full-time job. So that would be my recommendation, and I would be happy to work with your analyst.
I think that's where we're headed. I just want to throw out a name. I've attended a conference of all fire chiefs, and the president is John Duras from Saco Fire Department, and he would be helpful. Matter of fact, his son's a fire chief, deputy chiefs also.
Senator, you're on mute.
Yeah, I know. I've got Representative Morales, Representative Warren, and Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Representative Grahowski and Representative Rader for bringing this bill to our attention, because I think it's really necessary, and for us to learn about some of these inequities in our system. I think it's really important. I think they are two separate bills, though, as Representative Grahowski just explained, and I agree with that. And if I were to put on my litigator sort of appellate hat, this would be not only would be opening ourselves up to lawsuits, if there was a public safety matter as a result of it, but simply as an employment matter. This is an equal protection violation of the law. So I highly support both of these pieces of legislation. And I just wanted to thank the sponsors for working together, working with us, and coming forward with these policies.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to second what Representative Reckitt said and make a motion that we do exactly what these representatives have suggested. So I would make a motion ought to pass on LD 1440. Excuse me. I would make a motion ought to pass as amended, changing the language to appropriate state agency. I think that is really smart to think about MEMA, because they're, and applying for federal funds. So that would be my motion, ought to pass as amended on LD 1440.
Second, anybody?
Second.
Representative Pickett, do you have a question or a statement?
Yeah, I'd like 5 minutes to talk with my group.
Go right ahead. I'm going to ask Jane, since I'm not doing, this is not new. I brought this up at the last meeting. On that bill, it says grants to municipal fire departments, volunteer fire associations, and fire districts under Title 30. I just wanted to make sure that if we had any, I think the state has fire departments or fire groupings. Does that include the state? I mean, we have firefighters fighting forest fires.
I think I remember that when someone else, correct me, that you talked about this with Fire Marshal Thomas at the public hearing, and he said the fire service used to have females, but now they do most of their work through contract with other departments. Does anybody else remember that? Can they correct me?
Yes, I remember that. And I just, if I may, I'm not trying to be controlling, but I think it's only polite that if our colleagues are caucusing, we just hold off on any discussion about the bills. I would want them to do that for me. So could we
I was
wait
gonna
till
bring
they're
him
back?
up. I was just asking what I had asked if it had been cleared. So-
Okay, I understand. I just want us to make sure that we're very careful about that.
Okay.
While we're waiting, I just want to say thank you for hearing these bills and for being a pleasant committee to talk to. I've had the opportunity to do so frequently, and I'll see you again on Monday.
Thank you for that. We're gonna have, I don't know how pleasant we'll be next Friday when we have like 57,000 bills. No, we'll be present. We'll be pleasant.
Hey, Jane. Did I miss a vote?
I don't know. Deb, Deb keeps the official count.
I am looking. I don't think
Okay.
so. A table.
Okay, I'm not needed for that, right? I don't need to call in a table and vote. Okay. Great, thank you.
Hey, Deb, did I miss any votes?
Let me check. A table. Yes. Hang on, let me just check if there's any others. A lot of votes. Okay, yes. LD 1035 was ought not to pass.
Is it
It's a
unanimous?
unanimous vote, yes.
Okay, I vote yes.
Done.
That was at the request of the sponsor. So,
The chairs, when we start up again, I wanted to ask a question about, so I'm just alerting you that I wanted to ask a question about what LD 1440, why you were thinking about placing the fund in an appropriate state agency. I don't think that's going to get as far as the appropriations table. I think somebody's going to ask you to specify who that is and what agency it is. So I just wanted to have you talk to me a little bit about that.
Bill Fluker, do you know if the Maine State Prison still has a fire department?
I don't know that. I heard you mention that in the public hearing, but I don't recall.
Well, they had one at Old Thomaston.
Yeah.
I think it's probably like if they, how to contain, and it'd be a good question. Find out for me. I didn't know.
Yeah, I will.
Their fire truck was a 1938 truck, but I mean, they didn't have to go far. It was
And you
right
mean,
next door.
and you don't mean COs, you mean the inmates, you mean the residents.
Oh, no, it was correctional officers. I mean, that was in their full-time job, but it was like a volunteer.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But the residence is what I was talking about at Mountain View.
Uh-huh.
Charleston Correctional Facility. some of the inmates, oh my God, and they were dressed just like they were firefighters, not in full garb, but fighting forest fires. They're right up on top of a mountain. I mean, they had the yellow suspenders, the plaid shirt, the khaki pants, and after all the training, it was almost like a Black Hawk helicopter. It was a big helicopter. They were all treated to that, and they went off, to the mountains, and
Oh, wow.
great training. It was like a vocational training. Yeah.
That's neat. Yeah.
And I was saying, Bill, if we ever give you a pair of yellow suspenders, we'll know that we're recruiting you for the Warren Fire.
Well, no, yeah.
Oh, it's the image. It was on Channel 6, or someone was doing a thing, and the image to see, for me, I smile because to see inmates out of their prison clothes, which is just jeans and a blue shirt anyways, but boy, the smiles on their faces, I'm telling you.
Oh, boy, this is the longest 5 minutes I've ever sat through. I think we should give all of the members of this committee stopwatches at the end of the 1/30th as a present. Looks like I got one more week of construction to go here in the house. Oh my God.
What are you doing, Lois? I forgot.
Well, the internal renovations, and the carpenter got hurt in the middle of them, so he was out for 3 weeks. So we had one room that was just about done, and then he caught his finger in the sprocket of a motorcycle and busted his finger.
Oh
Not
no.
on the job, but so he was out for 3 weeks while that was healing up, and now he's back he got back on the job last week. But so now he's redoing Lynn's office. So it's 2 rooms that have never been renovated in this house, and I've lived here 51 years. So it's quite a change, and very nice. But except for how I'm going to pay for it is a good question. But the I don't know about you, Victoria, but I'm sweating the tax increase in July.
Yeah. I haven't dug into it explicitly. The letter that we got wasn't very clear
No.
of what it's going to look like.
My theory is if my taxes go up from what they are now to what I'm afraid they might, that's what I'm picturing. And that way, if it's less than that, I'll be thrilled. Because my taxes right now are $7,000 a year on my house. And I'm picturing it's going to be 10,000. And then if it's less than that, I'll be happy. But if it's 10,000, it's essentially more than I make as a legislator. So I'll be a legislator for South Portland, and
You'll be homeless.
they'll pay my taxes. That'll be it. So it's just nasty.
Yeah. I saw our city manager, and the taxes have gone down 3 years in a row. He was showing me statistics that a median cost house hardly went up. Frankly, he said they were paying less than they did like 6 years ago. Just by a little, I'm saying, but now that
because of all the development, right?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. That's what does it.
Yeah.
By the way, my housing bill got a unanimous vote in taxation. So
Nice.
doesn't
We need to change the TIF laws are in need of change. So that's great. Nice work.
It adds affordable housing. So
yeah,
we're all excited about that. Because what they're building now is high market price, you know.
Yep.
So
well, when I first moved in my house, my taxes were $500 a year.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that was in 1971, you know. So,
Are you in the Willard Beach area?
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah.
know. I was trying to talk my friend into selling her house and getting a condo. She's got the down. It's too big, and I don't know how she affords the taxes either.
And unfortunately, now I have a mortgage because we had to mortgage the house to help our daughter pay for hers.
Okay. We'll have to send Representative Warren to that room.
Is she in the State House?
Oh my God, it just rang 5, so that's 5 o'clock. Okay.
What in the world could they be debating this long?
So Jane, you didn't find out if there were any like state fires, firefighters?
Yes, I got an email from, I think it was a Representative Grohowski just now, that said the warden service has firefighters.
Warden,
That makes sense.
the game wardens.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know correctional wardens, that's why.
Your mind goes right there. Mine went to game warden. So.
Yeah. There used to only be one warden in the whole state, prison warden. Now they all have that title.
Oh, don't take us there. We were there last year with you.
Yeah, I know.
No, we don't want to go back there.
No. No.
Oh, there he is.
Okie doke. People are coming back in.
Just wanted to raise my hand again. I took it down, put it back up so you'd know it was a new hand.
Okay. You
So
have something to, I forgot. I wrote it down, but I may have been wrong. We have a motion.
No.
We don't
I
have.
made a motion ought to pass as
so there is
amended.
no motion?
I made a motion ought to pass as amended. And Jane had a
Yes.
question about where we were directing the funding. I just wanted to say that I am in conversation with Maine Municipal Association. As we know, they do support this bill. They want to make sure that it's in a place lower barrier. So we were thinking maybe DACF to direct the funding to. Or
Say that again at the end, Charlotte, Representative Warren.
Rebecca from MMA was suggesting either EMS or DACF. As Jane was saying, we need to specify a place to direct the funding. So that is what I am suggesting, but I am open. I just wanted you folks to know that that was a suggestion that I received from MMA, that we make the application for these grants low barrier access, because many of these municipal fire departments don't have a lot of bandwidth. They don't have a lot of, I know that from my hometown, so I know you all do as well.
So is there, Representative Pickett, is there something you wanted to add to the conversation when you stepped up?
Yeah, obviously we took the time out to go over this because there's a lot of moving pieces here and stuff, and and so our first thoughts are on it. Title 26, 2103, standards for equipment and clothing, which we went over in the bill analysis. It's already in. It says the fire department shall provide each firefighter with the appropriate equipment to protect the firefighter from hazards of work environment to which the firefighter is likely to be exposed. Then it goes on underneath and it talks about protective clothing, helmet, all those items. That's already in statute. So if we are going to put something else in statute on the summary of 1245, we would be, my caucus would be in favor of taking and changing one word in there. We would like to see the bill read, this bill requires a municipal fire department, volunteer fire department, or fire district to provide and equip instead of female firefighter, equip a gender-specific firefighter with personal. So that way there we're covering both. We're covering new female and new male people equipped with the proper gear to do their job, what they have to do. That's what we would like to see in that summary, if that's palatable. I don't know if it is, but that's where we're falling down on 1245.
Can you say the word again?
Summary, it's gotta be.
You're
in the
saying,
bill somewhere.
Actually, you go back into number 4 is where you put that. That's where the wording would actually change. It would be under number 4, section 30A, MRSA 3154, subsection 4 is enacted to read, and that's where you would insert gender specific instead of female, and where that word is. I believe that's the accurate place you'd put it.
I'm going to recognize, I'm sorry, I'm trying to think at the same time. No, my hand's not up. I don't mean that. I will recognize Representative Morales, Representative Reckett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to give the sponsor a chance to respond to Representative Pickett's suggestion of statutory change.
Thank you. Hang on, I'll turn on my video. Thank you so much. I don't see a problem with it on the surface. I'm also wondering, per conversations that Representative Grahowski and I had with stakeholders, whether or not the issue of the turnout gear being properly tailored and or fitted would also be an addition that we might want to consider.
What Representative Pickett was referring to was Representative Grahowski's bill, the 1245. Representative Grahowski, you heard what he mentioned. Do you have a reaction to changing female to gender specific? I will ask Jane first. Ms. Overton?
I think on the gender specific, I think that where it fits is on line 17, instead of saying equip a female firefighter with personal protective equipment. I think what Representative Pickett is suggesting is equip a firefighter with gender specific personal protective equipment. But I actually would wonder if gender specific is really what you want to say, or whether you want to say appropriate for the gender of the firefighter or appropriate to fit the firefighter. But that's up to you. Thank you.
Representative Grahowski, I should, with a name like DeChambeau, really master your name. Do you wish to make a comment on that, please?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. One of the concerns I have with that phrasing, and I think Jane did address a little bit, is to have gear that properly fits a female firefighter or any firefighter for that matter may mean that you are not in female firefighter gear. There are female firefighters who are wearing trousers designed for men and coats designed for women in their same full uniform. They may be wearing a helmet designed for a woman, but the rest may be designed for men. So I think it's really important to not force them into gear specifically designed for females. And the way the language reads now does not do that. It has to be sized correctly for the female firefighter. That is the person in question. And I think we don't want to change that. Additionally, I'm sure that there are male firefighters who are not fitting properly into their gear as well, but they are not the predominant people with the issue that we're seeing. I just would mention that. And I wanted to, if I may, while I'm here, answer your question, Senator, that I have learned that there are firefighters that are state employees within the warden service. And so that has explained for me why my language that I was questioning went into 30A as opposed to 26, because Title 26 only deals with the definition of firefighter is just for a municipal firefighter or a volunteer firefighter. So it was actually broader to put it where it was. And so my next thought is, and thank you for letting me evolve this, try to sync up the language in 26 to match, but also have this language where it was proposed so that it does help, those that are in the fire service, forced firefighters particularly, and others that, again, there's a lot of data on that equipment also not fitting properly. So I hope that answered one of your questions that you've had lingering.
Yeah, and I thank you for that. Representative Pickett, you had your hand up. Then I've got Representative Morales. That's another hand, I guess. And Representative Costain.
Yes, ma'am. I think Representative Morales' hand was up before mine.
Not according to my book, but go ahead.
Thank you, Representative Pickett. That was gracious. I think I just want to make the comment that this bill is coming to us from folks who are having an experience with this specific issue, specifically female firefighters in the state of Maine. And I just want to honor them in their experience and the suggestions that they're bringing to us for a solution to a problem that I think it's fair to say that none of us have experienced ourselves. So I do want to honor that. And, I want to support what most helps them and keeps the state in compliance with the law and keeps folks safe in this very essential service that we provide. Thank you.
Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask Representative Grohowski, I hope I didn't butcher that too bad. In your question, in that section 4, I don't see here where it actually says that the female is going to be equipped with female gear. It talks about tailoring it and everything, but I don't see where it, and I may be missing it, but I don't see where it specifies that you'll be provided female gear. Am I missing something, or is it actually in there?
If I may, you are exactly correct, and it is not in there for the reason that I stated. It says that the female firefighter must be equipped with gear that is properly fitting for the female firefighter, right? And I think that the proposal that we just heard was going to change that and say that the female firefighter had to be put in female specific fire gear, which I do not support. But I may have misunderstood the suggestion that came back.
So follow up, Senator.
Go right ahead.
So you're saying as long as it's properly fit, it doesn't need to be specifically female gear. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. Because we're seeing a lot of mix and match because of different body types.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move these along. I think I've come up with a solution for LD 1440, the ought to pass as amended. The funding should go to the Department of Public Safety. Let the folks within the Department of Public Safety decide where it's going to go from there. So I think that motion, unless people disagree, would get us there on that.
You're saying 1440, the money?
Yep.
Isn't that 14? Is that the 500,000? That's 1440. Sorry, my mistake.
And then I would like to, if we can run that one, I'd like to go back to the suggestion that Representative Grochowski have an opportunity to work with the analyst on 1245, bring us back an amendment. I trust her to get it right, both of them, and we'll just vote on it when they bring it back to us. And I'll head off into our Friday evening.
Okay. So did you make the motion for 14?
I already have made a motion that is ought to pass as amended on LD 1440. If the person who seconded it, which was Senator Searway, would second that I've changed it to the DPS, we, I think, are ready to roll on that motion.
We're just moving it to the DPS, or are we getting them back here and then having to reread afterwards, or?
No, we are directing the money to the DPS.
Okay. Well, there seems to be some more conversation. Can we hear those before I make that second, or?
Okay.
Sure, Senator. Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear it, but
What do you want from the restaurant? Still.
I see a lot of hands up, that's all.
Sure, let's go ahead.
Thank you.
Well, I would hope that we're going to be talking about the same thing here.
Yeah.
I think I let Representative Morales go.
Representative Pickett.
Thank you.
Well, Representative Pickett, you've had your hand up and I've skipped over you. So
Right, I let Representative Morales go because she had put her hand up in front of me, that's all. So I don't care,
I've got Representative Pickett, Representative Warren, Representative Renecki. So Representative Pickett?
Yeah, all I want right now is I want to have the complete motion read to me so I understand exactly what we're voting on. That's all.
The motion is to pass 1440 as amended, and the amendment is the money will be distributed by DPS. Is that it, Representative Warren?
Yes, we heard from the state fire marshal that they did not want the grant money coming to them. I am attempting to put it to DPS and then they can decide where to put it. They have lots of agencies in there. That's the motion.
Yeah.
All right, Representative Pickett, and now
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Renecki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my biggest concern with this is the financing and spending more of our tax dollars on the possibility that some of this equipment could land in a closet and not be spent and wasting taxpayer dollars. I think that we need to leave so much of this up to the individual departments, but I think if the statute already reads that they're required to supply this equipment to our female firefighters, male firefighters, and whatnot, then when they change and they get it to get better fitting equipment should be the way it is without us actually spending more tax dollars. So I'll be voting against this this amendment or this bill. Thank you.
Is everybody ready for a vote? We know what that is. So it's 1440 as amended. The amendment is the allocation from the general fund go to the Department of Public Safety. So we'll have a roll call.
Cameras on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Rackett,
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett. Representative Pickett, you're on mute.
No.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
No.
Representative Newman,
No.
Representative Pluker,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway,
No.
Senator DeChambeau,
Yes.
that's 4 no, 7 yes, 2 absent.
All right, good. Um,
Senator
Oh.
Jane has her hand up.
is that Representative Bernecki? Is that a new hand? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Jane has her hand up.
So
Jane?
just ask what the noes want.
Yes, the minority report will be ought not to pass.
Thank you.
Now we turn to 12:45 and Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion to table LD 1245 until
second that.
next Thursday.
Next Thursday will be fine. Good.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, moved by Representative Warren, seconded by Representative Morales to table. All those in favor may raise your hand. If I don't have one, it would be, we are all in favor. So are you all set there, Ms. Overton?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Well, that concludes our day. Do you have any comments, Representative Warren?
Just a reminder that next week on Monday, Thursday, and Friday, we're beginning at 9 a.m. We're beginning at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. If you miss votes, you have 48 hours. You will get an email from Deb saying which votes you missed. And then you just record them with your presiding officer. So we'll be ready to roll next week.
Thank you, Representative Rader and Representative Grochowski.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Enjoy the weekend.
You
Have
too.
fun. Found out that Mother's Day is in a week. You got time.
I already shopped ahead.
When Mother's Day was, he said, "Oh my God, is it this Sunday?" I said, "Yeah, it's this Sunday and next Sunday."
I like that response. I'm going to use it.
Yeah.
Nice weekend.
Bye, everyone.